Hey everybody, what's going on? How are we all doing today? The intro jump scared you just on. I'm very sorry, bro. I don't know how it gets you every time. Hope everyone's doing okay. So today, I'm kind of gonna let Tom just say what he wants to say. I know there's been a lot of discourse around like money in the FGC. Um, so I'm gonna let him sort of control the conversation. Now, what we're gonna do, because I saw a lot of people like giving it back to him on Twitter, is instead of giving people 6 minutes to argue their points, I'm going to let Tom decide how long he wants to argue with each individual person. If I feel like the conversation is going nowhere, I'll butt in and I'll say, let's get the next person on. But I'm not going to cap it this time because I have a feeling, based on what Tom is going to drop, and I don't know everything he's going to say today, he only gave me the cliff notes, that there might be some pushback. So we're going to wait for Tom to get here. But in the meantime, just to let you guys know, tomorrow is the state of play for PlayStation. So I'm going to be streaming that. It's 10 o'clock UK time. So, check out whatever that is for you guys. So we'll be here watching that. And yeah, I think Tom's here now. So we'll get this party on the road. Guy on Dragon Eye, Jeremy, Renatus, Venturous Goon, Jude Cider, Dragon Eye, Foking Ill, Mac, Jeton, eBay, Smash Till Dawn. That's a crazy name. John Diaz. Shouts to John Diaz, man. Always showing up. All right, let's get Tom in here. What's going on,
How you
bro?
doing, Mike? How you doing? How do I sound?
Yeah.
Do I sound okay?
Yeah, you're fine. All good, man. All
Excellent,
good.
excellent. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I had a busy day. Loads of shit going on Twitter. Work was crazy as well, so I was trying to like deal with shit on Twitter and deal
Yeah.
with work at the same time. Then I went to the gym. Now I'm here. I'm good. I'm good. I'm happy. I can't complain. How's
Nice,
your
nice.
day?
Nice snow day, so I didn't have to juggle work too much. So,
You say
in
it's
const-
snowing?
yeah, in construction, there's only so much work you can do in a blizzard. So, over
Oh,
on the East
okay.
Coast, it is anyway.
Hmm. All right. Well, I've kind of given them like the rundown of what we're going to be talking about today. But I've said that because of the nature of what you're talking about, I'm going to let people come on here and you can decide how long you want to debate them for. Because usually I
Sure.
give people 6 minutes, but I think because of this topic, I think maybe it will require a little bit more time. So I'll leave it up to you. I'll give you the floor and you can kind of run the chat down what you want to talk about.
So, what started this was a couple of days ago. Rewind tweeted that not sponsored anymore. So, unless another sponsor picks him up, he may not be able to do much, if any, of season 2 of the Pro Tour, which is very disappointing. I'm a big fan of Rewind, love watching him play. And it's always an L when a player of that magnitude, it's an L for the community when they're not able to travel to compete in tournaments like this. So someone said to me, goes, well, until he gets, his next sponsor. And I'm like, are you high? The fighting game players are a massive loss to a sponsor. Being able to win or place high in tournaments equals exactly zero return on investment. You make no money back. And just I was like, you know what? So many people live the FGC lie, they don't even realize they do it. I want to preface this and give an example of this before I really move forward. I talked to Perfect Legend last night. PL, no stranger to the FGC. He knows there's, good luck making money off fighting games. He knows this. He's a longtime veteran. He was telling me about, his book. And I said, well, you are, as a 3-time Evo champion, your ability to win tournaments is worth nothing because it's something to you personally, but monetarily, like if you weren't winning that much money, then obviously, a sponsor's not going to make much money if you aren't winning much money off of it.
Mm-hmm.
And, I said, he's like, I have this book, and of course he's going to come on and talk about it at some point today. Game Fu, and he goes, I was, 3-time Evo champion. I was going to use my stream, my YouTube platform to, get people to come watch and use that to market my book that I made.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that, the audience that he's trying to target, which is the beginner, fighting game player beginner, they're not the one watching these streams like this. People who don't understand fighting games at all His primary audience is the people that know fighting games. They know who PL is, etc. Well, most of them are at least intermediate. Intermediate to high level is the easiest transition. The hardest transition is I have no idea anything about a fighting game. How do I get to a high intermediate level to where I can understand and teach myself? That is a very difficult thing, which is why so many people leave fighting games more so than stay with them. But that's not the audience that's watching. And I said, the beginner player, your ability to win a tournament doesn't really have any value. But if you say, hey, I consulted for said game, and you could say, hey, this is the profit the game had before me, and this is when they brought me in, look at the profit margin now. You are now worth money to somebody. Hey, bring PL to consult. Here's some proof here that it turns your profit margin around. Mm-hmm. As a guide writer, hey, PL wrote a book or consulted on a book or co-wrote a guide, and this was the profitability of that company. Well, now you're worth X amount of money because, hey, if I bring PL in, and you'd want to have, whoever is paying you, hey, I'm going to market you. Listen to this guy. This is why he knows what he's talking about. 3-time Evo champion. And you get that opportunity by showing those people I'm worth money because anything I touch turns into X amount of hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, right? So you always get a percentage of that. And you say, hey, this guy's worth money. Winning a tournament doesn't do that. So I was saying what you really want to do is, market to the beginner player, not to... Instead of saying, bring the players to me because I'm a 3-time Evo champion, well, the beginner player, he doesn't care about that. Your ability to win 3 Evos means nothing. But for you to say, hey, I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, 300 days a year on the road, God knows how many countless hours. You're a beginner. You work a full-time job, you full-time student, family, whatever it is. You don't have 80 hours a week to invest. You buy this guide, $35, and now you are... It's not just like training. When you have a coach, for example, when you are a beginner, this is the biggest scam in fighting games. A beginner has no business being trained by an all-time great fighting game player. You simply are just speaking 2 different languages. You're just too far apart. It's like trying to teach a white belt how to be a black belt in 1-hour sessions. You can't skip the steps. So, you're paying God knows who $100 an hour, and whoever it is just training you can't wait for the hour to be up, right? I mean, because there's just too much of a disconnect. Also, What are you learning? One fighting game? It's not tangible. It's not like you play guitar. Well, you can always play guitar. Well, what happens when that fighting game is done? And they have to learn the next fighting game. You wasted all that money. So he basically put in his book a collection of lessons that he learned through all the countless hours living it here, there, all over, the in general theory of winning in fighting games, which is why he won Evo in a 3D game, a 2D game, and it really helps the beginner player understand how to play at their own pace, and understands because when you coach by somebody, they're generally going to teach you how to win like them. What if that's not your strength? It teaches you how to understand your strength, how to break down weaknesses of the opponent. The overall theory of winning in fighting games that applies from game to game to take you from a beginner, very intimidated by fighting games, up to now I'm at high intermediate level and I can now teach myself. Well, now these players, as they're learning, where are they going to go? Your stream, your YouTube channel, right? Your ability to win means nothing. Your ability to create something to say, now I'm saving you thousands of dollars, hundreds of hours of learning. You learn at your own pace. Any questions? Hey, I stream and I'm on YouTube every day. The model that most fighting game players use, they don't know it, is become high-level player, go to tournaments, get recognized. Turn that recognition into YouTube and streaming. Mm-hmm. That is a fail for 99.9. And even PL, who knows that is a fail, that's the route he went. And until you talk to these people and they say, you know what? I should have been using my game food book to the beginner audience, and that will draw them into me, as opposed to use my stream to try to find these beginners out there who have no interest in watching me because I won 3 world tournaments. They don't care about that.
Is it because there's a lack of education or direction, or is it just because they're actually told this is the direction you should go in if you want to turn this into a career?
I think they're told that this is the direction you should go. Honestly, hold on. These headsets, I didn't have time to charge these headsets. 1 second. Let me just put this in. It was beeping at me. The reason is, it's just, so they tell you, they don't really tell you anything. They tell you things like learn to market yourself. Well, learn to market yourself. What exactly does that really mean, marketing yourself? I mean, or get your name out there. Sonic Fox, for example, learn to market himself. Okay, well, it's very difficult when you are. What are they going to market him? I made a joke to you, Mike, that he won the Game Awards, and he goes, "I'm every Republican's nightmare." Look, I'm here to talk about Republicans, Democrats, or politics, but it's like when you say something like that, you make yourself hard to market when you make enemies on one side or the other. Right? You don't want to make enemies. You don't have to agree, but So what is he going to be marketed as? The Republican nightmare, like Cody Rhodes, the American nightmare? And I told you his theme song would be like, the FGC has more than one furry animal. And then like the music hits, right? Like marketing yourself is not the route that the FGC teaches you is you go to tournaments, become a good player, get recognized, then start streaming and start YouTubing. But people don't realize just because you are a top player doesn't mean people are going to watch you.
Yeah.
Who won the Tekken World Cup?
Olsen, I think. Was it the one that just went? Olsen?
Wasn't it the Kuma player?
Oh, the Tekken World Tour. Yeah, it was a Kuma player. What's his name again? Rangchu. Right? That's it, Rangchu.
Okay. If he streams and the main man streams, he's going to get like 1% of the main man, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. He just won a big tournament. Nobody cares. Not meaning that nobody cares about his skill, but that's not enough to have somebody watch. People know who you are.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't matter. So the people believe that the formula to make money is, and then you can stream. Just because being a good player, a top player, is worth $0.0. Sponsors how are they going to make money off of you? FG was making money off of League of Legends, and then they tied their ship to Sonic Fox, and it was an anchor that sank everything. Because when you go to fight, and this is Sonic Fox, one of the most successful fighting game players of all time, who's got a huge audience, and there was just no money in it. There's no money in fighting games. There's no money in that. Like that.
So someone like Sonic Fox, who's like, when he was, I guess at that point when he got sponsored by FG, he was at the pinnacle of the MK scene. What would he have had to have done to make himself, to increase his value, to actually be of worth to FG? Let's say that he doesn't want to leave fighting games. He wants to stay in. He wants to continue competing. But is there a route that he could take?
I'm not sure. Somebody has got to be willing to pay money to. This is another problem over here in the West. Somebody has got to be willing to pay money for something you can do, or to watch you play, or something to monetize something outside of the Sonic Fox plushie animal. And I would love to see the sales figures on that. I'm not saying it was bad, but I mean, like, if you go on Shark Tank, I promise you it's not going to go well. You need to monetize that in some way, shape, or form. And it's just very difficult to do. A problem in the West is with fighting games more than anything else, because it seems you can pack the state. Rick Fox got into it. His son, I think, got him into League of Legends. I think that the Staples Center was packed at an event. And he thought, man, here's the FGC. Untapped potential, right? Nobody has really been able to figure out how to draw money out of the FGC. They know how much money is in gaming and all the people that buy fighting games, whatever, but no one has really been able to tap in and draw real profit. Of the most profitable thing that fighting games have done for the FGC is how EVO was pretty much built on the back of Capcom games, more Marvel 2 than Street Fighter, but now Street Fighter, and that sold for a profit. So Street Fighter has a business model. Hey, anything that's associated with us grows. Any league that's attached to Tekken Crash, how did that go? MLG had Tekken, how did that go? Mortal Kombat, Chasing the Cup, how did that go? Gutter. Injustice 2, how did that go? The Pro Series. ESPN, Gutter. They had that thing on after midnight after the cornhole tournament. I know because I made sure to document it. I mean, like, outside of maybe Street Fighter, any pro league that attaches itself, CGS attached itself to Dead or Alive 4. Where did that go? Folded. Like, anytime something brings in a fighting game, it goes in the gutter. And for some reason, this is not true for every game, but for especially a fighting game, but it's really a North America thing for the most part. You know, in the Staples Center gets packed for the Lakers. Why? Because this guy who, you know, eats 10 donuts a day, his ass does not belong on the court with LeBron James, right? Or this guy over here, he does not want to get hit by a pro linebacker in the NFL. So he pays money to watch. But video games in North America is largely looked at, why would I pay to watch or buy merchandise? If I had the time, I would be as good as you are. So why am I going to pay? And that's just a stereotype that gamers have to overcome, you know, in the West anyway. But in general, there's just no, I was part of the CGS, and they would pack these arenas for championship gaming series. And they would pay kids in the malls $60 to show up and redeem their ticket, and they were paying them to appear in there. Gaming has just had a very, very hard time monetizing itself. Now, the dream that gets sold to a lot of these kids, and they also don't understand money. You know, I know someone said to me, and I tagged you in the comment, well, you know, win $250,000, that's good money. You didn't win $250,000. You won $167,000, basically, because you got taxes in there. $167,500. That's what you won. Of that $167,500, here's what gamers do. A smart person would say, I'm basically only going to keep $10,000 for myself, and I'm going to invest the bulk of it in like an IRA and maybe some in a high risk, high reward IRA. And leave an IRA that's not high risk, leave it there for 20 years and have that turn into a few $1 million, right? I only need 10K liquid. Here's what FGC does. I'm going to use that 167 to reinvest into me as a player, travel to tournaments, do XYZ, and 2 years later, you are broke. You can't even go to Taco Bell without getting a meal for $14. How much money do you really think that is? 167 after taxes, $250 after taxes. The FGC, I won 300. No, you actually won more, like around 2. And what do you do with it? They live the FGC dream, live off that money for a couple of years, comfortably going to tournaments. They never hit again. That money is gone. This is the story of so many fighting game players, Mike, and you know this as well as I do. A lot of fighting game players have had that.
Yeah.
It's just, and even let's look at the numbers. The Pro Series. Let's take the NRS Pro Series. If you win all 5 demigod events, that's $5,000, right? So you win all 5, that's $25,000. The FGC is very much like winning the lottery. Then you go to the series finale, and you can win 70,000, right? 70,000 plus that 25, decent little payday there for the year, right? But when the best players in the world, they'll fight each other. Sometimes, it comes down to a roll of the dice, and sometimes it's on their end, not yours. It is what it is. You can't always win against the best players. Good players beat good players. You get 5th, win $100,000, you win $10,000. Not bad for a tournament, 10K payout. So here you are. You won all 5 demigod majors, all 5, and then got 5th in the finale. That's $35,000 after taxes, depending on what state. You're somewhere in like 23.5 or somewhere around 24, right? For the fucking year. A kid working at McDonald's in New York makes the same amount as you. And you are one of the best players in the world. People oftentimes bring up Street Fighter. Well, there's money in Street Fighter. There is not money in a Street Fighter competitor. There is money in one tournament. The Street Fighter Pro Series is the same as every other Pro Series qualifier. $10,000 pot bonus, blah, blah, blah. Now, this qualifies you if you get the points for the Capcom Cup, where you can win $1 million. It's not $1 million. Depending on taxes, it's somewhere around 670,000, maybe a little less, right? So somewhere in there. If you're not smart with that money, let's say you're 20 years old, because you might leave to 90. You think that's going to last you the next 70 years? You think prices are high now, cuz. It's what are the odds of winning that again? And the next thing about the FGC is it's a one tournament hit. You have to win that one tournament, because guess what? Let's just hypothetically say, Mike, the very next Capcom major after the the final cup, right? Let's say all the same players are there, all of them. Like you lose in the cup finale. Okay, but all the same players are at the next tournament, right? So it's just as hard to win that tournament as the Capcom Cup final. And you win. Do you win $1 million? No, you win 500, because that's the payout basically of the next tournament after. Fighting
Yeah.
game tournaments are low payouts. It's not about winning tournaments. You have to win that one tournament. And if that one day is not yours, you could be on every single day. You could be on for 364 days. And off that last day, and you're broke. That is the life of winning in the FGC. Now, of course, you can monetize yourself through YouTube and Twitch, but people mistake that being a top player is enough. And also, people also have to like you. You know, they also have to like you. If they look at PL, 3-time Evo champion, they didn't like him. So they made out like, what's the point of watching this scrub who got 13-0, right?
This super chat actually goes over that. Kind of. It's thank you, Duke of Nylon, legend of the channel. Shout out to Smug, who I think he's meant to say transition from FGC to YouTuber with the greatest of ease. Also, hi Tom, my favorite Sub-Zero player.
Oh, thank you very much, Duke of Nylon. Thank you, thank you.
Duke of Nylon's a legend around here. No.
He is a legend. He is a legend.
He's a legend. He's immortalized.
He's immortalized now. You know, or even me, like from myself, you know what I'm sitting right here? This is the Injustice Gods Among Us guide. Prima brought me in to do this because of my living guide. Now, I did my living guide not to make a profit. Those profits went to the guy that designed the app because I had to pay him to do it. So the profits went to him. But I wanted, the MK guide was garbage from Prima. So I wanted to create a guide that updated dynamically and had, you know, everything in it. And eventually the frame data got added to it when Somberness went ahead and did the frame data project. And a lot of people had it. So Prima then went ahead and brought me in and used my living guide format. It took me a long time to write that because I wrote it the first time and I said, I'm selling this. I wouldn't pay $1 for this shit. I wrote it like I did a forum post, right? So I rewrote it a lot of times. When they went to the living guide format, because everything was online now, for Killer Instinct, also co-authored this book, they used my living guide online only format. You buy the art book and you also get access to the online guide that will be updated for the game. So, but the MK community tells the story of, here's greedy Tom Brady, you know, fuck him, using it, whatever. And this is before any of the garbage happened. This is during Injustice and MKX. They labeled me like that. So instead of saying, hey, here's a guy that has tangible skills, he was successful in guide writing, people like his guides, etc., they label you as some loser. So it's like, okay, well, that's that. People, and same thing with how they did to PL. It's not just about being, you know, marketing yourself. Even if you have things that are worth money to people, if the FGC says we don't like you, they will just rewrite every narrative about you and make you untouchable in the bad way.
Have you seen that kind of behavior from other scenes? Because obviously, I know we're like very ingrained in.
I've seen it. I've seen it before. Yeah, through many and the dream. People say, who's selling the dream? Sometimes it's the FGC itself, and sometimes it's corporations. So pro leagues have oftentimes capitalized on the backs of young players so that the executives of these leagues can make a profit. The Championship Gaming Series, the people on the lowest totem pole of the payroll were the players. And without them, there's no show. They actually made a contract, the contract of season 1. And PL didn't want to sign it in season 1 because he's like, what is this garbage about? So they tried to demonize him because the contract said, even you're actually going to do 2 months of work, we pay you in a salary over the years. So we break your $30,000 into 52 payments. You get a payment every week for the entire year to equal 30,000. However, it said in there that for any reason they can choose, even after you've done your job, to not pay you and you have no recourse. Who would sign that? But they had people going around saying, man, you're playing a game. Man, I would do it for $1, you know, influencing these younger kids. Guess what happened? They held season 2 earlier than 1 year after season 1. And they said, well, now we're in season 2. So we're going to cut everyone's salary from season 1. It's over. So players that didn't get redrafted, they lost $7,500. Now that's a lot of money. And here's what the kicker. The people that got franchised, so they got to stay on, they didn't want to say anything because they're out $7,500 too, but at least I'm going to guarantee I'm getting paid for season 2.
Yeah.
And people that wanted to get drafted didn't say anything. It wasn't until after the combine was over and we know who was drafted, we know who was franchised. That the players that were on the out were like, I'm out $7,500. So are you. But they didn't want to say anything because they didn't want to ruin their opportunity to then franchise players got $30,000. People that got drafted got $18,000. Now I'm sitting around going, this is not going well. Because last year, instead of 18, you made 30. Now only the franchise get 30, you're getting 18. That ain't saying they're on the way up. And then I was there for CGS, and I'm like, you're paying people to sit in the stands. This is not a sustainable, but they were paying Fatality as a commentator, $2 million. All the people that were running the league were making hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars. And halfway through season two, not season two, but after season two was over, halfway through that year, the league crumbled because they spent all the money on the executives, on all the very top. The players made no money. And the players, instead of paying $18,000, they only got about $10,000. So they shorted players about, 7,500, then about another 10,000. So between season 1 and 2, they didn't pay out, about $18,000 to players, but all the executives got paid out. And people were selling this FGC dream. You're in a pro league. You're going to make a lot of money. There was a player there. I don't want to call him out. I talked about it yesterday a little bit. I watched him. He was playing a very popular player. So if you didn't do well on the combine, you can do in a challenge match where if a GM has their eye on you, but they're not too sure if they would draft you or not, they can put you up against another top player already in the league and see how you do. And they can say, okay, well, you know what? It was a judgment call, but this guy did very well against the player that's going to be in the league. And the other guy that I was also iffy, it didn't. This guy paused it on the final round, beating a very top player. And of course, the top player said, hey, I'm going to take the round. You lose. And this guy was on the ground crying like, please, man, I need this. I need this. And I'm watching this going, this is wrong.
Tom, can you just give me 1 second, please?
Sure.
There's a person in the chat called Hello Friends. Can you stop spamming those stupid questions? You're getting on my nerves. This is your one and only warning. I'm going to ban you. Sorry, Tom.
No, and then there was, of course, that Pro League folded. Who remembers Tekken 6 at MLG? I cannot tell you how many players were like jumping on the sponsorship train. Oh, I'm a sponsored player. I'm going to live the good life. Everybody wanted to get sponsored. Everybody wanted to cash in on that MLG money. Some people even dropped out of high school for it. And did any of them live the good life or make money? No.
They actually dropped out of high school.
Some players did.
That's
Some
crazy.
players did. Some
do you
players
know?
did.
Do you know which ones did?
I know exactly which ones did. Yeah.
You don't want to bait them out, though.
No, don't want to do it. Don't want to do it. But yeah, and people were chasing that big money. It was that lure of big money. Oh, we're sponsored. People are going to live the big money, good life. All this money is here. Pro leagues are just corporately driven. They use the players by enticing them with mere pennies so that everybody at the top makes all the money. And then when the money is gone for the funding, well, there's no more pro league and it's over. And, the players always make the least amount of money, but the dream is always sold.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but this sounds like a rug pull almost. It almost sounds like the gaming equivalent of a rug pull.
Yep, very much.
So essentially, it's a ruse, it's a scam. Like the players are gonna get fucked, and the people at the top are gonna make their money.
The players always get fucked. At the end of the day, the players are at Evo. Let me ask you this: who makes more money, the players or the people that run it?
Definitely the people that run it.
Okay, Punk won Evo. Street Fighter was the premier event at Evo this year, correct?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: who was able to make more money with the money Punk won from winning Street Fighter at Evo? Is that enough for him to even fund himself for maybe 2 or 3 years of gaming? No, because he even talked about like, hey, I made more money a couple of years ago when I didn't even win, right? But you know who did make enough money? The people that run it. They make enough money. The people that run Evo make enough money to do this for a living. But the people that win Evo don't make anywhere near enough money to do it for a living. And that's winning. The FGC,
that's crazy.
It's not your online tournaments. Guess what? Your online tournament leagues. I'm not going to call you out. You're some in MK, some in every game. The people that run these big leagues that are funded, they can do this full time for you. But the players who are playing in them, they can't do it full time in game. The money is, and if they weren't making a profit to do it full time, I know they want to give some money to the players. They have to make enough money to pay their staff, right? And to make sure that they're not going out in the cold, right? The players always get the least amount of money. The reason why I like things like Rips Arena is all the money goes to the players. And I'm not saying like just all the crowdfunded money. I know they do, but there is other money that's not going into the pot, and that money ain't going to the players. I mean,
Okay.
the money is always going to go to the people at the top that run things more so than the players. And I get it. They have to run it. The players have to go there. But that's the problem. The players don't make enough money. But the people that run the bigger events, they always make. Evo is always going to make enough money to keep doing Evo, right? It's sold for how many millions of dollars, right? What fighting game player can sell themselves as a commodity for the same amount of money that Evo did? They can't, right?
The only fighting game players that I've seen really transcend the space is people like Ryan Hart.
Ryan Hart. One of the guys I always love Ryan Hart.
Rukang over here in the UK, you know, he was a player and then he went over to be a commentator and now he's doing other things as well. Like I just saw him at a really big event. So there's him, there's Ryan Hart, there's that's the only two I can think of off the top of my head. There's not many that come out of it for the better.
Yeah, I mean, look, commentary. In Mortal Kombat, find a better commentator. Find one, right? But even before the quote-unquote incident, when you're hated, you're done. And, no, Asmongold can speak his piece about Blizzard. Kriparian can speak his piece about Blizzard. They don't say, well, fuck that guy. We're not inviting him to BlizzCon. Yes, please. How they view you directly affects your ability to market. I bought into the fighting game scam. So my issue was I was competing for a long time. And as I was approaching my 40s, by the way, 39 years old, won a major, still the oldest player in the history of North America to win a major. By comparison, Foxy Grandpa, I think, is our oldest player at 33 to 34. He would have to win a tournament 6 years from now, which is a very long time to have done. And I'm just saying that he's probably the closest to my age left as a competitor. He's probably one of the elder statesmen of the scene that's still very high level. But
that makes me feel old.
But of course, my first son was born, and man, my whole life changed. Everything was, and I'm trying to compete. And like just at 39, 40, 41, man, it's very difficult. You know, MKX, you have kids, your life is, and I'm like, I'm streaming, I'm doing YouTube or whatever. Like there's no, like, and of course, even in MKX, this is again before the, hey, Tom, weren't you a little dodgy or whatever? This is even before that. It was marketed as, here's Tom, this scrub who's always a fraud. That's always how I've been marketed, And while I was placing top, who cared what they said? But once I got older, and those were fewer and far between, it's also harder to transition from being a pro player to a casual person because it's based on if they like you or not. If they like you, you become known as a great champion who is now a casual making content. If they don't like you, you can't cut it against the pros, so now you're beating up on nobodies. That's what, the narratives they tell about you. So it's really not like, oh, make a name, stream, YouTube. There's so many things that have to go right, and they can just make a narrative that's false and retell the narrative. And that's what, it is, that to make money off fighting game, there's most people really don't understand this at all. And they all chase the same FGC dream. They don't even realize they're doing it, and they're doing it.
Yeah. I'm going to read out 2 super chats, and then I've got somebody here that wants to actually debate you on it.
Sure.
Are you open to
sure.
doing the debate portion now? All right, so we got Larry Wolflock with the £10. Thank you, bro. Yeah, the MLG days were wild. I remember just starting college and thinking, hey, this could be a nice side hustle. The influence MLG had on competition gaming was insane at the time. It was. I remember it as well. I remember looking at it. I remember looking at the website as well, and I remember sitting up till 4 a.m. looking at everything, thinking, oh, this is... But I was never like... I would always be like, okay, let me go and practice. I'd sit there practicing, I'd be like, I can't, I've got other things I need to be doing. And then we've got Bino. Thank you for the $5, bro. What's the difference between a large pizza and an FGC pro player? The pizza can feed a whole family. Good one, bro.
True.
Thank you for that. Also, what is going on in the chat? Alexis, don't ban anyone that comes here that wants to like challenge Tom or say anything silly. If they want to jump on, they're more than welcome.
And
Or you
by the
can.
way, for those that want to say, let Tom's all talk. Look, I was very fortunate to get out
Yeah.
and end up the way I am. I don't shy away from the receipts. I showed my collar yesterday. I make between about 22.9 and 30,000 every single month. Can you confirm this, Mike Hollow?
I can confirm it. I obviously can't show it, but I did see the receipts. Hand on my heart, I saw the receipts.
Yeah,
So
show them the bank statements. Yeah.
You want me to show the bank statements?
No, don't show it because it's got my address and my no, hell no.
Yeah, I was gonna say no. He showed me them. I saw everything. Obviously, I'm not gonna share it. I accidentally the other day when I was talking about you in the chat, talking to the chat, I said I don't know why these guys keep talking shit about Tom. He makes 3 figures, but I meant to say 6 figures, and everyone in the chat was like, "We knew it."
No,
but yeah, no, he's not lying.
I'm very, very fortunate. But I was, kind of on the, on the, wow, what am I going to do now? And what did the FGC say? And again, this is how you remember it, because what you do is when you get to that age and you say it's time to hang it up, right? It's time to hang it up and do something else. Then they demonize you. Well, you can't do it anymore. That's why. And if you try to say, well, look, man, I'm 40 something years old, man. I did it for 30 something years. I mean, nothing more to prove, but life is life. Oh, well, if you were whatever in fighting games, you could still make money. How much money is your character worth? Foxy grandpa, why don't you show your bank statements and show me how much your fucking character's worth? Nothing. Because at the end of the day, winning in a fighting game, and this is not against Foxy, but he is one who has debated this with me, that you can win money and whatever, how much is your character worth? What kind of a stupid fucking statement? How much is your character worth? Nothing. But he's like, oh, who won this tournament? Who won that tournament? You don't make any fucking money. And many people have debated with me that, well, you can win money and make money, this, that, or the other. None of them do it. And if you're saying I'm lying, show the receipts. Send those bank statements because you're full of shit.
Yeah, I agree. Right, I'm gonna bring on. We've got DFF here. He works within esports, so I think he wants to give his perspective. I don't actually know if he wants to debate you or just talk to you about it. So I'll bring him on now. DFF, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro. Go for it.
So, before starting, I do want to say a lot of my points are going to separate what you would see as pro players and players that are content creators.
Sure.
Just want to make sure to make that clear for everyone. So I think the main issue isn't the lack of money in an FGC, but rather the ecosystem. So when it comes to what I've seen from, let's say, Call of Duty, you see tournaments that are 20, 25K prize pools, very small. We're talking maybe less than 50 people in the building competing. And these particular tournaments aren't funded by Call of Duty. And so when you see that and then you come into the FGC, you end up wondering, okay, why are these regionals that have hundreds of players competing, why are they not only struggling, but also the fact that the prize pools are so low? And personally, I see that as a problem with the ecosystem. What are your thoughts on that?
That's an easy answer. Let me ask you a question. What is the most profitable fighting game franchise of all time?
I believe Mortal Kombat had the most sales recently for their newest title.
But as a franchise, it's Mortal Kombat, right? Overall, MK sells. Mike Hollow, what did Mortal Kombat X sell?
12 million copies?
11 million. And MK11 sold 15, right? That's 26 million copies. What year did MKX come out?
MKX came out, I think it was it 2011 or 2000? No, it's 2015.
And what year is it?
2025.
So MKX and MK11 sold 25 million copies in 10 years, 26 in 10 years. There are some games that sell that in a day.
Yeah.
and that's the difference. See, the bodies, there are more. FGC is the gutter of the gaming world. They have the least amount of eyes and the least amount of bodies. They are also predominantly played on console, not PC gaming, where you can upgrade and sell things to. They are the least marketable bunch, and they are the lowest number. If fighting games were selling, you know, 100 million in there instead of 25 million between two games, it would be far different of an audience, because you would just have so many more people. Think it just as a streamer. Instead of, let's just say, everyone that bought Mortal Kombat, the MKX and MK11, or even if you take this game now, 5 million, that's 31 million people. Imagine if your audience wasn't 31 million potential, but 150 million potential. Don't you think you would make that much more money as a content creator, and there'd be much more money in the game if you had just that many more people to advertise to?
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think, again, separating the competing players versus the content creators, there are opportunities more so for the content creators, but I believe that when you separate the two and look at the opportunities that could be given to the pro players as far as coaching on Metafy, because the ecosystem itself is so damaged, you have people with no accolades taking money from others using these platforms for coaching, which leaves less of the idea of, even for those who have the accolades that cannot eventually compete at that level, there's nowhere for them to fall back on.
Do you know why that is? Because again, the FGC dream. Many, not all, but many coaching situations are people who thought they were going to be end all be all, and many of them are at least good players. Maybe not Evo champions or tournament champions, but good players ish at least, right? Guess what? They're broke. How are they going to pay their bills? Oh, I'll also do coaching. Oh, yeah, I was a good player. I can do some things for tournaments. So they have to keep dipping back into the FGC for money. Only, well, why are they in that situation? They bought the dream of being the top player and the money from the wins and the streaming and the YouTube, and all they have left is coaching. And what is their coaching? 1 hour with someone who barely understands fighting games, and they hate every minute of that hour, and they can't wait to be over. That is your modern FGC. They bought the dream, and the dream didn't end up. So now, I coach on Metafy. I mean, how many people are really qualified to even coaching? Look, how many players in sports tried to be coaches? Didn't work out, right? Oftentimes, some of the greatest players end up being some of the worst coaches. Michael Jordan gets criticized all the time for he can't pick out talent. He can't do it. Sometimes you can't do that. So it doesn't make you a good coach. So it's all over the place. That's why I think Perfect Legends book Game Fu is one of the best things. It teaches you the way he was taught. Don't forget PL came to the dojo here, and he spent thousands of dollars living on the road all this time, and he puts all his experiences in a book that teaches everyone how to play every fighting game of the overall theory of winning. Coaching for an hour every day, it's kind of not at your own pace. What if you forget what you were taught? It's a lot of information at once, kind of crammed into that hour. Coaching on Metafy doesn't even really work. I mean, it's just a flawed system. It's just gamers, fighting game players who try to live the FGC dream. And for the most part, it didn't work out for them. Again, not all. So now, the Twitch route didn't work. The YouTube route didn't work. So now I'll do some coaching as well because, hey, I was the name. I can teach you some things. And I'm sure they can. But that's why that happens.
Yeah, I could definitely agree with that. And for another point I wanted to make, as far as regionals and even majors that we've seen on my end, I represent several esports organizations that are trying to even move into the FGC now from elsewhere. A lot of the questions that we have coming in that we still can't figure out is why it looks like the tournaments, besides Evo and several majors, are struggling as much as they are, but also the fact that these gaming companies seem like adding them to their tour schedule is forcing these players that also will struggle getting any kind of funding from these organizations to try to compete. Do you see that as a structural issue like those that I talked to, including myself?
No, it's not a structural issue because, again, what money are the players worth? Are people lining up in droves to pay to watch fighting game players play?
Well, I think when it comes to the in-person, as far as orgs are concerned, they look at the player as number one, walking billboards. So if there's 500 or 1,000 entrants, let's say, in a building, that can be part of a pitch to a potential
You don't think they've
investor.
done this before?
I'm saying that's something that
Of course they
I'm
are.
laying out what they do. I think one of the biggest issues, besides the streaming numbers for these tournaments, are actually the screen time as well for the players, because those are metrics that are used all the time in pitch meetings for funding for any kind of investors. And I do see that some of these tournaments are trying to get these quote unquote bigger Twitch channels, let's say, to each cover one game during the event, but that is actually making it harder to track the metrics. And again, you see less screen time. So overall, because of these issues, it's hard even for organizations that aren't completely out of pocket, that are trying to convince people to help them sponsor their own players, where the incentive is.
Because there is no incentive. What does sponsoring this player equate to me? Let me ask you another question.
Yeah.
In sports, where are the fans?
But you can equate a
Hold on,
fan.
let's go with this. Where are the fans in sports?
They're either in the stands,
Mhm.
they're either getting a piece of merchandise, they're either watching on a TV. There's multiple streams of what you can consider a quote
At an
unquote
NFL
fan.
game, are the majority of the people in the stands or on the field?
In the stands.
At an FGC event, are the majority of people on the field or in the stands? They're on the field. The FGC has more people on the field than in the stands.
True.
And do you think a big reason is because of the structure itself, or do you just feel that the community has been built in a way to try to sustain itself by everyone could compete? Because in every other esports, you don't really see that. Because I see it as a double-edged sword. The community is wonderful until it starts dipping into what makes it harder to, again, get funding elsewhere, making it make sense, etc.
The problem is the way the formula is taught. People need to realize that winning tournaments, that ability, 99.9% of the time, outside of value to you, is absolutely fucking worthless. And
And you
just because you
feel
can do that,
that
and just because you can do that doesn't mean you can monetize. It doesn't mean that putting, an ad on your jersey is going to equal profits. There's no hard metric to show that, because otherwise you would put, Sonic Fox would be advertising for Nike and all this other stuff. He'd be advertising for werewolf movies, like the guy in the werewolf costume is Sonic Fox, whatever it is, right? But no, it doesn't equate to. I mean, who better, Mike? Who better? Who better?
No, it's
I
not
mean,
wrong.
overall, there's no metric that shows that. You know what? There is a lot of data of. Anytime you do anything in the fighting games, it's a loss. Invest in a player, it's a loss. Invest in the game as a pro league, it's a loss. Keep in mind how pro leagues go. What pro leagues get involved in the game. So the way games make money and the way pro leagues. So look at this: for a publisher or a studio to put money into a pro league, well, they already made a good amount of money because the game sold. So they're just reinvesting some of the profit. But if you're like a pro league, you want to put something on television, well, you didn't get any money from selling the game. Your money is going to come from, I'm going to put this game on TV and I'm going to get money the way everything does, from advertising, from whatever. Only it's a loss. Nobody's watching. Nobody gives a fuck. You put it on TV, it turns into a loss, So obviously it's easier for the studio to put money into things because they're just reinvesting some of the profit. You as a sponsor who are holding an event, putting it on television, if the ad dollars aren't there, the watch time isn't there, you're operating at a loss. And next time it comes around, you're going to say, I'll pass, brother. Why aren't fighting games nationally televised? Loss.
So a theory that me and several of my partners have in this is that something that makes it harder for the fighting community as well is the actual structure of the game. For example, Call of Duty, you have only specific maps, you have only specific, let's say, equipment that you can use, etc. But depending on how the game is made for the fighting game community, it really showcases a lot of the time that the quote unquote most skilled player still somehow can be outplayed, whether game mechanic wise, character matchup. Um, do you see it? Because as we see it, that makes it harder to say, okay, this person for sure can get top 8, which means X amount of screen time guaranteed, etc. Because again, those are the metrics we have to look at. Do you see that as a problem that will keep being an issue for the FGC?
Yes, because here's why. Nobody cares. If not enough eyeballs can go on it to put it on a nationally televised program, certainly not enough eyeballs are going to go on it at a venue somewhere without national TV exposure. So having eyeballs on somebody on a stream with a few 100,000 people watching, what is that to an advertiser? No, it's not. And when you bring up Call of Duty is in a different realm. Let me ask you a question. For shooting games, it's not easy, but you can transition between one shooting game and the next. There's some form of legacy in some way. The mechanics are different, but there's also some legacy there. And if you watch one shooting game, you are more than likely to understand shooting games and you can watch them all. Fighting games not only have the smallest population, they're the most diverse. Street Fighter is so different from Mortal Kombat, and Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter is so different from Tekken that you're taking the smallest audience and then dividing it up into multiple parts. So the FGC is not capitalizing on the whole FGC audience the way an FPS is capitalizing on the whole FPS audience. Even like ARPGs, if you play WoW, you probably know Diablo, you know WoW and Diablo, you probably know PoE, you know watch all three, you might dabble at all three. If you do it for Street Fighter, it doesn't mean you go to MK. You do it for Street Fighter and MK, it doesn't mean you go to Tekken. FGC has way too many issues. Look, the FGC is the first ever tournament game, fighting games, real tournament game. And yet, if tomorrow another studio makes a competitive game, not a tournament game, in a year it'll be 10 times bigger than a fighting game. We see games rise up quickly to be big tournament games. The FGC was here first, and they still can't do it. If it didn't happen since the fighting games were around, you're looking 20, 30 years. When is it going to happen? It's
I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's
not.
possible for fighting games. I really don't think that they're ever going to get to the size or even close to Call of Duty. A, it doesn't have the team aspect, and B, if you design them the way you do them now, I don't think retention is going to be high because you've alienated the people that were there before and you've kind of killed the essence of the game. But then if you make them really hard, casuals don't want to play them. So it's a bit like, what can you do with fighting games?
Retention. That's a good thing you said, Mike. We hear oftentimes that in the age of information, that fighting games get a little more boring sooner rather than later, right? Because, people get the information sooner. And, what happens is, what is the formula that's working for a lot of games? A lot of games work in like seasonal patches, right? Every several months, they'll shake up things, right? They'll try to patch the game, change some things, etc. Well, this is very expensive. When you're selling 100 million copies of the game, you have more money than if you're selling 15 million copies of the game. If you're selling 15 million copies of the game, you don't have the budget to constantly shake up the game every 3, 4, 5, 6 months. You don't have the budget to add new moves here or there, whatever. So fighting games monetarily are just not set up for the formula that is working for every other game as far as getting rid of some of the retention rate.
I can agree with that. I guess my last point is pretty much asking if you think that the FGC has to sooner than later make a choice between if there will continue being in-person events or they'll die off, or the game studios will end up basically doing online versions where maybe once a year they'll still do the world tours, but everything will be online versus offline. Do you see that path right now happening like many
That's
are?
a massive loss, because if you become a faceless avatar, people can't invest in you. And if they can't invest in the players, and then you have less fans, and people are less invested in something. You know what I mean? People still, at the end of the day, have to be invested enough to want to watch. And if they don't care if you win or lose because you're just a faceless avatar, you lose a lot of the investment. You lose a lot of that crowd. Fighting games have to expand more outside of their community than they actually do. And they're just not able to grab those people.
That makes sense. Something that we try to teach our players that are on a competitive side is, hey, try to release some tutorial videos, try to experiment with streaming if you never have. Just trying to develop them to look at other avenues, because we're also seeing, as you know, a lot of content creators, some that honestly, they've already gotten 5, 10, 20 million YouTube views, but aren't able to even monetize yet. So we're seeing a lot of these alternatives come up. What would your advice be to a player that wants to be competitive, but also needs to understand these other aspects should be in the back of their head?
You need to treat fighting games like you treat any other hobby.
Mm.
If your boys ask you to go out one night and you don't have the money, what do you say? I don't have the money to go out, right? If you don't have the money to compete, I mean, I have people that hit me up in DMs for money, like, and it'll be something like major. It's only a few $100s, right? Sell your PS5. It's major. You got to do it. Oh, I don't want to do that. Why? Those extra sets in Combat League? If it's that important, what the fuck are you worried about Combat League? Sell your fucking PS5 and pay your shit.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, like, people prioritize gaming so high that they are willing to just have a downfall of things in life just so they can continue gaming in case one day they win that big tournament. But even if they do, nothing changes.
Nice. Well, thank you for your time, guys, and I'll catch you all later.
No
Yeah,
worries,
it's a great
DFF.
conversation.
Take care, bro.
And again, I do want to say, one of the most intelligent players, I do joke about f0xy a lot, but he is one of the most intelligent players I have ever had the privilege of competing against and talking to. One of the smartest people you will ever talk to. And yet we have had these debates where he has said, you know, when I'm like, hey, look, I'm in my mid 40s now. What am I supposed to be doing? Well, you could be winning money. You know, I'm winning this. I'm winning that. How much is your character worth? Things like that. And it's just ludicrous talk from someone that intelligent. You know,
is there any chance that have you spoken to f0xy about jumping on? I think it'd be good to.
No, I would love
his
to have
perspective.
f0xy come on here. Yeah, I would. But I mean, like, there's no real future in it.
I've got his number. I'll text him and see if he wants to jump on.
Yeah, text him to jump on. Yeah, we've had that debate before, where, like, you know, because it's been like, hey, you're in your 40s, and it's not just him. Many people have done this, but I think he's just trolling to get my rise out of my stream. But
Okay.
that logic, get him on there. But that logic, because I think some people don't realize it, and I've heard some people have conversations with other people, like, well, how much are you winning in tournaments? How much am I winning in tournaments? Right, things like that, and it creates the illusion, like, hey, these people are winning money. Hey, these people are winning money in streaming and YouTubing and whatever, and the money they're making really isn't life-changing money. It's not, but these gamers, they get this illusion of this kind of stuff. If you're going to be a pro gamer, also don't forget there's no union, there's no 401k, there's no insurance. No matter what you're winning, if you don't have your regular 9 to 5, and at a certain point, if you have to work your regular 9 to 5, as you start getting older, you're just not able to compete anymore. But too many people, want to, live the pro life, and they fall into that. Hey, I'm winning tournaments. And they don't know when to get out. Now they're 25, 28, 30, 35. And they've been going to tournaments. And now it's like, okay, well, now, what do I do? Let me start my life. You're 35 years old. That's a decision you should have done a long time ago.
All right, we've got Razor coming in next. But just before that, we've got Cars at the $5. Thank you, bro. MK community needs to put some respect on Tom's name. Real MKOG. And then we have Larry Wolfolk again. Thank you for the £10, bro. Don't forget the technical issues on the development side on fighting games. Uni 2 came out a mess and it killed any momentum that game would have had, which also operates at a loss. Yeah, unfortunately. Do you know what? I think arena fights do pretty well in that regard because they're anime games. People like Sparking Zero sold at what, 5 million copies now? It's probably gonna. I reckon that game will probably sit at like 10 million by the end of its lifespan. Who have we got? Oh, Foxy's in the chat. Foxy, do you wanna jump on? Do you wanna jump on, bro? Tom would like to talk to you.
Yeah, because I think he said it in a trolling manner, but there are people that think that way. Like you're going to win money on tournaments, or I know he's settled character debates by who's the better version, by whose characters won more money. There's just, it gives the illusion there's money in anything. It's just not. There's not.
Razor, can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Tom.
Hey, how you doing?
So I want to just start out by saying I do agree with Tom on a lot of the things he's saying, but I want to go into like why this is happening, right? So my first question is like, do you think it's more of a developer and the fighting game issue that this is happening, or is it the community issue where the community is not like taking, or the issue with like tournaments and competitive fighting games are kind of getting stale?
That's a great question. That is probably the most intelligent question that anyone could have asked. I'm sorry. Did you have more? Keep going.
No. You can answer it now. Thank you.
Take the NFL. The interest of the league and the interest of the players are similarly aligned. But in fighting games, the interest of a developer is to sell more games by any means necessary, even if that means making them more accessible. Well, pro players want games to be less accessible because they want their time to be rewarded. You're like, hey, if I'm competing for money, I want my money as guaranteed as possible. You shouldn't be able to compete against me, and there should be no mechanic that helps that. Well, the problem is the interest of the developer is opposite of the interest of the player. The player wants the fighting game to be as less accessible as possible and most skill-based, and the developer wants it to be as much accessible as possible to get more people into it. So the two interests are just not aligned. Fighting games had never really been a true profession that says, here's the line. There is no qualifiers. There's no nothing. You don't make the cut. You're not a pro. You're in the stands. You guys are the pros. It's not a real profession, but it's kind of treated. We use pro fighting game player. It's no such thing. But it's mainly a big problem is also the developer's interest is not aligned with the player's interest, period.
Sure, but isn't that also the case with other genres? Like if you look at like Call of Duty and Activision, right? They still also mostly focus on getting as much sales as possible instead of the competitive scene. Sure. So what would be the difference there then?
The difference is 100 million people buy that game and only 15 million buy a fighting game.
Right. So here's the issue I have with it is like I think it is mostly on the developers and the fighting games, and I think it's just the system. The whole system of fighting games is very outdated. If you look at other genres, if you look at other genres like Call of Duty, CS:GO, or whatever, they continue making money. They have a continuous revenue stream, whether it's through microtransactions and all these sorts, which they can put back into the competitive scene. A small amount of it, but a small amount of a huge thing is still a lot, right? But fighting games don't really have this. They focus on the main, like, initial sales, and then there's not much revenue coming in after that. Like, who's buying easy fatalities, right? And I think that's what hinders the amount of money people are getting from playing competitive fighting games. So what I'm trying to say is, what if fighting games made a system similar to the others, where it starts out as free, and then they can get revenue, whether it's through microtransaction or something like that? How do you think that would fare?
So let me just say to people what he's saying here. Take Mortal Kombat. Let's say MK1 is the highest selling of this current generation of fighters. It starts out selling 3 million copies, right? In 3 months. From month 3 for the next year and a half, the line would look like this. Not even gradual, just like that. A line straight down from 3 million, a million a month, to in the next, year plus, only a little over 1 million, maybe 2 million. That is such a drastic down graph. Fighting games start way up here and they just plummet down. The free route also, but what would you monetize in a fighting game? Characters? That's not going to work. What can you monetize? Fighting games are made for a much older era, whereas most games are redesigned for the modern era. I mean, what would you microtransaction in a fighting game?
You could do like character skins, right? You can add like legendary character skins where they have flashy stuff like the Vandals in Valorant or whatever. But the chat does make a good point. Like, there have been people who tried that, like Multiverse failed, even though they did try that.
They did.
But also like the systems in fighting games.
It didn't help that Multiverse was a pile of shit to play as well.
Yeah, but 2xKO is looking into doing that, and I think 2xKO will probably be a huge success. At least I hope so. I played it; it's very fun.
I know Unconquerable. I hope it is.
I hope it is. I don't think it will be though. I don't think it will.
We'll have to see.
I think it'll be okay. I don't think it's going to be a huge success.
Yeah, maybe. But also the system of fighting games is pretty outdated as well. Like, if we look at the ranked system in a lot of the fighting games compared to like League or Valorant, right? It actually means something to be like a Radiant in Valorant or Global Elite in CS:GO. But who's out here bragging about being Elder God in Mortal Kombat? And why is the ranked system being reset every season? Like, I've had so many casual friends try Mortal Kombat, and then they play ranked and run into like Rewind in like one of their first few matches, or F0xy Grandpa. So it's not like, even when you're trying to cater to casuals, it's not even working that well. It's not working as well as other games should. The system is just very flawed in general. So I think they need to like update a lot of the major systems in the game to make it appealing to players who are not trying to be competitive at first. Because even the community based, when a lot of people like trying to like talk, a lot of the pros go, well, who are you? How many tournaments have you done? When that doesn't really happen in another genre of games. Like, you can just give out your opinions without being scrutinized for not being a tournament player or not having any results.
We have people who've done nothing who shit talk a 3-time Evo champion and say, "What have you done?"
That is true.
I mean, what a joke!
What's happening to Perfect Legend is sad, man.
What a joke! What a joke! Yeah.
I do think we should point out though that since Perfect Legend had been on this podcast, he has received more support from people, and it seems like the conversation is turning slowly. I think people are realizing how ridiculous it is to attack him for all these years. Especially
you brought
the
up a
nature
tweet
of the
that
attacks.
one time. You brought up a tweet where the guy says, "Oh, what he does diminishes." There's no diminishing. You won it, and that's been the problem with Carl. They've made it so PL. I don't want to use it for them. They've made it so like when you compete, everything is your world titles on the line, and every loss diminishes it. That's what they do, and it doesn't, it's kind of what it's, again, like I said, the FGC model. They create their own narrative based on how they like. If you don't like PL, well, every loss diminishes. If he would have, after Evo, they were trying to make it. Like, I want you to again listen to what the MK community did. How fucking stupid gamers are. This man traveled to Evo. He lives in Ohio, right? So he takes a flight from Ohio to Vegas. There were some players on the East Coast who said, I'm not going to Evo. PL wins. Well, now you got to come to the East Coast and beat us to prove that you're better. Because I was just there. You want me to travel to your backyard to beat you? I was just at Evo, you know, and but he didn't do it because realizing like, hey, I just spent a ton of money. I'm not about to play by your rules. I have to go to your hometown to beat you. I just won Evo. You should come to me. And it's like every loss they used to say, now that makes what he did less relevant. They used a money match with FGC as a way to demean his accomplishments. Well, we know all these players would have beaten him back then. This guy would have beaten him. That guy would have beaten him. So even if you do everything right, if they just put a narrative on you, it destroys all your monetizing power.
Yeah, can we just highlight this? Not to call you out, Nick, but since you posted it. So I've been having conversations with people on Twitter following the podcast, and they've been saying to me, oh, you know, PL's made it difficult to like him. And I'll say to them, why? And then the conversation ends. And so I'm gonna, Nick, if you want to come on the podcast and explain, I'd like to actually understand, because I got that comment from a few people saying, "Oh, you're capping, Mike. He's made it hard to like him."
Let me tell you what made it hard.
Like, why?
I'll explain it. I know what hate him. I was there. So when PL was quote unquote dodging tournaments, right? Everybody was taking the piss out of him. When he got babied by Kerbo at MLG, everybody's taking the piss out of PL. And then after a whole year of running this man down, of how he's dodging and a paper champion, he wins again. So after he had to eat it for a year, he says, now you're going to eat it. Fuck you. I'm your god. Oh, fuck this guy, PL. They want to give shit to somebody, and then when he wins and shoves it back in his face, he's not likable. That's what happened.
That's why you don't like him, because he decided to not go to tournaments. How old are we? Like, come on, man.
Well, they gave him so much shit. So imagine you have to eat it for a whole year and then you win. Well, guess what? Now FGC, when people call him out and he wins, he makes sure you know about it. PL does no different. The difference is he doesn't, you know, when he goes to the desert, he wears his skin, not fur. You know, that's the only difference. He just has a different, and I don't mean to make fun of that, but I mean, FGC has a big audience, right? But making fun of PL for things like that, Sonic has his audience and they love him and they ingratiate with him, and that's great. But Sonic has the power right now, so he can say, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, and he's going to keep winning, and nobody can do shit about it, right? But when Sonic stops winning, I assure you, he's made enemies, and they will come for him. The same way that people try to say whatever with PL.
Just like, let's just read this here, because trash talking is normal in fighting games. We all trash talk, and sometimes you win and lose. This is why he's unlikable, because he trash talked. Is that not normal with fighting games? I mean, I was under the impression the FGC there was a lot of people in the FGC that grew up watching The Rock and Stone Cold. You don't like the man because he trash talks.
Because Mike Hollow did a video in which there was a call out early in Tekken between another player and Sonic Fox. And the guy said, I'll play for 100. Sonic's like, no, it has to be 3. It has to be 5. And you know what Mike said? Mike said, you know what this is? This is someone just waiting until they get good enough at the newest version of Tekken. And then he's going to stomp you and say, oh, I told you so, yada, 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 as opposed to settling it now. There was plenty of shit talk going on. Nobody alienated Sonic for it, right? But because he's the champ right now, he's one of the greatest of all time. All the accolades, you know, you can have, you know. I don't buy into all that shit. People talk about his preferences, you know, whatever. That's garbage. Who cares how somebody wants to live their life? It just doesn't do you any harm. So I think that bullshit is stupid. But he has ingratiated himself with a very vocal community, right? And that helps. And of course, he's winning, and nobody can stop him. So, but when that's done, a lot of people are going to have a lot to say, because you are making enemies when you're doing this. Just you're winning, so we all got to hold it. But when you are no longer winning and your power is gone, then people are going to say what they're going to say, and you're not going to win anything and shut anybody up anymore. So a lot of people do their shit talking. PL talking shit has nothing to do with anything. This match happened with Sonic Fox, not even because of talking shit. It happened because PL was just trying to talk a tier list discussion about 2 characters in a matchup that has nothing to do with Sonic. The person referenced Sonic, and PL said, well, of course he's winning with Katana now, but he wasn't doing it day one. Waited until he got 3 pages of buffs. And then Sonic took it personally, comes in as let's play for money. yada yada yada. So it was, of course, and there's always shit talk between players, but that's normal.
To humor your analogy, if the C-tier guy in the locker room at the time trash talked Stone Cold, who is going to fanboy for that guy? That shouldn't surprise anyone. Yeah, but PL wasn't C-tier. It was Sonic and PL. What? Maybe, I don't know, maybe this guy wasn't watching at
And
the
this
time.
was during MKX, right? This is right after MK9, where PL was like.
Let me remind you, in MKX PL, the Pro Series was ESL, not NRS. There was no. He was a 3-time Pro Series finalist. So what do you mean C tier? The guy's a 3-time Pro Series finalist. What? Okay, give me a player that's going to qualify for both the Pro Comp Tours finale. That's a C tier player.
PL's never been. I've never known him to be shit any game or be C tier. He's the only guy, like you said, that has won Evo in a 3D fighting game and a 2D fighting game, right?
He's still really good
so.
in MK1 as well, by the way. I've played him. He's a monster. He'll pretty much mop like 90% of the community still.
Razor, did you have any other questions you wanted to ask? Just because we got some other guys queued up.
Oh, sure, then it's fine. Thank you for having me, guys.
No worries.
Nice
Thank you
talking
for
to
your
you.
questions.
Thanks, Razor.
Yep.
I'll just read this super chat quickly. Cars with the $5. Thank you, bro. PL is hard to like, but Sonic isn't. Dude is probably the most pompous and obnoxious person in the FGC. You're not wrong there, mate. You're not wrong there. Well, PL's been sent the link, so he can join whenever he's ready. But we're going to bring C4 in now. I think C4 has some disagreements with you, Tom, so I think he wants to debate you on them.
Sure.
All right. C4, how you doing, bro?
Yo, I'm all good, man. Yo, what's good, chat? What's good, Tom?
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, not too much. I want to work backwards real quick because I think the whole PL thing, I haven't got a problem with PL. I think it's cool. I think what people aren't thinking about is the generation now. A lot of people dislike people that have an ego that doesn't back their performance. So when I'm with you about trash talk, that's fine. But when PL lost to Sonic Fox and then he didn't take it humbly, that's what people dislike about him. Like I said, I don't have a problem, but you can see this with a lot of people when they talk the talk and maybe they've got accolades to back it. Obviously, PL is one of those people. But when you lose, especially in that fashion, and you're still talking like you're the big dog, that's when people are going to dislike you.
Let me give you a name. I'm going to guess the name, and you tell me beloved or not. Muhammad Ali.
Yep.
Would you not say that even if he lost, he kept talking?
Yep, that's a sport. I don't think that's the. I think
it's called esports. I mean, it's called esports.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that boxing is the same as fighting games, right?
Why would it change, though? If it's just down to winning and losing and acting graciously in a loss, why would it be any different?
Because in things like sports, heels are way more acceptable than in fighting games.
Isn't that a problem with the crowd?
Yeah, yes, I agree. I'm not saying it's justified what happens to PL.
Who made PL a heel?
I don't know. I think it's a title that was given to.
Like I said, the FGC will decide what your narrative is, and that will directly affect your ability to monetize. So your results don't matter. They're going to write your narrative based on how they see you, and if they just don't like you, that's what you're going to be. They made him the heel.
I agree. I'm just saying that's why it's the ego over the performance.
You're just talking objectively, observing it, right?
Yeah. I'm saying because someone was talking about the reason they didn't like PO, and it's not a real reason. Like you said, trash talking. Lots of people do it. There's a lot of people that trash talking is the reason they like that person. But when PO did it, it's not a reason. So
but who doesn't? But who doesn't trash talk? Who doesn't trash talk?
Daigo.
PL. I mean, Sonic trash talks all the time. Let's not lie here, man.
Yeah, but you've established about Sonic Fox has got a very unique selling point why people support Sonic Fox, right? And Sonic Fox did the thing that kind of tarnished PL's accolades, which it shouldn't have. And having a set, whether it be first to 10 or 13 or whatever, over 3 Evo wins, they're not equivalent. One can't get rid of the other one. I agree with you. But Sonic Fox has a unique selling point with what they represent as a player. That's why I don't think that's a fair enough comparison. I said Daigo. I don't think Daigo does that sort of thing. I don't think he trash talks. He just plays the game. So Kido does it a little bit, Bonchan didn't do it. There's a lot of Street Fighter players that don't do that. That are at the top. Well, they were at the top of the game.
Let me
and they don't
ask you. Let me ask you a
They
question.
tend to
my
be
friend.
Japanese and Korean.
Let me
right?
let me ask you a question, my friend. Do we agree that there's more money in gaming through YouTube and Twitch than winning tournaments?
Long term, definitely, 100%.
Is YouTube and Twitch about skill on the game or more about entertainment?
Probably entertainment. Probably.
So you want people to sit there silently and play because they're good, and that's going to entertain people.
I don't want that. No.
Okay. So you get what you want in PL, and it's a problem.
Well, if I'm looking at it from the people on Twitter, the people that dislike him, they're going to look at PL and say, "Yeah, you've got the trash talk, but you can't play. You're not good enough to win."
He can't play. He's in a game that he was a 3-time Pro Series finalist in.
Yes.
He can't play.
Again, I'm talking from the perspective of other people. They don't care about the 3-time Evo things, right?
Okay.
I literally came in and said yes.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say whoever gets 17th in the last 2 Pro Series they can't play. You see how dumb I sound? And nobody would take me seriously. But they take it seriously because PL, the FGC made him low-hanging fruit. And anybody can say whatever they want. Same thing as me. Somebody tomorrow could literally say, "Man, I saw Tom, he hit this guy over the head with a stick and took his wallet," and everybody would believe it. And I'd have no recourse, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, when you're low-hanging fruit, anybody can speak any truth into existence, and it is guaranteed truth. You know, there was an incident in which somebody tried to say I stole their PS2. Oh, Tom, he's been stole my PS2. We have a mutual friend, Blackula. I don't know if the FGC guys knew who he is. He lives in Southern Virginia. And there's a guy, Undead, who said, Tom stole it. I left it in my book bag there. I called on my stream, Blackula on 3-way, and I said, "Hey, man, Undead said I stole his PSTP, his PS2, and book bag, all this stuff." And he goes, "No, it's still at my house." I was like, "Well, does he know it's there?" He goes, "Yeah, it's there." But he knows it's there. But yet this guy's on Twitter and they're like, "Oh, look at these incidents. Tom's just stealing from people." I mean, like, people, PL, they made him low-hanging fruit so they could say he did nothing, and he did nothing.
Yeah, I agree. They I don't know if they've accomplished it, but they're definitely trying to make PL into a locale. 100%. Like, I again, to me, I don't get it. I don't follow PL that much on Twitter. I don't know what he said to people to maybe rile them up. From my perspective, that's the only thing that it could be from an outsider looking in, a non-MK player per se, or DOA player. That's what.
Do you know what?
With PL.
Being in the FGC for so long and seeing how like silly people have become with someone just simply talking shit, like that guy was saying in here earlier, because PL will talk shit. Like most of us did growing up playing fighting games, even if we lost, you'd go to the arcade and get beat 10-0, and you'd start talking shit to the guy. It was normal. Like, it wasn't a reason to start ripping somebody for 10 years, but the pussification of the FGC is in like full effect. And now when you do these things, people see it as like, oh, you know, this is a bad person. We need to like take him down. It never used to be like that. I remember when Street Fighter 4 came out and people were getting beat 5-0, 10-0 at exhibitions. I was even in the arcade when it happened once, and afterwards we just laughed and we kept it moving. The guy was pissed. Obviously, he got beat 10-0 in front of everyone. Kept on shit talking each other. You know when you beat your friend 100-0, he gets that one win on you. He never stops talking shit to your face. Like, it was normal to do these things. And now you go on Twitter and it's like they've made that his whole character. And yeah, I call it the pussification of the FGC. That's what's happened.
I'll tell you what's rare. Justin Wong. In my opinion, Justin Wong and Ryan Hart are the 2 greatest of all time. And Justin Wong is just, you know, he talks trash, but people love him. And he's a great champion, you know, if not the greatest. And that's rare. When someone's entertaining like Justin and Ryan Hart, and they are as beloved as them, and they are as great as them. It's almost impossible. There's very few people, and the only 2 that I've seen be able to do that.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I can talk about the stuff I do disagree with, though, if you want.
Sure, go ahead.
So one of the things, I did jump in a little bit late, so there might have been a bit of an explanation beforehand. There was a point you brought up about the with sports and fighting games where there's more people on the field than spectating. and that seemed to be like a
That's
point.
just one of the million problems. It's one of a million problems.
So I don't see why that's the problem. I think that's a unique selling point, and most companies would look at that as a unique selling point. The same way you get people over here in soccer or football, yeah, you get people that don't get on the pitch, but they'll play five-a-side, right? So the spectators do play the sport. The unique part with the fighting game is that you can play the sport and win. Very unlikely, but the fact that there's an underdog story potential in fighting games where you can't get those in other esports because you have to be on a proper team to even get invited to the tournament, that is a unique selling point, and I don't see why you think that's a problem.
I don't necessarily think it's a problem. I think it's just one of the problems is that it's always that way. That everyone's a professional fighting game player. That's the problem.
Why would that be a problem? If everyone thinks, obviously they're not. There's going to be, if we use professional as in someone who wins, they get more top 8s than not, right? If we use that as a professional.
Because you have too many people who the FGC dream. Remember the topic of the show now. The FGC dream is not realized is over until they're in their mid-30s.
Are we talking about from the players' perspective or the sponsors and the organizers? Which side are we talking about here?
Me or Tom? Tom?
You. Yeah, you.
I mean, when I was listening to Tom, it was going backwards and forth, so I'll just follow.
Well, for me, from the player's perspective, from my problem is you have players who don't realize their FGC dream is over till they're 35 and they've chased it and they never achieved it. And now what are they doing? You know, working, their normal 9 to 5, Walmart, McDonald's, but nothing wrong with that. But they were doing to compete in fighting games at the highest level. Your job can only be but so demanding, right? You know what I mean? Because you're competing as you get older, especially with people 17, 18, they can live at home. Their life expenses are significantly lower than yours. So it's a problem because you don't realize your FGC dream is over until it's over. And then it's like, I'm 35. I, was, mid-level. I was climbing up the ranks. If somebody slapped him in the face day one and said, mate, it's not for you. Sit in the stands. I mean, that's a problem. And two, from a sponsor, it dilutes the field. Instead of only showing 2 hours of the best 17 people on earth, you're going to watch 10 hours of most of the worst people on earth and maybe, 7, 8, 9 minutes of the best players. It dilutes it. It dilutes it. I'm in the NFL. I know I'm going to watch Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl. If, the Super Bowl was, everybody gets to be on the field, then I go out and watch Mahomes for a little bit and then the 10 other people that want to try to take his spot. It's not, the FGC does not, top 8 day is the only thing, or maybe top 16 in some aspects, puts the best players on earth on display. How many fucking hours of bullshit do you have to sift through? And pools,
no,
how can
you don't have to sift through those. You don't have to sift through pools.
I know. And how can it be a profession? You can't even gamble on it because brackets aren't even seated properly. And you can't even, it's not even taken as a serious sport. It's not even taken as a serious sport. People argue about seeding all the time still in fighting games. It's not. Maybe the Pro Series tournaments are, but think how many tournaments have to get you. When you get into the NFL, a lot of times, whatever sport, you get into it because maybe maybe you played it a little bit or whatever from a young age, whatever. Very rarely do you turn 40 years old and decide, I think I'm going to get into football, but it's not even something that is done professionally. It's not even held professionally. Brackets and pools. Are we out? Is there a world in Mortal Kombat right now? Who are the top ranked players in the world by points? We don't know because there's no Pro Series yet. Other things, what's their record?
I mean, you could get
I have no idea, right?
Wikipedia.
Yeah.
You can go on Wikipedia,
Yeah,
and the problem with seeding, you can just do round robins. Like that's not it's not a dead end problem where you're like, I understand, I agree, seeding's trash. Like there is no higher body to be like, this is the seeding, everyone has to agree, or there's no real formula to do it. It's just who won the last tournament that I'm aware of, we'll see them there. I agree. You just do round robins. You do Swiss. You can do that. Invitationals with Swiss, that bypasses the problem of
too many people
diluting
on the, field,
the top level players.
Too many people on the field. The very top of the top are the
You don't have that with invitationals. Invitationals, you don't have that.
who's going to pay for those invitationals, and how are they going to get their money?
Red Bull literally are doing it now for Street Fighter.
Red Bull. So how many Street Fighter?
I know it's an outlier. You can say it's an outlier, but if you're saying as an absolute that it doesn't happen, and I say it does happen, you have to acknowledge that, no?
So what you would say is 99.9% of people are not going to profit, and maybe 0.0001% will, even with Red Bull. That's my point. So you're still making
with the numbers, probably, yeah. But there's, like you were saying earlier, the FGC is a smaller community.
But how many people are sold the FGC dream? I'm going to be in that Red Bull qualifier. I'm going to make that money. And they don't. And they realize it's too late. And they realize it's not profitable. It's not.
Yeah, I don't know about the people.
It's a hobby. It's got to be taken as a hobby. And if you can afford it, do it. If you can't afford it, don't do it. You know?
I mean, yeah, I disagree about PLC. So I think PL wanted to say something.
I mean, look, you don't have health insurance. Don't come to Tom Brady for the money. Sell your fucking PS5 and do it. Why is your PS5 and going on Combat League so important? I mean, like, come on, man.
I mean, it's not. But
or Street Fighter or Tekken. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There are people that misplace their priorities because they're still living that FGC dream.
It could be the circles are in, but I don't see that. I don't see people telling people to drop what they're doing, play games. You'll be the next ninja. I don't see that. But again, that could be just the circles that we run in. I don't see that dream sold to people that often, if ever.
I can say, you know, with the amount of people that interact with me now, I have had that told to me several times that, you know, what do I need to do to, like, what do I need to do on a fighting game to amass subscribers? You know, I want to do this full time. I've got messages from people with their Twitter profile saying full-time streamer or whatever, and I go to their stream and they've got like 10 followers or 10 subscribers or whatever, and they'll say to me, what do I need to do? And I'm like, I say to them, bro, go get a job first. And dude, it's happened quite often. I don't know the scale because obviously this is all concentrated to me, so I don't know how widespread it is, but I don't know if there's a dream being sold or if they're just looking at people like Arslan or people that made a lot of money.
Clear. When I say there's a dream being sold, I don't mean there's some guy out there, a salesman, selling the FGC dream to people. But we see it all too often where people buy into their PL. There are people who won money in CGS. We're not going to say their names. They won the finals in one of them, a friend of ours, right? Won $80,000. And within a year, it was all gone, you know. But he kept playing and kept traveling and whatever. The FGC dream, I'm going to always hit it big. I'm going to be in a professional. I'm going to be a pro league. I'm going to pro this. No, it's a lie.
You have to text me who it is because I can't think of who it is.
I'll text it to you right now. I'll text it to you.
Would you say that this is a gaming problem and it's just much worse in the FGC because it's right at the bottom in terms of earning potential? Because most people might look at Call of Duty streamers and Fortnite streamers and think the same thing. And the earning potential in those games are higher, but it's still not something I'd advise someone to do. But in the FGC, because we're right at the bottom, it's even more disastrous for somebody to try and pursue that.
To me, it's disastrous because, again, it is a dream that is sold. Whether someone is selling it or not, it's something that people aspire to. That dream is there. I can make some money doing this. And the problem is people's formula is, and you know this, Mike, go to tournaments, become recognizable. And after I'm winning some tournaments, use that to stream and YouTube and get viewers and make money, right? But it doesn't work that way because you winning tournaments, nobody gives a fuck about that. It's worth zero money to you. And that does not ensure that people are going to watch, even if you are winning tournaments. You know, but it seemed like that is the formula.
Stone, that is a stepping stone.
Nah, it's not a stepping stone.
It's a stepping stone for something like MetaFi. People are going to want to know your accolades. And to go back to what Mike said about when he talked about people asking him, it was about streaming, not fighting games. Where
man, you really just bring up MetaFi? Hold on. I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to make it a note that for MetaFi, even though they gave me like money to for my tournament that I did 13-0 games, and I did like classes for them, and of course I taught lessons and shit, but I got real busy doing other shit, and they was like, all right, we delisted you from the website because you haven't been getting enough coaching lessons. So I took all of my shit off the website. So right now I'm kind of like fuck MetaFi. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying the platform or the structure they've got, but I'm talking about anyone in chat or anyone here. If you're going to want to get taught by someone, you're going to want to know the accolades behind it, whether it be that they won a tournament or they can show that in other games it's about coaching, right? They will show you how they can compartmentalize concepts easily to other people. So accolades are what that give you the stepping stone to get a following. And winning the tournament in fighting games is one for some people. Obviously, when we were talking about PL, some people dismiss it and it's pretty shit, but it is an accolade that will help you step, whether it be into commentating, like I said, coaching, getting sponsored.
But then the
You need other things
narrative matters. If they just choose, fuck this guy, we're gonna reshape this narrative.
Also,
Why should
I want
anybody
to
watch
say
this
this
loser?
on this coaching
It's happened to
topic.
be, you know?
I was one of the first people to start like coaching lessons and all that shit, and the entire community breathed down my neck about it. Now everybody's doing that shit. Everybody's doing that shit. That's their MO. Everybody's a pro now. You never won anything.
And
you got top 8.
We know this.
There.
We all, Mike, let's not lie here. We know this. We all know of people, we're not going to say their name, who the FGC dream didn't work out for them. They tried to win tournaments. They maybe won some, no money in it though, even though they were winning some. Tried to stream YouTube. There's not enough income in there. So, and some of them coach just for a little extra money on the side, right? Coaching is turned into like, hey, I didn't make them. We all know this. So FGC may say, no one sells this. I don't care what they do it. We all know people that do that for money. They're barely getting by. And they just lasted too long in the FGC and they just don't have the money. So they have to keep dipping back into the FGC to try to get money through coaching or whatever it may be. And by the way, FGC Grandpa has been a person who has tried to debunk when I said, at 45, 46, hey, to live the way I want to live life, I can't do it. The FGC trying to live that life of constantly proving that you're top put me in a very bad spot. There's no way to monetize it, so I had to move on. And he's one that said, well, if you were winning, if you were doing this, you could win this, you can win money. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. That is selling the dream. Whether you were trolling me to my chat, there are people that don't know that. It's still in a way selling that dream. Oh yeah, look, win tournaments, win money. You at one time have argued with PL over whose Kung Lao has won more money. Who fucking cares? What money? It's shit. What are you talking about? Like, but it sells that illusion. When people hear that talk, they're like, oh, I could win some money. So-and-so.
It's like congratulations, you were able to win in Europe where you had nobody to beat you. And then we actually was raising money with the damn skin and stuff. So that's why you got that money based off the hype of MK9. Because the MK9, we saw what happened. Your ass fucking.
Well, no, this is not about. We're not doing a you versus Fox.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Come on, man. What are you doing? Well, what I'm saying is that. And people see that, like FGC, I think. And also, look at this. FGC is one of the most intelligent players to ever talk to. You cannot find a smarter player to sit down and talk to and learn from. However, look at the FGC. The MK community says, if you're not Sonic or Ninja, who the fuck are you? And they'll get thousands, and FGC will have 3, 5, 6, but he doesn't get 2, 3, 4 like Sonic would, right? Why? Right. And he's like number 3 in the streaming totem pole if they were all on. And what a drop, right? Because, there's no business. There's no reason to watch anyone but Sonic or Ninja. Even though he has a good audience and a great community that supports him, it's nowhere near what it should be. It's like, so even though you're great and you're smart and you're a personality and you're entertaining, it still might not work out for you that you're going to be able to have that type of living and live the good life. You do everything right. And you're still like, it's just, you're not really being able to monetize the content like, others. It just is what it is. There's
just before we move on,
being able to do this full time. It's not real.
Just before we move on, I'll just read out these super chats.
Yeah.
First time, I think for the $5, Evo 37 happened before social media existed. I think that plays a big factor in how people get treated amongst a world of faceless clout chasers. What do you guys think about that?
I think the moment would have been great.
That's
in
true.
This era, or that's a timeless moment. Like that shit is dope. Period. Like in this era, like it's just timeless. Like just the whole feat. And yeah, I know more people are doing a Daigo parry now because it's literally all they practice, and it's a challenge in the game. I mean, honestly, like Justin will never lose to any of these people in turn, but I'm pretty sure he's just doing it to see if they'll parry him. But like, no. If the aliens were about to destroy Earth and they said, well, let's see who the best third strike player is, and you can beat us, and Justin would not be throwing out fucking random supers to let them parry this shit.
Cars, thank you for the $5.
Yeah.
Daigo has been getting beat by New Blood in Street Fighter 6, but nobody diminishes accomplishments. This speaks to the toxicity of the MK scene specifically.
Yeah, but I think that's
don't
trying to
disagree.
throw
No,
back
it's
to
the
what I said.
FGC in general. It's the FGC.
Daigo doesn't
It's
trash talk.
FGC.
That's the big
It really
difference.
is the FGC.
Daigo doesn't trash
These guys in the chat are saying Daigo does trash talk.
Who's that?
They were saying earlier that
You got a
Daigo
clip? I'll
does.
take it back. If you got a clip, I'll take it back.
Yeah,
they were saying that he's free.
Daigo talks shit.
Hell yeah, Daigo's trash talk.
Everybody
before.
talks shit. It's just that y'all want to highlight and demonize people who talk shit. Like Sonic can call somebody a bitch and teabag him and all this other shit on stream, right? And sound like he hates them and be like, yeah, man, that's my goat. Me, if I say something, it's phobic, all that shit.
And then the last one is
Like
from
I
Nick
hate
F.
everybody or some shit. And it's like, damn, we can't talk shit, but everybody can talk shit to me. Throw me under the bus, flip me in the air, fucking DDT me on the way down, all that shit.
Nick F, thank you for the $5. Have any of you entertained the idea of a players' union? If the organizers and staff are getting too much of the pie and a group of top players refuse to attend events, is that a feasible avenue?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because the FGC is too poverty. And if all the top players says, I won't go, the event will say, okay, I'll replace you with players that will and still hold the event and I still get paid. Get fucked. And somebody else wins your money. That's why the FGC is too toxic. This was tried. Myself and PL tried this at the first ever championship gaming series where the contracts literally read, hey, if you have to give up your ability to get paid because we say so. So even if you do your job, when we filmed the whole season and made our money off it, we can choose at any moment to not pay you for no reason and you have no recourse. Now,
Also, let me say this before you continue on, because this is in the realm of DOA. During DOA, just like how Mortal Kombat, they want to say and take away my shit. I was literally the best player in the world the whole time we played DOA, and they still said somebody else was better. Articles put me at number 3.
Oh, I'm going to get to that clip, by the way. Highlight that comment by Antera or whatever. I want to come back to that comment about F0xy's thing because that's a big deal, and I'm going to weigh in on that in a second here. That's actually a great point. Keep that. Yeah, thank you. So first on the union. So the problem was you had all the players that were drafted. Now, even if they all said, now there would have been some leverage if all of them in unison said, we're not going to sign this. And you're going to have to put on your tournament with the taxi players. And good luck selling that to your sponsors. You know what they would have said? Okay, we'll just do that. Our money's already paid. But too many players were like, no, fuck that, I need the money. And they just signed anyway. But even if they held out, they had a list of taxi players they could have replaced you with, and they would have held the event anyway. The FGC is way too toxic. Too many people are broke and needing that, oh my God, this is my chance to make some money and get started. And they're going to take it. They can't unionize because people in the FGC are way too impoverished and poverty mindset. Being broke and being poor are two different things. Being broke is not having money. Being poor is a state of mind. They're poor. They don't see the big picture. They'll jump at the chance to an opportunity or some money being thrown their way. Because they're all chasing, not all, but a lot are chasing that FGC dream that they're going to hit it big or be that big content creator or be that next big winner or etc. It can't work.
How many people do you think like that? I think
a lot of people.
A rough number.
And I want to bring up the F0xy comment, by the way. So yeah,
just before you
FOXY's channel
on
is
that,
all
Tom,
about trolling noobs and average players into rage quitting. Yeah.
Just before you comment on that. Oh, sorry, you reading it out? Yeah, can you read it out and then so I can comment on it because this is a really dumb comment.
It says FOXY's channel is all about trolling noobs and average players into rage quitting or trash talking, and the most outrageous get clipped. If that's your thing, great. I want to say one thing about that. We all love when FOXY Grandpa does that. We all love it. Who doesn't love that?
Why do you think the views are so high?
Yeah, hold on. Replace that with PL and they would say he just can't cut it anymore. That's why he's beating up on scrubs. Do you see how one person is viewed versus another? If PL did the exact same thing, it wouldn't be entertaining. It'd be PL's washed. He can't do it anymore. Now he's beating up on scrubs. That's what I mean by the FGC, the perception. how they affect your ability to monetize.
But what I don't understand is that if F0xy's channel was not getting over with people, it wouldn't have so many views. He wouldn't upload sets all the time and they'd get thousands of
True.
views. People like watching it. What? It's that you when we were talking, your friend,
great.
what's his name? Dave MK, right?
Yeah.
He made a comment about, oh, I just want to see Mike doing like Mortal Kombat gameplay stuff and talking about how to get better on the game. And I was like, who the fuck wants to watch that? Nobody wants to see that shit. No, I don't want to go to F0xy's channel and just see him playing the game in silence or doing tutorials. I want to see the beef sets. I want to see Sikander on there. That's
Who
what people
does?
sign up for. I don't understand this.
That's what we
These
wanna
kind of
see.
comments. I'm always just like, come on, man. Look at the viewer count. Look at the dislike ratio. If people are asking for that, why are you asking? Why would you say, oh, if this is what you like, great. If you ran a YouTube channel and people were tuning in to watch that specific type of content and you're having a good time making it and they're having a good time watching it, are you going to pivot? For what reason?
But this is like a problem that touches on what Tom was saying earlier.
And if
about
people
there's
didn't
no
want to
beginning
watch
content.
it,
There's no.
why-
You just
why
said that
would
you don't
people
want
go
to
to
watch
Fox-
someone who's
why would-
teaching the game. That's why there's no beginning content.
Why would people go to Foxy and ask?
I think you're slightly delayed, Tom.
Yeah, I think. Was it me?
When I look
I didn't
at
know if it was me or
Foxy's
Tom.
stream, it's like. Oh, can you hear me now?
I think you're delayed by like 10 seconds. We can hear you, but you're very, very
Really?
delayed.
Yeah,
All right,
I'll
hold
go
on,
after
let
Tom
me
then.
just
I thought
go
I was
back. Maybe
delayed.
that'll fix it. Hold on.
Maybe he could disconnect and reconnect and might reestablish
that's
the
what I'm doing.
connection.
Yeah.
real quick,
Sorry,
though.
go on, C4.
Yeah, real quick. So what you were saying about you don't want to watch the content of someone teaching you how the game, and Tom was saying earlier about there's no beginner-friendly content to get people into fighting games. That's the disconnect with the community. I know Tom said like poverty. I'll say it's not marketable. I think a lot of the people in the FGC isn't marketable because you don't have the people doing the boring T-mode. This is how you anti-air, blah blah blah. You don't have that because it's not entertaining for the already established fighting game players, and there's no stream for new players to go to that person to learn about fighting games. So the content's not there. That's why the people don't come and learn it.
Look, the FGC. Look, here's what I know with the FGC: how dumb they are. Me, for example, I'm someone who's not to be taken seriously, who doesn't know anything. I was a top player in the world for almost 30 years, and now I make over $300,000 a year. Don't listen to that guy. Idiots. FGC. Idiots. Go on, win your tournaments. Go on in your tournaments. Hey, yeah. When you eat peanut butter and jelly.
What I don't understand about Antara's comment and his he made another comment up here about where is it gone now? It's like LeBron going on Playground trolling new basketball players. But it's not though. It's a fucking video game. And everyone's doing the same shit in the space. And F0xy's created a space where we can go and enjoy something different. Why would he just do the same shit everyone else is doing? I could go to a pro player's channel and watch them just destroy other pro players. And sit there inside. Ninja Killer, right? Ninja Killer uploads videos where he's just killing people. And people go and watch him for that. But FOxy's carved out a space for himself, and then you got people hating and saying dumb shit like this. It's nothing like LeBron going and trolling new basketball players. And besides,
I don't want to defend this guy, but to be fair, when I said don't compare sports to esports, Tom told me you can. So this guy's just done that, right?
But Tom,
I got told I can't. I said don't compare them, and you said compare them.
Hold on, but you hold on. But hold on. But there's another player, Brian Scalabrine, nicknamed himself the White Mamba, and he would just trash these college basketball players, right? And who were like Division I, half of them, and he beat three of them 3-on-1, and he told them, bro, I'm closer to LeBron James than you are to me. And people watch this stuff because it was entertaining. It was different, right?
Okay.
And what Foxy is doing is these players are like, no, I'm good. And Foxy is like, oh, are you? Block this then. All right, we'll play again then, eh? And people, it's funny. It's
content. Like most content isn't for everyone. I don't know what the issue is.
It's
like Foxy's content is for a very specific type of people.
Yeah, I
mean, I don't know why you can not like it, but you can't really say it's not good. Clearly, it is good because people enjoy it. More than 10 people enjoy it, so it's good. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I'm biased because I'm British, So I get the humor. I get the toilet humor that F0xy does. I don't even. Oh yeah, something else I was gonna tap into what Tom said earlier. It's only a small point, but I didn't buy MK1. I was gonna get it on PC, but I didn't end up getting it because they were talking about performance issues. But I probably watch more MK1, probably like top 3 games that I watch, because I like the aspect of footsies in it. I like that there is I like the block button because it eradicates proximity block, which is rife in every other fighting game. I think without proximity block, neutral is way more interesting. But I didn't buy the game, but I watch a lot of it. So you can be a fan of a game and not buy it. I know that was something you spoke about earlier with like sales. I don't think sales don't correlate to popularity necessarily. I know it's a good like metric to use, but you can be a fan of something and not partake in it or buy into it. But that was something said earlier, way earlier, that Tom mentioned.
Sifu, there's a couple other people that want to join, but did you have any other questions you wanted to ask Tom or Pio?
I didn't have a question. I just wanted to bring up a quick point. I can run it down real fast.
Yeah, go for it.
Something I did over here in the UK in terms of broadcasting to universities, and there was a company that wanted to use fighting games as a for betting purposes, so like a betting shop, right? And they were asking what is the benefits of fighting games over something like League of Legends or first-person shooters, and I had to come up with like a presentation where fighting games actually have a very unique selling point for university tournaments and betting shops. So commercially, they've got one shot. You don't have to go for 5 different angles on like Smite or something to understand what's going on. They're super easy to understand. Visually, anyone can understand a life bar. You don't need to know the back end stuff about frame data and whatnot. It's a health bar. I'm betting on this person. I just don't want their health bar to go down. The ease of use, the illusion of how easy fighting games are. Just press buttons, Eddie Gordo. We've seen like the memes that people outside of fighting games think about fighting games. The accessibility to the public is there with the FGC. But again, Tom said broke, poverty. I say unmarketable. There's a lot of people in the FGC that you would be embarrassed that your family knew that you interacted with them. I'll keep it real. That's where it is. So companies are not going to touch most of the people in the FGC because they're not marketable. I think that is the bigger problem than that.
Something else is a big problem. You go to the bar. Let's say an American football game is on. You're there with most people who have no business on the field. How do they know everything? Every player, their story, every play, where they went to college. How can they say, oh, that's going to be a run around, a left side sweep or whatever? How do they know that? They were educated. The FGC, your commentators, Sonic Fox is playing. The biggest Sonic Fox fan in the world can't even tell you how he wins.
I mean, I'm a commentator. I can do that. But
how does Sonic Fox win?
Show me the game. Show me the game. I'll tell you how he wins.
One of his greatest individual strengths. Go over them.
In Dragon Ball, it was a mounting offense in a way that people couldn't escape it. So in Dragon Ball, he was absolutely a demon with 50-50s. He was like the only person to make Goichi have to guess. Everyone else, Goichi blocked it. He forced Goichi how to guess. He found the formula of hitting a high at one frame and the low a frame after. So you could
the formula of fucking, hey man, I want to change sides. I just got my ass whooped the first set in the grand finals. Let's freeze out the fucking game.
One of the biggest
for 10 minutes.
One of the biggest.
I'm just a commentator.
Look, C4. One of the biggest misconceptions about Sonic Fox is that he's this overwhelming offensive.
I'm glad you said you're a commentator. Right? You don't know,
right? One of the biggest misconceptions.
Oh, I'm a commentator. I said a commentator needs a game to commentate. You can't just give me a hypothetical.
No, I got it. I got it. Well, one of the biggest misconceptions is he's just this overwhelming offensive player, right? He's just mixing people and overwhelming them. Sonic, one of his best strengths. I mean, and I don't think I've ever seen anybody do this. It's one of the most beautiful things to observe in a fighting game. Is Sonic Fox so many times makes you feel, or it makes it appear as if he is just smothering somebody based on how they're acting, right? I'm getting mixed. He's on top of me, whatever. But so many times he's actually being very patient. Sonic Fox has a way with just how he plays and moves. He makes the opponent feel as if they are in a scramble situation. So it's like, oh, Sonic, he's always in these, but really, just what he does makes you feel like it's a scramble, but the only one scrambling is you. And it's just it's just such a gift the way he does it. It's a beautiful thing to see. And it just goes so unrecognized. So many players in the FGC are like this, where, how come the biggest fan of a player, oh, he likes to jump here. How come you don't know that? You're his biggest fan. Or he likes to do this here. He likes to set this up here. How come you don't know that? You're the guy's biggest fan. Not even Sonic, somebody else, right? We have people that even commentate the game, and most of them don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. They're just like, oh my God, can you see that? Fake hype doesn't equal anything. If Troy Aikman or Tom Brady or someone or Joe Buck did that in the Super Bowl, for like a call when like action is going on, do you have anything of substance to say? Whatever, like it from everything from the commentary to how people are educated about the players, their backstory, who they really are, what their tendencies are, their strengths, etc. None of it is covered. Half of the people watching a tournament don't even know what the fucking rules are. I mean, like, let alone the players. I mean, like, no.
And in
so
most other sports, it's going to be even harder. There's more rules. There's more plays to follow in a team game than a single, like, a 1v1. So the problem that you're presenting is a problem with everything. It's not a solely FGC problem. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, look, I'm in the FGC, so obviously I'm only going to talk about whatever.
But I think in team games, you get more camaraderie in team games. Like, people are more willing to band together and sit there and learn. And, you can lean on people when you lose in a team game. Whereas in fighting games, I don't think people are willing to lock in because all the responsibility is on them. So, like, when I'm playing team games with my boys, we can tell, like, one of my boys, like, we'll just say to him, oh, it's your fault, brother. Like, we'll sit there and laugh and joke about it. But I've noticed that when we're playing fighting games, the atmosphere changes. It's a lot more competitive, and there's a lot more, it's all the responsibilities on you. So I think when it comes to, like, learning things, people are less willing to do it in fighting games because they haven't really got that team aspect there. That's another reason why I think team games do so well, because you've got people there to back you. You're on your own in fighting games.
Yeah, and I thought Tom was talking about spectating, but I agree with you as well. Like, it's a very dark path getting into fighting, getting good at fighting games. Not even like the best. Getting to an intermediate level is a dark path compared to other sports or esports, because you look around and it's like, oh, I'm the shit one. I've got no one to blame. When I lose, there is no one else but me to blame. Even in terms of your research execution, it's a you problem. You can't pass off to someone else. So I agree that there's a lot of non-fun aspects of learning a fighting game. I 100% agree. But I was talking about for spectators. For spectators, I think it's easier to learn or to get a grasp of a fighting game than League of Legends, Valorant, all the other esports. You can get your nan to watch and go health bars, yeah? The bar that goes down first is the loser.
And then she goes, I don't really care about this. I don't care about these players. I'm done.
Hey, I want to say this before C4 gets off. C4, what I think is Sonic's greatest attribute as a player is, you can either call it clutch, but I want to say is optimization. Like, as far as out of most of the players I played against, like, he's probably close to Sacco when it comes to, I need to land this shit, and if it's the most fucking longest combo, but the most optimized to kill you, and then into the setup, like, he's one of the best for that. Like, that to me is his greatest strength. Because when like, yeah, if he hits me, it's going to spread to the most that you can get in the situation. Like, almost to where it's like robotic. But to me, that's his greatest strength.
I think I see that more in their Skullgirls play. But the example I gave was Dragon Ball, because in Dragon Ball, they basically defined the way to beat Goichi. Because no one could beat Goichi before Sonic Fox showed a way to mix.
Let me say this. Maybe you didn't know but like, he had hella chances to play Goichi from final round in the tournament. That he played 3 sets with him in tournament, and they set up an exhibition for him. And then they flew him out to Esports Arena, and they played hella casuals. I know because Goichi told me. And they also played a long set there. And then at CEO, they also played casuals, and then they also played in tournaments. So you have all this experience playing against one person, getting comfortable against them, and seeing how they play the game. It's a lot easier to play them on that level, because that's just how it is with adaptation and conditioning and stuff. And of course, you got to also play the stuff that is a real mix-up, like Kid Buu was real with the damn the balls going around and then he do the perfect attack and
perfect attack.
Those are real mix-ups. Like he couldn't do, and also Android 16. People stop forgetting that the character had a command grab that went into an 8-way mix-up, and then they nerfed that, and then he also had the level 3 command grab super that went into the same thing and did all that damage, and he was just a really strong character. But it was just creating the real ambiguous situations to mix them up. But still, man, freezing Goichi out, it definitely plays a role too, where he made him switch sides. But because like the next year there was no freeze out, and who won? Goichi. But I can't say Sonic didn't beat him at other tournaments too without using that that strategy. I'm just saying that, like, I'm unbiased as far as history wise. I'm like, hey, this happened, but this happened too. Like, yeah, I can glaze and also talk shit, but I'm just saying, like, yeah.
Real quick. Something that I do think that FGC is lacking compared to other esports is there are no analysis, right? There's no people that give you either the history or, like what Tom was asking, why is this player so good? A commentator will go, this player
I can
so
tell
good
you
'cause
why
they've
that
won
is
this many
too. I
tournaments.
can tell you why that is too. I can tell, because
I mean,
FGC is fucking
go for it.
poverty, fucking bullshit. Let me tell you why. Because why am I going to hire somebody that I have to pay like a, Puckett told me something very important one day when I was commentating MLG, and I was like, why is this guy making this to commentate? And Puckett goes to me, he goes, hey man, is this you commentating right here? And I was like, yeah, that's me. He goes, how much does they pay you for that? And I was like, nothing. And he goes, so why should I pay you this money if you also do it for nothing? And that's when I realized the FGC gets you to devalue yourself, and then they set your value. And then if one day you say, hold on, I'm worth more than that, I'm XYZ, they say, you know what? We'll just find somebody else who, and you got a lot of people in the FGC, let's not pretend that there are clout chasers who have no fucking chance being known as a player that will take it as a commentator. And they will do it for peanuts. Well, I'll just pay that guy.
Yep, that happens. I won't say that doesn't happen.
Oh, that is the FGC.
Yeah, but there is a caveat to what you're saying.
And why are they in that? And why are they in that spot?
What, the peanut commentators?
Because they chased the dream, and they are so broke. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it for that. Absolutely. Which just devalues what that position even makes.
I mean, people can do stuff because it's fun too. I think that's really being thrown out of the window. I go, there's some commentator events I do for free because I like commentating, and there's some events like Evo where I go because I'm getting paid. Right?
I feel like you're the outlier though. Like I think especially in the UK, there's a lot of cliques that gatekeep commentary, and there's a lot of people that want to jump into commentary to basically get an avenue into getting paid in the FGC. Like that, you might do it for fun, but I know a lot of commentators that they're not even that necessarily. They don't care maybe as much as you do.
I will say half right. There's some commentators in the EU that do it for clout. I don't think they do it for money because they can see the checks that all the other commentators go, well, if I'm getting the peanuts jobs, I'm never going to make it. I'm never going to be above this person. It's not like fighting games where it's like, oh, if I win enough, then I'll be at that person's level. With commentating, you can't just get a new personality. You can't just be funnier, right? You're like, people are there and they are immortalized because of the personality of the commentator and what they bring. So I do agree. Some people,
there are great and funny commentators that have been kicked out. No, it's not true.
What have they done? Did they do something to get kicked out, or was it their time? What do you mean? That's so nebulous. I don't even. Where do I go from there?
Just not liked. Nope. Done.
But why? There might be a reason. If there's no reason, then yeah, that's shit. But there's probably a reason.
But again, also it teaches you to develop. What if you are that good and you say, I want this amount of money now? I'm trying to do this for a living. No, we'll just get someone else who's cheaper. You're fighting game.
No, if you're not good enough, I've done that. And that is it.
Dog, there are
doesn't
there are MK commentators. One analysis was, and ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, there are 2 corners on every stage. What the fuck kind of analysis am I
Well,
listening?
then that's what you're getting paid peanuts then. If that's your analysis, but
I mean,
obviously
what
there's some
the fuck am I listening to?
commentators
man?
bring different things. There's color commentators, there's breakdown, you got people like Jammers that knows every move in the names, or you have someone like Logan who's got the history. When you hire well, not me, but when people hire a commentator, they're looking for something specific, and not some people can't do that one thing. There's some commentators where I like to do code switching, so I will say something like option select.
But again,
explain
this is about doing
and
it
make
for a
someone say,
living, not about doing it for fun. This is about doing it for a living. You're going back to for fun. How many people do it because they want to do it for a living?
Well, this was about people thinking, selling the dream that they can do it for a living. And I'm saying most people don't do that. Most people don't get into commentating or playing to do it for a living.
Why do you think, okay, you're talking about like on the Evo stage, but there are a lot of times like not Evo like, that a lot of these other on the road to Evo where like people, commentators will do it for peanuts. And it's tough
because they know
really
they're not good enough to get to
worth.
Evo. So they're doing it for fun.
But they don't want to pay the commentators who know what they're worth, what they are actually worth.
Maybe they're not worth anything. That could be an option too. Some commentators are just bad and they're not worth anything. No?
I'm talking about the very best of the best. What commentator gets paid?
Yeah, the best of the best.
What commentator gets paid in the FGC what Golden Boy makes?
I don't know. I don't know anyone else's check.
None.
I don't know anyone's check. But I know what money was given at EWC, and that was a lot. A lot of money was at EWC. Those commentators.
Saudi money.
Few and far between.
That's very Saudi-ish money.
I want you to go to Evo and say, I want $10,000 to $15,000 to comment this weekend. What do they tell you?
You know what? This year I'll try. I did it. I've done it. Not at Evo though.
I hope you do, and I hope you get it. I'd be the first one to shake your hand and say,
EWC is finally. Great, but the only disadvantage is that it's once a year, really. I mean, like, yeah, they got qualifiers, but it's still like a once-a-year event. It's not like a year-round thing. I remember when I came into the scene, there was, Tom, I know you remember what it's called. I can't remember it, but it's like, it was on the SRK site with Evo. Remember, they used to have this regional leaderboard type thing for all the offline tournaments. I forgot what they called it, but it was like a yellow icon, maybe you remember. But basically what I'm saying is they had like a ranking system similar to kind of like how game battles will be set up in MLG. But what I'm saying is that there needs to be an ongoing something that is official instead of these one-off events a year engaged.
Dude, I am flabbergasted how the FGC just doesn't understand how life works. I literally pointed out, this is how business works. If you are willing to do this to free, why should I pay you $15,000, $20,000? That's how people really think in the real world. And you're like, well, it doesn't really matter because I do it. No. I don't really care about the money. It is.
I can tell you because I've been in the position.
I will tell you right now.
Tell me how my commentary work goes. Please tell me.
I'm not telling. Look, I did MLG commentary. Do you know why? If you have a Dunkin' Donuts coffee, you can't show it on stream?
Conflict.
Because other advertisers say, well, we're paying you to be advertised. Mm-hmm. They're not paying you anything. That's how life works. As a commentator, if you have commentated for free your entire life, and then everyone knows you're that dude, and you say, I want $50,000 to commentate that event, what fucking world is that going to happen?
I'll tell you when it happens. When you are unreplaceable as a commentator, that doesn't happen.
You are never unreplaceable in the FGC.
Okay. All right, cool. You're wrong. I can pull up examples. I can ask people to use them as an example because I've seen people say, go, oh, we need this commentator. That commentator goes, oh, I want this amount. They will, I can't find anyone who's like that commentator or who will bring in enough people. We have to go with them. There are some commentators that are replaceable, and what you say happens.
You are talking about the most broke, impoverished, lowest on the evolutionary natural selection scale community on Earth, and no one's replaceable? Are you high?
No, I'm in reality.
He's a high master.
I don't know what to tell you. This is how it works. I'm telling you, this is how it works. You can deny it and be loud and extravagant, but there are people, when you get specific kind of commentator, if you've got someone like Yipes, who are you going to have instead of Yipes? You tell me.
When I come back to the FG, when I'm still in the FGC 10
No,
years
tell
from
me,
now,
who is Diet Yipes?
if I see you not commentating an event in 10 years, I want you back on this podcast.
Okay.
I want you
Thanks
at
for the
every
answer.
event.
I've told you, I've given you someone who's unreplaceable.
Are you replaceable?
In certain games, no. They have to get me. Yeah.
So
100%.
10 years from now, I need to see you there.
What, in the FGC? And then what's the benefit for me for doing that?
What's the benefit for you? Well, then you're admitting they're not paying you what you're worth. Dude,
no, maybe in 2 years I stop playing fighting games and I become a rivals commentator. What do you mean?
Because they're not paying you what you're worth.
Maybe I don't want to commentate in 10 years. That could also be an option. What do you mean? Like, because I do it now doesn't mean I have to do it for the rest of my life.
Okay. Guess what? Tony Romo would say that too if they weren't paying him millions of dollars. Maybe I don't want to commentate next year. Well, look at his. I got you.
All right, so he's not doing it for fun. He's doing it for money. Okay, cool. I'm not commentating.
Yes, he's doing it for money.
Yes,
he's doing it for money.
Yeah, and
yes,
I'm doing
Tony
it for
Romo
fun.
is commentating for money. Yes,
and
Tony
there's a lot of
Romo
commentators like me who are doing it for fun, not for money. Like you said, I'm not doing it for a career. But you said the dream is everyone's doing it for a career. I'm saying no. Most people don't think like that.
Because you can't do it for a career because they don't pay you what you're worth. So you can't do it for a career. And you are replaceable because if you try to do it for a career and you demanded what you were worth, they wouldn't pay you. They would go with somebody else that's going to do it for peanuts, even though you're better.
They don't always do that.
That's my point.
But, okay.
Can I ask a question? Would you do it as a career if they were paying you career money?
I'll say yes, but it depends. If they said something like, "Oh, you can only commentate this game," probably not. That wouldn't be fun to me.
So would it be fair to say that you're doing it for fun because that is the only feasible route?
No, I think if I commentated out as well as fighting games, other games, I could do it.
As a
What do you
an
think
actual
your
career
commentary is actually worth?
Yeah.
The value.
Depends on
What
the
is
event.
the value of your commentary?
Depends on the event.
The biggest event in the world. How much you should get paid?
No, it depends on the event what they need from me as a commentator. I think your understanding of my commentating is just talking about the game. That's not how I look at commentary. Commentating for me is, well, if I go to something like Evo, I'll break down how I see commentating, and then
what?
Then
No. I'm
explain the
asking
answer.
you, brother. Believe me, real world here. What value do you bring to the event, and that is how your worth is determined.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, what value do you bring to a tournament?
What's the metric? What am I using? Money? What?
I'm
views? What do
asking
mean?
you, what value do you bring?
A lot. I don't know how to answer this question. Am I stupid?
Okay, what is that value worth?
To the to the event, to the TOs, the organizers, the players, the stream. I honestly think that the full process of commentating is too narrow. I'm trying to understand the question you're asking me. I think I'm worth a lot, like more than most commentators in the EU.
And where I work, I'm worth $3 to $5 million. So I get paid a percentage of what I'm worth. What are you worth to a fighting game tournament, and what should you get paid based on what you're worth? That's how life works, brother. I mean,
okay, the question's broken because the worth that I bring to something like a local is different to Evo. That's why the question is broken. I can't answer that. Like it doesn't make sense to answer that with an overall number.
What worth do you bring to Evo?
Representation of EU, understanding the EU plays when they get there. I bring the code switching, which I think I do pretty well, better than most people, in terms of making it so newer viewers can understand and catch up to what existing players already know about a fighting game.
Do we agree Evo's a business? Do we agree Evo's a business?
Yeah. I'll say Evo's a business. Yeah.
And what did you just say? What does that equate to, dollars and cents for Evo?
I have no idea. I have no idea how you would quantify what I just said into money. No idea.
So you actually have no idea what you're even worth, because you can't even. If I asked Evo how much money you bring to them, you know what they would say? We'll find someone else to bring it.
Okay, but that doesn't mean I don't know how much I'm worth, because I can't put into a money percentage. That doesn't mean you don't have you don't know your value. because
Can
you can't put.
let me ask a question then. Do you think that I'm not like singling you out, it's just because you're a commentator and you're here, but
Yeah, yeah.
if you were to go to Evo,
Mhm.
so if you were to not be there, would there be less people going there, and do you think their experience would be diminished? Is there anyone else that could do your job as effectively and put asses in seats?
If you're talking about offline, I don't think I'll make a difference. I'm talking about the stream. I think I bring stream viewers, not. My commentator. Sorry,
How many
I
stream
think
viewers do
Tom
you
thought
bring?
I was such a godlike commentator. I'm going to get people to fly from EU to go to Vegas to listen to me commentate when they can do it on Twitch. No, I don't think I'm going to fill seats with my commentary. No, I fill viewers with my commentary.
For online, yeah?
Yes, for the stream. Yeah.
Would you say that that worth is more prevalent within the EU than it would be worldwide?
Sorry, what was that? Do I think it would be?
So does your value, are you valued quite highly within the EU versus if you were to just go international?
I'd say I'm more valued in the EU just because something that I do agree with Tom is that when it comes to certain organizers in America, they will go, we don't need representation from EU. We'll just get the closest commentators to us. Some tournament organizers are like that. I'm just saying not all of them are like that. But yeah, they'll take the easy. They'll go, oh, someone's down the road. We'll get them instead of paying for a plane ticket to get these people over, regardless of if they're better from the EU.
Let's say you lay out to Evo and say, I bring this many people to stream. That is worth $50,000 monetarily. I want to be paid whatever. Let's say you say, you know what? That's worth $110,000 to you. And I want a percentage of that. I want X percent. That equates to, let's say, $25,000 for the weekend. Do you think they would more likely to pay you? Or are they likely to say, you know, we can find someone that can still do it just as good or almost just as good? And we can pay
in terms of viewer numbers,
if you say I want 25,000 and I bring in this much, they could say, well, if I pay somebody only 2,000 and they bring in a fraction of what you bring in, because I'm only paying them 2,000, I still made a profit as opposed to paying you 25. That's what you bring in, correct?
Yeah.
And
Sorry, just before you guys answer, guys, I'm not ignoring your super chats. I'm just letting the conversation flow. I'll come back to you. Sorry, guys. Go on.
You go. I agree with Tom because he's talking about viewers. That is, I can agree with that. But
let's say you equate to, I bring in $200,000 of views, and I want 20% of that for my commission. What I bring in, I'm bringing you. Me being here is going to equate to $200,000 in people that are going to be watching and whatever. And you say I want 20 grand, but don't you think Evo could say, I can find someone that I can pay $2,000 to bring in $100,000 of money. So if this way they make more money, right? They made $98,000. They make so someone says, hey, someone brings in $150,000. I'm paying him $1,000 to $2,000. This guy brings in $180,000, $190,000. It's just easier for them. They can find people to do something similar to you. You know, I'll bring in 2,000 viewers. Okay, I'll find somebody else that can bring in, 190,000 viewers. You bring in 200,000 viewers. Okay, but I'm paying him 2,000. I'm paying you. Again, if they're paying you $20,000 based on 200 grand, and there's someone else that can bring in almost the exact same amount, maybe not 200. You know what I mean? They're still making more money.
I've told this to, I guess, up and coming commentators. I was like, the first hurdle is followers because
I know. I got a title flex. I got it. I was redoing the math. I'm just talking spitballing here.
With a follow count, that is probably the most important thing when you're coming up into commentator because of what Tom's saying. When tournaments value you off of how much eyes you bring to the stream, that's when your Twitter followers matter. I 100% agree with that. But there's other tournaments where they care about the region you represent. I've seen people that have got into a spot for commentary because everyone said, oh, you've not got a person from the region of a player in your tournament. So they had to do it. That happens as well.
Reiterate for the stream so that I get my numbers right. Let's say that this guy says, I'm going to bring in $200,000 worth of business. I want 20% of that. You don't think Evo would think, well, we could just bring in somebody else and he's not as good, but good enough to bring in $190,000 worth of business. and I can pay him $1,500 to $2,000. So why would I pay you 20% when I can pay this guy a fraction of that and still make a profit and have almost the same whatever? You know, that's kind of the issue here. And again, I'm talking about a real life conversation that a businessman who makes decisions had with me. And he said, why are you worth $10, $15, $20, $30,000 when you literally do it for free? So why are you worth that to me? You brought in if you're telling me you're worth X amount of viewers and X amount of money, you brought those same viewers and those same people to this event for free. And now you are telling me I have to pay you to do that. I'm willing to pay you a little bit, but not this, because you do that everywhere you go for a fraction of what you want me to pay you. And you have to see the logic in that.
I don't know if you talking to chat or me for that one.
To you.
I acknowledge that, and then I showed you an example where that doesn't happen.
So we can agree the FGC gets you to. Can we agree the FGC has a habit of making you lower your own value just because you're doing it for fun or whatever it may be, and then it makes it difficult. You set your rate higher. Because again, you bring those players no matter where you go, right? If people know you're going to be somewhere and you get the word out, people are going to watch, right? They're going to watch. And surely you do it for events sometimes just for fun. You don't even care if you get paid, right? Because you're doing it. Sometimes you'll do it for fun, or maybe even you'll get paid. Well, if you're always going to bring some portion of people wherever you go, why should they pay you for it? Where sometimes you do it just for fun.
So yes, there's going to be people that run tournaments that are obviously going to try and get the most bang for their buck. They're going to want to pay the least amount of money for the biggest return on the conversations they get. 100%. I agree with that. That obviously happens. I'm saying there's certain events that they can't do that, where things like representation, the audience that you're talking to, the history, the backstory of the person who is commentating, someone like Rip, who when he's not at a Tekken event, people are like, what the fuck's going on here? Spaghetti Rip, where he's such a figurehead for a region of Tekken, it feels weird when he's not commentating for a big event. That isn't viewer numbers, that's historical. That's legacy. They're the things that I'm talking about that you can't metric them with a number value. But for the most part, I agree with you. There is a case of a tournament organizer will go, how many people are going to watch if you're on the camera versus that person? And then you have to weigh up, well, is the money worth that many more viewers? Yes, that does happen.
If you went to Evo and said, I want $50,000 and I bring in this many people, you don't think they would feel, well, we're going to bring in almost that many anyway. Maybe not the full amount, but almost that many. And we don't have to pay someone $50,000.
Yeah. Yeah, Evo, 100%. 100%. Evo don't need me.
So then you are
replaceable. You don't need most of the commentators.
So then you are replaceable at Evo.
Yes, at Evo, yes.
So you're replaceable if you are replaceable at the biggest tournament in the world, then you are replaceable.
I mean, well, I don't. Yeah, sure. That's just water is wet. I've just told you in EU events, I am not replaceable. Evo, I am. But if you're going to pedestal Evo, that's the only thing that matters, then yeah. But I wouldn't do that.
That's like me saying at my local battle and brew, I'm not replaceable. But at Evo, I am. Then I'm replaceable.
That's not saying if you don't get to do commentary at Evo, you're not a commentator. That doesn't make any sense. You don't get top player at Evo, you're not a top player. That doesn't make any sense. The pedestal that you put Evo on, so if you don't get that credibility that Evo would respect you haggling your price, but you can't do it Evo, then it doesn't matter if you can do it anywhere else.
You are not being paid what you are worth, correct or not?
All right, guys, get your final statements in.
Yeah, you're not being paid what you're worth.
Big ass queue of people here.
At most events, I think I do. There's some events where I do it for nothing because either I know the TO or I know they don't have money, and I do it because I enjoy it.
But I'm asking you, $, what is what you bring to a tournament worth in money? So what should you be paid? What is your worth? I'm asking you your value. How much money do you value yourself at as a commentator? If the FGC was like normal and it could be done.
If it was normal, I'd hope there'd be a unionized way where you got something like.
What's the number? Your skill, your
Dude.
expertise, and what that brings to the game and the community. What is that worth? As a
Well, I'm
commentator,
going to upsell myself. I'll say 500. An hour.
$500.
Yeah, $500 an hour.
Oh, an hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or did you think I meant in total?
Yeah, man. I was about to.
Oh,
I was
right.
gonna
No,
say.
no.
I was gonna say, man, this guy's intelligent, and this is what he says. We're fucked if this guy says.
No,
Okay.
500 an hour. If I'm thinking about FGC on esports level of other games, and I think 500 is like low, but as a stepping block, 500 I think is fair because there's a lot of things that fighting game commentators aren't good at that other esports have down patted. So we need to learn that. So yeah, I would say 500 as the starting.
And I, from my heart, I'm not saying you're not worth that, and I hope that you are the first one to break that because it would open the floodgates for commentators as qualified as you to be able to make what they're worth.
I'll try. Yeah. Yeah.
C4, have you ever been paid 500 an hour? I don't know if that's too much sensitive information.
Technically yes, but it wasn't a 500 an hour contract. It was do these games and the game only lasted an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the do this top 8 and the top 8
so
lasted an hour. So yeah.
If it spilled over into like an hour and a half, 2 hours, are they compensated you?
They don't normally. I mean, some people might, kick up a fuss and say like, "Yo, pay me the 250 for the half hour." I'm normally not like that. Normally, I'm not like that. It depends. To me, if it's an entity, then I would. So if it's like a no-face TO, right? Then I'll be like, I know you got money. Fork it over, right? Put the cash in the bag. But if it's someone I know, like personally, or I've seen their face and I know that they're, putting their hands in their pockets to pay for the event, I'm like, don't worry about it. I'll talk for an extra 30 minutes. I love yapping. So it's cool for me.
500 an hour is probably more than most people make in their tournaments. So maybe commentating is where fighting game players should go.
I've been telling people this. I stopped playing Guilty Gear after there was a versus fighting where I brought the stream equipment and commentated it. I won that tournament and I got more for commentating and bringing the stream equipment than winning the tournament. I was like, I'm done. Yeah, I was done.
That is shambolic. I haven't said that word in ages. That is shambolic.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I appreciate you jumping on though, bro. Thank you. It was a good chat.
Cheers. Thanks for
also,
that.
just to be clear, like I've heard your commentary. You are a very sick commentator. So like, I wasn't calling you out.
I've heard it as well.
You're a very, very good commentator. So I didn't want you to feel like I was calling you out. It's just because you were sitting here and you're a commentator. So I thought I might as well ask.
No. That's cool. That's cool. Now you're making me blush because of the glazing. But thank you. Appreciate it for letting me on. Good to talk to you, Tom Brady. Good to talk to you, PO, as well. Thanks, man.
Take care, bro. All right, let me just read these super chats, guys, because I've been ignoring these guys, and I'll get the next caller in. Khan's with $5. Thank you. PO at McDonald's. Can I have a McChicken? Employee 30 and up, bro. Let it go.
They actually send me stuff a lot.
What's that?
They sent me, like, when Beyonce released her dance album, they sent me something from her, and it was like $100 gift card, and it was like a disco ball and all this other stuff. I got the Sichuan. I'm not saying this wrong, but the Sichuan sauce is how you pronounce it. I don't know, but that came out. They sent me like packages of it and packages of like sweet and sour sauce because I like their sweet and sour sauce. And they sent me like a blanket and like hoodies and stuff. I don't know. It's random.
I'm just telling you how commentators work in the FGC, guys. There will always be somebody who will just do it for clout or peanuts. And that's going to undercut you being able to do it for what you think you're worth. There's no fighting game commentary is making anywhere near the money of like League or something like that. Not even. I mean, it's not. It's not. It's just.
Cast, thank you for the $10. MK scene is full of Sonic glazers. When he got his head split in what? Oh, okay, I was about to say what? In non-NRS games, they glaze right over it. He got run off of Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8 after talking a big game. They don't take away what he's done.
That's true.
Yo, you got anything to say to that? No.
No, you said Tom or me?
No, you.
Oh, my bad. I thought you was talking to Tom. I'm sorry. Can you reread? My bad. Yeah.
They're basically saying that Sonic
they
gets destroyed in other
they don't
games.
say anything about that. That shit don't exist.
They don't take anything away from him. Nope.
Larry with the £5. Thank you, bro. There are tools for players to improve both boring and entertainment, but you can't teach a GAF factor in most of the FGC. What's GAF?
I think he means give a fuck.
Oh, okay. Sorry, guys.
That's all I think of. I don't know.
Lingo's not up. John Diaz, thank you for the $10. I played League prior to fighting games, and the fighters were harder to understand, in my opinion. They have their own language, Oki, Meaty, Reset, and no commentator explains what those are during competition.
Yeah, it seems like every fighting game tournament, a commentator is like going through tutorials, like, here's how you breathe, and it's always instead of just like constant talking about not what's going on in a analytical sense or using exact terms and stuff. Like, yeah, he's getting his ass beat or something. It's not like it'll be like that too, like the color commentary, but I always feel like the one commentator always got to come in. Well, actually, you see, this works like, you know. So yeah, I see. Yeah, I get that.
This guy says the lower fee commentators take it to make it worse for the 99%. He does. He's right.
Say that again.
There's a guy that said that I'm right that the lower commentators make it worse for the 99% of the commentators above them. That they take, C4. Yes, what I mean. He's right. He's right. C4 is right.
Okay.
The lower fee. That's my point. That's my point.
Cast, thank you for the $5. How many followers does he have across all platforms? That's a huge factor in determining value today. Yeah, I think they spoke about that earlier, right? I don't know how many followers C4 has, but I think he's quite well known.
C4 is well known.
Nick F, thank you for the $5. Raise your hand if you've ever heard anyone say, "I'm only watching if blank is commentating." Do you know what? I was going to make that point earlier. The only place that I've ever seen people make a fuss when a commentator has left, maybe this is just because I watch it a lot, is when JR left the WWE. I remember people were going apeshit over that. I think, like, other than him, I've never seen people kick up a fuss over a commentator before like that. He's one of those ones.
People didn't take to Michael Cole right away, and then they did that gimmick where, remember WrestleMania, where JR had his own table and Michael Cole had his.
Yeah. That was pretty good.
Yeah,
he had a box around him.
Yeah.
I just wanted to highlight this comment from Antara. I had it saved on here. This is one thing that people don't seem to understand. The fighting game community is not all that different from the WWE. The WWE are really, really good at telling stories and selling you on their entertainment. It's not just about the wrestling. If it was just about the wrestling, AEW would be doing as well as them. But as we've seen, AEW is getting crushed by WWE because they can't tell good stories.
Yeah, if it was about the wrestling, it would be about Dave Meltzer saying what's a 5-star match. That's
exactly. Like it would be. There's loads of indie promotions that put on great matches. We've got Progress Wrestling here in Camden, which is like about an hour from me. They have great matches in there. Aleister Black wrestled there. You could go there and watch great matches there, but WWE is great at telling stories, and that's why people tune in. So F0xy tells a story on his channel. There's like a cinematic universe on F0xy's channel now. I don't want to just go and watch somebody pushing buttons. I can do that myself. I want to go to somebody's channel and be told a story. Mm-hmm. And it helps that F0xy's good at the game, and the people that he's playing with, like Sikando, are also good at the game, and they're good trash talkers. That's why his channel has gotten to where it is. So as a matter of fact, Antara, why don't you put it to the test? Why don't you not trash talk and just play the game and see how you do? You let us know how you get on.
Absolutely right. 1 second, I'm going to grab a drink real quick.
I'm going to bring in the next caller while Tom's getting a drink. What's the mo? Can you hear us, bro? No?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
All right, good. How you guys doing today?
What's up?
Yeah, not too bad, man. How are you?
I'm doing all right. My main topics that I wanted to talk about are mainly pertaining towards viewership. And Tara kind of had, what was it like a comments a couple of hours ago when he was talking about how F0xy grandpa, like he was using him as a way to essentially have his cake and eat it too in terms of content creation, because he's like, why have the trash talking if and not just have the gameplay? And because he says that as a way of beating down on new players, right? You can say the same thing for professional players on their YouTubes when they say road to master. They're beating the shit out of people who play the game, and they're not pro players either. Like that makes like you can make that same point. So that point of FGC Grandpa is beating down on new players or whatnot. It doesn't hold up. But that was just like a small tangent. My main point was talking about viewership, like either through tournaments or through content creation, because you guys have said before that the content creation scene for the fighting game community is trash. It's filled with the same garbage. It's either filled with drama. It's rarely filled with stuff that people really like, which is like beef sets. That's very few and far between, because essentially, like Mike said, that they're pussified. Essentially, whenever there's a beef set, people complain that we're going too far, when there's just passion and they might leave it in the game and therefore and leave it like that. But for the most part, for content creation wise, most people just do either road after like a very fast and lazily put together tips and tricks for a character, or essentially just talking about drama in the community, or like the whole thing for the fighting game community. They talk about this game is dying, and then they have an update and like we're so back because we have X update, and then like
I can give you an example of this, bro. Like PL can talk about this as well, because I know he probably saw it. When Sparking Zero was coming out, there were a couple of content creators that were being given early access to the game, and the smaller creators were complaining, saying they're eating up all the views. By the time the game comes out, there's not going to be anything for us to do. And I was like, if that is how you view your content creation journey with the game, you don't even bother, because people are not going to come to you to watch you playing the game when they can go and watch F0xy, or they can go and watch Doya. Like, those guys are personalities, right? You want to watch them. So even if Doya didn't get early access, I was still going to go and watch him because I enjoy his personality. I enjoy F0xy. But a lot of these people are like, they just want to push the buttons. But that's what everybody's doing. Like, you have to put yourself out there. I'm not interested in... I can do that myself. I can play Sparking Zero myself. I don't want to watch somebody playing Sparking Zero. I want to watch and see how they interact with their fan bases, what stories they're telling. Otherwise, what's the point? Like, what are we doing? So I don't really understand these talking points. It's boring to just sit there and watch somebody. Nobody wants to watch me play Mortal Kombat. But maybe people want to watch me play with the community playing Mortal Kombat. Interact with people, get a bit like angry whenever I'm playing the game, rather than sitting in silence just doing combos.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
I'm glad you brought up the thing of personalities, because Tom Brady was talking about this with commentating. Essentially, from what I got from that conversation, Tom, you were saying that most commentators are replaceable because they don't know their value, they don't know their strengths, they don't know how to play into it when it comes to making these types of deals, and so that leaves the person that is requesting for a commentator to just be like, I'll just find some other garbage bin dude. Excuse my language for that, because that might sound mean. They might look for someone. They might look for someone that is like fresh, and they're trying to make their name, like essentially clout chasers from what you said, and so they'll just go after them because they don't know their strengths either, and so that they can just make their money from it, essentially. Like, they don't have a personality and they don't play into it.
Here's what I'm really saying. How much money is Evo worth?
It's probably in like the millions now. Like, beyond that.
Take a guess. I have no idea either. If you had to guess.
I don't know, like maybe like 10 to 20 mil, somewhere along that, maybe higher.
If there was a commentator who actually was irreplaceable, a company worth 20 million, what would they be paying him if he was irreplaceable?
Potentially whatever that commentator would want, considering that he's irreplaceable. He's a valuable asset. So he
And
he needs to have a appropriate cut of the matter that fits his nature of being irreplaceable.
So, but do you know why commentators are not paying big money like that? Because they are replaceable. Even the
Yes.
most replaceable. At the end of the day, fighting game commentators who actually want to do it for a living are replaceable because they're not going to pay you enough to do it for a living in the FGC. Do you know why? Because there's no fucking money in the FGC.
Yeah, there's no money in it.
So why are they going to pay you? They're making this money before you. They'll make it after you. No one commentator is so big that Evo's profits is going to take a hard hit to not have you. None. And there's no, because what, like I said, FGC money is poverty, man. You know, it is what it is. There's no future in it. It's no future in it. Everybody's replacing.
I agree. I was mainly bringing up viewership because even for like say the tournament scene, but I would say that it's safe to say the reason why there's no money in the FGC is because, like you said earlier in the stream, there's more bodies in the field than there is in the stands, and the reason that is C4 brought it up is that most games are very hard to follow or to understand because they're so divisive. Like you said before, Tekken, Street Fighter, and Mortal Kombat are all vastly different games. Whereas if you take like games from the first-person shooter style, all of them have a sense of legacy because you can look at CSGO, you can look at Valorant, you can look at Call of Duty Battlefield. They all look the same and they all play the same. And the rules are very easily defined. And also the execution and how those rules are played out are very easily defined. You shoot someone, they go down, you get a point, whatever. Whereas for say Mortal Kombat, there's certain move sets that are more complex than others, which makes it more confusing. And then when you branch out on over to say Street Fighter, Ryu and Ken might play similar, but when you go to Chun-Li or Guile, you see them do these special moves. You don't really understand how their execution is making that health bar go down. So essentially, for someone like fresh into the industry, like they look into the fighting game community and they look at a match, they're like, all right, well, the dude died, but I don't really understand how that happened. And then when someone explains frame data to them, that confuses them even more.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with a lot of these points. My point is the fighting games have way too much going against them. My point is, this is a stream in which people have tried to make points like, oh, there could be money here, there could be money there. In reality, so keep in mind, my people have come on to say there could be money made like this or there could be money made like that. But on Twitter, they were saying no one says you could make money off it, all while they come in here talking about ways people can make money off it. I mean, like there's the dream of what if or maybe or I can do this. But look, people like gaming. A fighting game, let's just say FGC, it's natural for you to want to do what you love for a living. Everybody would want to do that. And to say that nobody in the FGC follows that dream that I'm going to do what I want to do for a living and wakes up at 35 or 40 and say, what the fuck happened? You're just wrong. We all know people do that. We all know it. We got guys right now in the MK community waiting for a sponsor. Well, if another sponsor picks me up, what the fuck are you talking about? Why? Why would a sponsor pick you up? To lose money? What value do you have for a sponsor in going to a tournament and winning or placing top? Where is the value there? The FGC doesn't even understand how money works. Mike Hollow said, hey, why don't you go show him that $126,000 Raptor? Show him that $90,000 Tremor. You know what the FGC said? Psh, anybody can get $126,000 from a bank or $90,000. Anybody can put down 25, 30 grand cash and get financed $100,000. All you have to have is good. Are you stupid? The FGC has no idea about the real world. And do you know why? Because they're broke people. They don't understand how the real. I was broke once. Believe me, I know. I tried to do things. Look, they are poverty people with a poverty mindset. They all think, oh yeah, $100,000. Man, I could get that, man. I'll just walk in right now to a bank and say, hey, man, I got, decent credit. Give me $100,000. I'll put down 25, 26 for this, man. Give me that. Lend me that $100,000. Are you fucking stupid?
I will say that the responses that, because Tom showed me the cars and I was like, these people are saying that like you're on YouTube trying to make money off MK. Why don't you just show them your cars? And some of the responses I saw, I was like, I think I messaged Tom after and I was like, I think they're very young. Don't there's no point. They were such ridiculous responses. I was like, these people have not seen the inside of a bank. There's no way.
Not me.
to
See,
add
I
on
do
to-
that
to-
because as my LLC, I make enough money. I have to have a certain write-off. So I need things like this to write off of my business to avoid, taxes and things like that, or to get certain tax breaks. You have to have certain write-offs. However, I'm paying them both off in 3 years. So I'm not going to talk about, what I put down, whatever. We do the math for both the Raptor is going to be paid off in 3 years, as is the Tremor. One's almost a $90,000, one's $126,000. So not only do I have the resources to put that much down, but also have the credit to get that type of a loan. And I know what it's like to be broke and have no idea and think you can do X, Y, Z. The responses just shows that the FGC doesn't know how money works. They don't know how banks work. They don't even know how the world works. Do you know why? Because they're broke.
Tom, let me ask you this question then, yeah. FG 6 and City of the Wolves, apparently the Saudis are going to be in control of them, funding the tournaments.
they're
and
gonna-
whatever.
Best thing to happen.
Saudi-
Best
Would
thing to
you
happen.
would you advise the FGC just migrate to Virtua Fighter City of the Wolves and lock in on those if you want to play fighting games that badly?
Honestly, if you want to play games, here's the best advice. If you are a talented gamer, just game. You can play games. Don't play a fighting game. If Asmund Gold choose fighting games
Yeah.
instead of ARPGs, he's broke. Not a big enough audience. You take what you do in gaming that's not a fighting game and replace it with I do this for fighting games, you're broke. People, you can look at Maximilian. That's very rare. And even he does all sorts of things more than just fighting games.
Max
I mean, like,
an anomaly. But I did have
why do
I
I
did
come here?
have like
Passion. Yes. Go ahead.
I think you're
I did
delayed
have,
again,
like-
Tom.
oh,
I think he's delayed by.
I had a-
No, he's not talented, Foxy. But my point is, if he chose that genre, the fighting game genre. By the way, let me just say one more thing. I don't mean to. Am I delayed again? I
Yeah,
want to say
you're
one-
delayed by a good 20 seconds.
what my follow up was going to be was essentially, since he was saying that there's no money in the FGC and that you could say that a lot of them haven't walked into the bank. Essentially, I don't want to divert it away from the FGC because that is a problem that they have. But I would say that is probably an issue from esports in general, because esports as a medium is not successful at all. Many of them lose money. Many of them, I think the only time they really could potentially make money is from the big names like League of Legends and Fortnite, which, mind you, are even more visually cluttered and confusing, but they still have such a huge fan base behind it and such a huge following that they manage to basically clear the way from that visual clutter to be consumer friendly enough for people to watch it and to be advertised. Whereas the growing issue is that fighting games, sure, you might know what's going on, but even a professional player might not know one button is minus 10 or something. And if that's just one thing that a professional player that plays the game all the time doesn't know that, then how would it be for a new beginner or someone who's never played a fighting game before? That's how you know that is one of the growing problems of fighting games, on how we don't have any money behind it. And sure, we have Saudi money coming in once those games come out, but how long is that money going to potentially last? Is that just going to inflate the belief that, now this is the golden age of esports for fighting games? But it might not. because that money can just run out as fast as it shows up.
I would say that I don't know how long it's going to last. I don't know if it's going to be a year or 6 months. But while it's there, if you're not going to take Tom's advice and just not play fighting games and you're absolutely going to, make the most of it. Because it probably won't last.
Yeah, that advice is also smart because I think a lot of people say that. Tom brought up Asmongold. I think Asmongold said that himself. Why would you be a professional fighting game player when you can be a professional Marvel Rivals player or a professional League of Legends player? You'll have more fame, more money, and more of a presence for brand deals, etc., and so on, compared to fighting game scene, where we see professional players lose their sponsorships. Like I don't know, like I've seen like a ton of different professional players end up losing their sponsorships, and then they struggle until they have to find another one where they're not playing, and then like once you lose your sponsorship, it's kind of like downhill.
Well, that's what Tom was saying. Like, you need to have a job. Like, people, they
Exactly.
need to have jobs. But I guess the problem is if they invest in the way they do and their sponsors want them to be competing all the time, how can they even work? Because they're constantly traveling. So you kind of got to pick a lane. You know, like I don't think you can do both at the rate they're trying to push them now.
Again, let me say
It's
this.
Hold on,
Let
real
me say
quick.
this.
Hold on,
Okay,
look,
good.
all right, I just want to say this. I think the full infrastructure of esports, at least in America, will get better if we focus more on the middle over the top and even the bottom. Because the bottom, I mean, like I think there's hella shit for the beginners and there's already hella shit for the top. We need to have something in the middle to keep people engaged. What I mean by that, that's like, you know, schools, after school programs. There's a lot of programs around the country, like they have college stuff and they have their own college leagues playing against each other. But they're I'm sorry, I have a pulled muscle, so like sometimes I have to cough. But basically we boost that infrastructure there for people to have something to look forward to. Like high schools, right? The reason sports is even big is because of the infrastructure where you start literally from elementary all the way up into college. So that's why they get involved, because then you have like regional investment. People like, say you got Ohio versus Michigan, anything they play in, people hella care. They don't give a shit mostly football, but also basketball. But like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think,
Yeah, so like the school stuff should be broadcasted, right?
right,
The same way the same way that sports are.
So there are so many issues here.
But
I just want to highlight
There are
this.
so many issues here.
This isn't entirely true, right? So I've watched Asmongold play fighting games, and the viewership on those games is significantly lower. I've watched him play Sparking Zero. I think the highest video, correct me if I'm wrong, is like 500,000. Asmongold is pulling 1 million views within 20 hours most of the time. So it's still big because it's Asmongold, but people definitely tune in less for fighting games. There's no doubt about that.
I think we lost Tom.
It's alright. He's got a link to come back in.
Well, I'm confused what that comment was trying to say, because of course Asmongold would get views if he switched to another game, because he's a household name on Twitch.
But he developed it.
He could
not in fighting games. If he was relying on fighting games to develop that name,
yeah, he'd be broke. Yeah, exactly.
okay, my point. But there's a couple of things here that you're really, I'm trying to remember now because I didn't want to. People say, okay, let me ask you this. Since the gaming community is so smart, if I were to say to the Mortal Kombat community, hey guys, when I was in my mid 40s, I'm 47, I'll be 48 this year. Hey guys, I'm hanging it up. You just can't make money in fighting games, and I need to find a way to make $300,000-400,000 a year. Would they say, "Oh, smart thing," or would they say, "You just can't hack it anymore. Excuses. You can't win today"? What would they say?
I don't know the MK community, but I will say probably it'll be not an even split on both sides, but it could be either or.
Okay. You know what they would say? You know what they do say? No, you just can't win anymore. Making excuses. That's why they're broke. Idiots. Dumb. I mean, people say all the time, who wants to, who sells this dream? Because they don't even recognize, like, hey, there's a time to hang it up. No, you're just salty. You're not winning today. You know, what do you mean hang it up and do this for money? You could do it if you were still in the FGC. You just can't do it. Are you stupid? That is probably what I hear constantly, what I have heard constantly. Dumb fucking people.
Do you have any other questions? What's the mo? What's the MO? Sorry.
Nah, you can just call me Mo. Then it's just a little nickname.
And I do
But
want to say, I do
essentially-
want to pop off a little bit on the MK community. You're right. I'm not top anymore. I was top for 30 years. You guys got me now. But one day you're going to realize there's another world bigger than the FGC. It's called Earth. Most of you, I was better than you as an FGC player, and I am kicking the shit out of you on planet Earth. All right, so you guys are idiots. Yeah, you guys are idiots. Idiots. Better than almost all of you in fighting games. During my time as a player, there are some, like, obviously elites, right? But now they act like the FGC acts like the FGC is a bubble outside of Earth. Like don't bring the world into this. Where do you think you live? Okay, yeah, you don't understand because you're 17, 18, 19, 20, then you're 25 and 30 and 35. Yeah, that world, they're coming for you. The FGC acts like it's not, you're not in the real world. I don't get it. They're idiots. There's no money in it. But they always act like, you know, there is money in it. You know, oh, so-and-so is making money. So-and-so's making money. I had a guy on my podcast during MK11 who was talking about, look at these people that are making money on MK11, winning money in online tournaments. And here's another thing I want to hit on. This is what I almost forgot. I'm still going to remember. What people will do, and we saw this in DOA. PL, you were there. When people didn't like DOA 4, it was, oh, but you could win some money. And the reason to play became win some money. Remember? People didn't like it to a certain point. And it was like, but win money, but win money. And when the money was gone, what happened to the scene until it had a little resurgence? In the gutter.
Yeah.
Right?
And
MK11.
Yeah, I'll tell exactly what happened. So after CGS, because we were really rallying up and getting people to play the game because it was on the Evo circuit. So the issue with DOA was nobody wanted to take it serious because Kasumi kicks high and titties are all on the screen or whatever, right? So we got a lot of pushback. They didn't want to even let us hold it at majors. But once Evo put it on the circuit, we got it there and then we played it. And they didn't want to bring it back the next year. So we had to host our own Evo with DOA Tech, right? In Virginia, we did. And then that was also the final year for World Cyber Games for DOA. And then 2008, there was nothing else for DOA. We were hosting majors too. We had DID, DOA Tech. Like, actually, most of the majors in DOA was because, like, us. Like, if we weren't like the two main people trying to make the shit happen, it wouldn't happen. And in 2008, there was no more majors, no more tournaments, but there were CGS. So we went to CGS. And then after CGS was over,
the money was gone.
Yeah, the last event was World Cyber Games Fighter Club in 2009. But by that time, Soul Calibur had came out and Street Fighter 4 had came out, and people stopped playing the game. And then that's when they did
when people, rather than try to get the rest of the FGC into DOA and try to get them into it, the people that didn't like DOA, the other FGC, rather than educate them, it was like, well, fuck you, we're making money, you're not, our league has money, you don't, blah, blah, blah. And then when the money was gone, the money was gone. MK11 is not that dissimilar. When people didn't like MK11, it was still like, oh, but you can win money. Oh, but the Pro Series. Oh, but this. Oh, but that. Same with Injustice 2. Well, guess what? Now, what money is there? And your competitive scene is in the toilet. People use money all the time as an incentive to play.
Hold on real quick. I just want to say this because someone in chat. See, this is the problem I deal with in playing any of the games I play. I literally can win every major, beat the person in question at every major, and still don't get the still don't get the thing.
Because of Master?
Yeah. And Master is great. That's one of my favorite players to play against in tournament too. But I'm just saying, like, I remember the Got Frag post on that site. If anybody remembers that, it's from a long time ago. And they had me as like third place. It was first Master, second Mamba or something, or Offbeat, and me third. And I'm like, how I win Evo and all the majors and shit, and they still do that. So I've been having that same issue since DOA, and then it rolled into MK. So I already know whatever game I become the best at now is going to be some fucking yeah. So I don't really I stopped caring about.
But hold on, PL. Also, true or false?
What's up?
Wasn't there some people who were joining Evo for DOA because they said not many people will join, and maybe we have a chance to win a free 5,000?
Yeah, they got cooked.
But my point is, people in the chat act like the FGC doesn't use money to push a reason to play a game or to enter a tournament. Can we not lie? And can we stop lying and stop pretending that the FGC has not and still does not continue at times to push money as the reason to enter an event? Can we stop pretending that? Because if you're saying that doesn't happen, that nobody,
yeah, it's a part of the marketing. It's definitely a part of the marketing because you'll be like, you can win. Da, 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 da. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's definitely a part of the marketing. That's been a part of the marketing.
You could say that the last Capcom Cup did that with the whole $1 million thing, because they had the online tournaments from people all around the world could potentially make it to the big leagues, because that's what happened with the dude that won the 1 million. What was his name? Uma. He won $1 million.
He didn't win $1 million, man.
I got
He
you,
didn't win
Shadow.
$1 million.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Didn't $1 million.
Appreciate it.
Oh my God. What do you think he won?
It was taxed, so like it probably. I remember you said around 1 million would be like 600K.
Something around
around
670, something like that. Between 6 and 670, he won. If you don't do anything with that money and you keep living the FGC life, looking to hit again, how long do you think that might? How old was Umo? How old was he?
He's not participating in tournaments anymore, but I don't know how old
Okay,
he
but
was.
okay, thank God, he's smart. That guy's a hero.
Yeah, he has that dude. They was like, "Where's Uma at? Why hasn't he entered anything?" I don't think that man wants to guess anymore.
Super smart.
He cashed out on VTubers. I heard.
Super smart.
That was dumb.
Super smart.
Mo, we're gonna get the next person in here now, bro.
Yeah, no problem. You guys have a good night.
No worries, man. Take care.
So smart. You know how many people in the FGC would just live off that money for years and years and years, reinvesting it, living the FGC dream, hoping to hit again, and never will.
I would have gone to Japan and you would never see me again.
Yep.
That would have been it. I would have bought a house in Japan, got a nice, beautiful Japanese wife.
Super
That
smart.
would have been the end of it.
Super smart. To the sunset.
Right, Roman Shade with the $2. I want to see Low Tier God as a commentator.
Hold on, 600K is still a lot of money. It is. Let me ask you a question. How old is this guy? Carl Housey. How old is he? How old are you? How old are you?
Who asked the question?
The guy Carl Housey, whatever his name is. How old is that guy?
Well, while still waiting, I'll just read the other one. Jeff L, thank you for the $10. Hey, Mike, can't watch the stream today because work, but just wanted to stop by and show support for you, Tom and PL. Keep at it.
So let's say you live to 95 years old. Is that enough money to support you, your family, kids, wife, and pay all your bills and your medical expenses for the next 50 years, 55 years?
We'll bring in the next guest. So we have F0xy Grandpa. How you doing, bro? I don't know if you can hear us.
Oi, I couldn't be asked to set up a camera and all that shit. Like, that's
all right.
too much.
No worries.
But
No worries.
APL. You want me to start? Yeah, so no disrespect. I got a question for Brady, right?
Yeah.
Who is selling this dream? Who again? I know Mike will say, "Oh, he's had people in his DMs." Like, okay, who that is of any degree of success in any of this is selling the stream to anyone? Because I don't know anyone that's ever done that ever.
I mean,
It's actually the opposite. It's the opposite. People that have had success in this will directly tell people not to do it, not to go and take that risk because it's a gamble.
It is a gamble, but like I said, it's not necessarily one person out there selling people on this. But we all agree.
If it's not necessarily one person, that means it's more than one. So you can give me an example of who?
It's the overall dream that fighting game players have that you're going to do this
Dream.
for a living and be successful. And don't say that no fighting game player gets that dream, or that or that it's not tempting to them, that I'm going to be a pro player, or I'm going to be a pro streamer and I'm going to make tons of money. And then they wake up 35, 40, it didn't happen, and they're in a bad place. Don't tell me that never happens. And don't tell me that people haven't used money.
That happens in everything, though. That happens in literally anything.
That's true.
People fail.
Yeah, but the
Shit
FGC
doesn't always work
the
out.
FGC, even
And
if
it's
you
not a common dream.
the FGC, even if you succeed, you're still broke.
Well, that depends on your definition of success, doesn't it?
We want to be one of the best
entirely
players.
depends on your definition of success.
Okay. Let me give you an example. Say right now, I say, you know what? I'm going to be a successful fighting game player. I come out of retirement today, and I say, you know what? I'm going to look what I'm doing to the side, leave that, because I want to show that I can be the best. And I join the NRS Pro Comp. And
first off, that would be the wrong way to go about it as well. I think you're stuck in the wrong era in that regard.
I'm just using an example.
People stop caring. Yeah, but people stop caring about competition after COVID. Like COVID made competition basically irrelevant. That's not where the success is now.
Okay, Pro Comp. But even as a streamer and content creator, just because you're a good player, even if you're entertaining, it doesn't matter. PL's entertaining, but they made it this gimmick of, why would I watch this bum who got 13-0'd? So they don't care how entertaining he is. They put a narrative on him which says, hands off, nobody watch this guy. He's not worth your time. So PL, as entertaining as he is and as great as his resume is, he can't monetize it in streaming and YouTubing because people just don't think, they treat him like a clown because he was made out to be a clown. So even though a 3-time world champion does everything right.
No, you're separating the point here again, right? So PL can be entertaining, but his skill in gaming is way more than his entertainment value.
True.
So like you can't say because he's got 3 Evo championships, he's equally entertaining. That doesn't make sense. I don't have 3 Evo. I don't even have a single Evo championship. But I'd think it's a reasonably fair comment to say that my channel is more entertaining just because of the shit that happens in it, right? And I'm not saying it like out of.
You also don't have the constant stigma on you to where every match is the Evo Grand Finals.
Oh, I don't have it to the same degree, but it's there.
No, it's not. It's definitely not like that. People don't care if you win or lose.
Yeah, but that's because I don't care if I win or lose.
No, but they never cared if you won or lose.
I don't know if that's true.
Why is there so much applause?
I don't know if that's true. People do care people still care if I compete or not.
The only person that cared that you lost, remember we was in the hotel with and you was playing like, I don't know why they had you playing matches and shit because you had just like hit your head or whatever. But 16-bit came in the room and you lost to somebody who was like, yeah. The only person in the room was hyped that you lost was 16-bit. Everybody else was like, whatever. But when I lose, dude, Gross gets a fucking parade.
Yeah, okay, hold on. We're diverging from the point here. I ain't trying to talk about who cares.
No, I'm just saying the difference in people caring about you lose and me lose. When people beat me, them niggas get a parade as soon as they get off the airport. Oh my God, this is the best person ever. They did that shit. I knew about it because Rolando told me about it. What I'm saying is there's a big difference. People caring about how I do than how and I'm not saying this as a slight to you, but I'm saying there's a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean that literally comes down to our personality. Though, like I am a lot more carefree about it.
Again,
it's just true.
You didn't win before to have that.
And when I lose, it's also funny. It's funny, like let's
I know it's funny.
Let's compare.
Look, I'm not saying to argue
right?
or put you down or nothing like that. I'm just saying that because of how you were introduced to the general audience, right? It's easier for you to like be carefree about that because everybody was already breathing down my neck for years prior to even playing Mortal Kombat. Oh, you can't lose. You can't do this. I have that stigma on me. I'm not trying to sit here and be like, yeah, me playing more is just more entertaining. I know you came in with that or whatever, but because like that shit is subjective. Some
people don't care about that though. They really don't care about it. In the end, the only reason people care about it is because you care about it. I've lost to Sonic Fox more than you.
It's not.
I've lost to Sonic Fox more than you over these amount of times, right?
It's so much of a difference.
And it's never a talking point.
That's not the main talking point.
It's not a
I
talking
said
point
before
because
Mortal
you're,
Kombat,
because you're
this
seen as a
signal was
legit
there.
player. You're seen as a legit player, whereas PL is seen as a fraud. That's what the community's made him out to be.
What do you mean he's seen as a fraud? He's look. They don't. This is how they see PL, right? He lost 13-0, and they're gonna try. Listen, I piss people off online, and you watch it. You know I know how this works. They're pissing you off, and they're on your case because you react to it. And I know you're gonna say, "Oh, they've been doing it for so long, it's turning into a wrong situation." Yeah, I agree. But the longer you keep reacting to it, the longer it's gonna carry on. And there's probably a point of no return. There's probably a point of no return.
You see me reacting to it.
There's probably a point of no return you've gone past. And I mean, that is a legacy killer. There is no two ways around that. You definitely killed your legacy in that moment.
Y'all chose to highlight that one thing because literally after that event, I was winning tournaments in the same game and the next game and then the next game. But y'all know what y'all did? No, we're going to turn our brains off and our eyes and look away and decide that this doesn't even matter or even took place. But this right here is the only thing that happens every day.
Yeah, I mean, even NRS was sitting on the chair giggling about it, and they referenced it in the game. It's one of those things where, like, I hear what F0xy's saying to a point, but at this point, if PL starts cussing people's mums, no one should be surprised. Like, it's ridiculous now. He'll be sitting playing Sparking Zero, and somebody will come in saying 13-0. The MK scene, they love dumping on people. It's the worst out of all the FGC scenes that I've seen in terms of dumping on people. I've seen more receipts than probably anyone else here. Huh?
The 13-0 is the most well-known thing, other than maybe the LTG Viscount thing, right? Am I wrong in saying that?
Oh, the Viscount thing, yeah, that's a.
So like, you got LTG Viscount and 13-0. That shit was beyond our community. Everybody knew about that for some reason. You just happened to be in the wrong light of the internet at the wrong time.
That was on World Star.
Steven Ocean, I'm not dragging his name through the mud. This is what people literally say. Even in the comments, people were like, what has he done lately? This is how he's seen. The narrative that got told about around him has been like this, fraudulent player, only won back then because nobody was good. This is how he's seen. Somebody who was winning blockbuster video tournaments when nobody was good and no one knew how to play, and then he got 13-0'd by Sonic and he's a fraud and yada yada yada. This is how people view him, and it has directly affected his ability to monetize, even though
this isn't the topic we're here for anyway.
No, my point is
okay, if you want to talk about this point, this isn't the topic we're here for, and somehow it's getting
and an
brought
Evo
up.
champion. But again, even if you do everything you say, it is entertaining. He's doing everything you say is the key to success, and he's not monetizing himself.
All right, let's move away from F0xy. What was the topic that you wanted to talk about, F0xy?
You're saying that people are selling a dream, and people are not selling a dream. Like, I don't know a single top player that's ever said to someone, "Yeah, just fucking sacrifice everything for this." I've actually, all the ones that I know, and I know them from pretty much every game. None of them will say that.
You have called bullshit on me.
One.
You have called bullshit on me when I said, hey, mid-40s, I got to move on. Not that I can't win, but the real world is whatever. And you said, not true. You can do this fighting games. You can still make money. You just can't do it. And you've made that argument for other people as well. That is promoting that there is money to be there. And I'm like, it's not. It's not. Can't live the way you want doing fighting games like this. Can't.
No, that's not what I said. I literally didn't say that, though. I didn't say that. My point to you was you're moaning about getting slapped up in Combat League by randoms. And I'm saying, yeah, now you can't beat these randoms. That's not me saying, oh, yeah, just go and win tournaments and it'll be all right. That's not what I'm saying.
I'm not moaning in Combat League about getting slapped up by randoms, because I can still slap most of them up. But even the decent players, I'll struggle with, because I don't play that much. Not because I'm bad or...
you can't just go and put that shit on me. I didn't say that. That's definitely not something I would say.
Well, again, I've talked about this many, many times. If PL tried to do what you did, for example, it's entertaining because they look at it like, here's F0xy, great player. Sure, you still lose to people. Nobody cares, obviously. There are people you lose to and nobody makes a big deal out of it. You don't, your stream doesn't. But if PL were streaming him doing this, people would look at PL because he's tried it before, and the narrative they played is PL is this fraud who can no longer compete, so now he's slapping up randoms. When you do it, it's funny. When PL does it, it's because he can't compete at the highest level.
Nobody does it. That's the thing. Nobody does it like me, though. Realistically, nobody does. The closest thing would be Sikander, and he's a different sort of guy as well. So
Well, every
that's
game
a
doesn't have
personality
both.
thing. Every game don't work like that as well. That's true.
No, is this chat telling me that money has never been used as a reason to you should play this or whatever, and never been used to sell like this tournament, this is your chance, XYZ. It's never been used. No pro league,
E-League?
nothing.
E-League. Well, so your whole point about
fighting,
this is about
for fighting
1,
games,
2, 3
for fighting
tournaments,
games,
maybe.
for fighting games, it's been, there are no fighting game players who say I stayed in too long. I thought I was going to be able to do this for a living. Now I'm 35, and yet there are plenty of people that say this all the time.
Okay, so let's just say that hypothetically that is the case. These people are idiots. You ain't gonna be able to save them from anything. Those people would be stupid that you could not save. So what the fuck are you trying to achieve here?
That's the thing is people believe that the path to making a living playing fighting games is become a top tournament player, make a name for yourself.
This is an archaic way of thinking. The times have moved on.
Use that name to stream.
Nah, the times have moved on since that, Brady. It ain't about be good in tournament anymore. That was pre-COVID. You can't do that now.
I can tell you that there are a lot of people. There are a lot of people who just play.
Who? That's what I'm saying. Who?
My point is
who?
People be. This guy says so. Fox is arguing that
Who are these people?
Any player
Who are these people? Who are people? People, answer me. Who are they? Who are they? Huh? Who are they? Tell me now.
Foxy, you have.
I need to know because
you have argued with people whose character made more money, mine or yours.
Yeah, because I'm taking a piss.
I mean, none of your characters have made any fucking money. Period.
But my Sub-Zero is worth more than your Sub-Zero. Actual facts.
Buddy.
Actually, factually.
Buddy.
Okay, I did 24 overheads and I made more than your Sub-Zero ever made in one match.
Oh man, I made more today than any of your characters will ever make in your life. Okay, so when I left,
and again, okay, so
it looks to me, Foxy. It looks to me, Foxy, that you're selling the dream. It looks to me like you're selling the dream that you made.
No, I'm not selling the dream.
No, and I could have made.
Not selling. What 5,000 as a Sub-Zero player? Your Sub-Zero doesn't make shit, and neither is mine. It doesn't matter.
You hear this?
That's what I'm saying. I'm using it to take the piss. You don't understand. No one is selling a dream. You're just making people. You're just framing it so that people are selling a dream. You can't even name one person. You can't name one person. Who are these people? You cannot name one person. You can't name one person. Not one person. You're saying these people are selling this. People selling that. You cannot name a single person that's told you this.
Foxy, how much?
And now you're saying it's me. When I'm telling you, I've literally got evidence on my channel of me saying the opposite to what you just said about me. So you cannot use me as your example. Literally have a video saying don't chase it. So you can't use me as an example. We can't do it. You can't fucking throw my name around out there like that.
You use money all the time. You use money
to piss
all the
you
time
off.
as a
To piss you off. Who is the name? Give me the name. You need at least one fucking name.
Foxy,
you can't even pull one name.
Foxy, looks, man, and I say this with all due respect. You can't piss me off because you got me in fighting games during the twilight of my career, but I was still one hell of a player. But in the final world we're in, Earth, you're never going to be.
Hey, if you're going to say that, then we can just go to any sort of route. Oh yeah, maybe you got more money than me, but if you wanted to have a fist fight, I'm winning 10 out of 10 times. It's irrelevant. We're talking about what we're talking about. Okay, so we're talking about what? So I mean, what? So you want to talk about money? Okay, if we were to fight to the death, I'm winning 10 times out of 10. So what? Who are these names? Who are these names?
Foxy, do not make the mistake and think that just because I don't broadcast it, that I don't. Never mind.
I don't care about how much money you have.
No. Even me as a fighter. What do you think? I don't do. Never mind. I'm not even getting there. I'm not even going there. I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'll see, Chad. But either way, Foxy, my point is that you have. Yeah, see this, Foxy. Now we're going to win in a fight. Yeah, we're going to. Yeah, sure.
Exactly. That's the same shit you're doing. But I don't need to do that. I don't need to do it.
Foxy.
You could have more money. You could have more money. It doesn't matter.
We don't even know.
Match to death. It don't matter.
Foxy, you
because
put on like
we're not competing this sort of shit.
Foxy,
we're talking about who are the people Who are the people that are selling this
Straw man
stream?
argument.
Who? Name one person.
Can
Name
I-
one
let
person.
me-
And
let
if
me
you
jump
cannot
in,
name
guys.
one person.
Foxy,
Guys-
if you want to beat me in a fight, I suggest you drop those 50 pounds you put on being broke and eating ramen noodles. If you,
All right, then come over here.
man.
Come over here. Come over here, and I'll do it. I'll
I
fuck you up.
can
What are you
because
talking
I
about?
can
All right,
afford
then,
to.
come on in.
You
Come on
can't
in.
come over here
Come on in.
because you can't
Come on
afford
in.
to. You can't afford
Come on
to.
in. Oh, I
mean,
could.
come on,
I
man.
could. I don't need to. See, you're the one that you're on the burden right here, not me.
I mean,
You
Foxy,
can't even name one person.
Foxy, let me
You can't
just-
even name one person. You can't
the
name
FGC
one person.
FGC
Name one person.
The
Y'all were
FGC,
getting
the
boxing
Name one
gloves
person.
The FGC in general sells that dream.
That's
The
fine too.
The
but, like,
FGC in general sells
Bro
that
cannot
dream.
know
name
each other
one
too long,
person.
y'all.
Bro,
be
yeah,
out here doing that.
Foxy, you're so much of a Neanderthal. You're like, oh yeah, I'm broke as fuck. Well, let's get in a fight. Oh yeah, all right, man. I mean, like,
Yeah, that's
dude,
right.
Look,
Yeah,
dude,
more of a Neanderthal than you. That's why I'd win in that scenario. You're talking about.
buddy, you're on the low end of the evolutionary spectrum, there, buddy. Look again.
All right.
Wait, can I throw out a
Can
name?
Like,
whack
Can
what
I,
is
you around
this?
for sure.
can I throw out a name, guys? Can I
So
throw out a
stupid.
name
So
for
stupid.
Foxy's argument?
He's so dumb.
When I remember, I don't know what event it was. It might have been in Amsterdam, but there was a time when, I believe it was Gerardo or Michael Murray, basically said that the game was designed in a way where it would open it up for more people to be able to win. And correct me if I'm wrong, I can't remember the name of the event, but I'm pretty sure they were talking in the context of a tournament. Like the tournaments are going to become more chaotic or more turbulent because of the way the game was designed. I'm not saying that that's selling a dream, but do you think it could be interpreted that way?
Well, the more people can win, that's the way they're designing the game. Yeah, that's fair, but that's not them selling a dream of more people can win and become fucking,
PL.
I don't know,
PL,
Elon
dude,
Musk
PL,
level of
dude.
rich. Like, no one's ever
PL,
done that through
PL,
fighting games in the first place.
PL, stop.
Yeah.
PL, let me ask you a question. PL,
Yeah.
during CGS, did people, yes or no, kind of sell that dream of being able to make money and live the good life?
Well, I mean, yeah, that
You're
well,
so far in the past.
Here,
You're so far in the past.
It's like I already knew what Foxy was going to say before, as you asked the question. Yes, they did that, but of course, Foxy's going to say, well, that was a different event in a different time, in a different company, in different games, etc. However, it is still a part of that narrative, and also
It is still a part of the
narrative.
narrative.
Hold on, also still a part of that narrative because, like, I don't want y'all to be sitting here talking about we need to fucking fight and shit.
That's
I'll
just
Stone
Foxy
Cold
being
Stunner
dumb.
both of y'all. Okay, chill out. But fucking the games all do this in their marketing with esports or prize money and shit. Yeah, you could probably win this and stuff. But I mean, they all do that. That's a part of the selling the dream, whether it's the extreme to Foxy whether you want to acknowledge it to that extreme or not, or if it's to Tom's extreme, but it's still, they're saying that. If I tell you I'm selling you chicken just because it don't say it's fried or it don't say it's fucking baked or whatever, it's still fucking chicken. They still saying, hey, you can win money off that, whether it's positive or negative. You can look at this shit, whether it's like poker or something, because everybody, I mean, like, yeah, poker, they pay out a lot, but you can pretty much look at fighting games is like another, just poker. Like,
And look, chat, what I know is Foxy came here to prove he's going to rile me up, and in the end, he ended up challenging me to a fight.
Oh, I did.
So you tell
I
me who
did.
got to rile.
I did.
You challenged
I
me to a
did.
fight. You
I
challenged
did.
me to
You can't even back your point up with one human being that you've spoken to in the 30 years you've been a part of this.
We all know it's part of the
We all know
narrative.
who.
All know it's part of the narrative.
Who though, Brady? One person. You can't even give me one person.
It's Foxy, and also,
Who?
by the way,
No. Who? Literally, we can stop this little petty argument we're having that we always get into. If you just give me one person, that's all you have to do. You can't. Me? When did I? Okay, and we've been over this. I've got a video on my channel.
You're wrong.
Discouraging people. I'm not wrong.
You've done it on multiple times.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. Then what's that YouTube video on my channel saying to do? It's definitely not saying to do that.
Just because you didn't say it on YouTube doesn't mean you didn't say it.
All right, who am I selling this to then? You got no evidence of this.
People, all the time.
People.
You're talking about my channel. I make all this money. You're broke. You don't make any money. You're a liar. You don't make any money streaming.
What?
You don't make any money doing YouTube, and you don't make any money doing fighting games. But you sell that dream. But you sell.
Who am I selling any dream to? There's literally shit on my YouTube saying don't do it. So, like, your point is dead. Your point is just super dead.
You sell that dream. You do.
Your
You
point
do
is
sell.
fucking dead. Like it doesn't
There
matter.
is no money in fighting games. And
As long as
you-
y'all ain't talking about fucking fighting each other.
And you no,
whatever.
because that's just Foxy being a Neanderthal. But there is
Hey, the things that I love doing in life aren't fucking ultimate money makers, but that's not really. I'm not that bothered by that, honestly. Like
No,
my whole existence isn't
it's not-
defined by
it's not-
money and all that shit. It's
not-
whatever.
Well, to a certain extent, we all need it. At
The
the end of
things
day,
I like
we all
doing
need
in
it.
life are fighting games and fighting. So those two things, you're not going to make a shit ton of money in either. So what the
I
fuck does that matter? Like, you're talking from a point
you
as
are-
if everybody cares.
You
They
are
don't.
you are one of those. You have kind of perpetuated that narrative that you can make some money.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. All right, Brady, go to my YouTube channel right now.
Just because there are things that I say.
Okay,
that
no, don't, Brady, don't you do this. Mike, you need to do this.
Are there things that I say?
Let me go to my channel and I'll
Are there things that I
bring
say?
up a video.
Are there things that I say that I don't say on YouTube? Just because you didn't say it on YouTube does not mean you haven't insinuated. And yes, guys, the FGC does sell the dream that you're going to be able to make
Who?
some money and
One
be
person.
a fighting game player. Are we really telling me in the chat that the FGC does not kind of sell the illusion that you can be a professional fighting game player and actually make a living fighting games?
I don't know one person. I know all the top players in MK. I've known most of the generation, last generation of top players in every game. So no one's ever told me this. No one's ever said anything like this, and I've never heard anyone say this to anyone else.
We
So
agree.
you can't give me one. I'm not. Yeah, you can agree to disagree. That's
I'm just
fine.
acknowledging the
I'm not.
marketing of
I'm
what
not.
they say.
I'm not. All right, Mike. In the chat for this thing, there's a video of me literally saying the exact opposite of what Brady's point is, saying that it's me. So-
Anyone who's ever been in my streams, know Foxy has come in
1
my
second.
stream and said you can.
Yeah, your stream's a fucking circus. That's what we're doing. We're in
Okay.
your stream to be in there for a circus. What do you want?
So you come in there to say to be in a circus. So you have said it. Whatever the reason.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay, whatever. We're going in there because it's a circus. Same reason people go into mine. It's just that
Okay.
you fucking get your butt hurt over it.
You have come in there to say to try to get me butthurt, but you have said it one way or the other.
Oh
So there
shit,
you
is that
go.
not the video link?
There
Hold
you
on.
go, chat. I answered his question.
No, what's the name of the video?
They even admitted
It's
it.
should you be the next Mortal Kombat Pro? Question mark. And the answer in the video is don't even bother trying because it's not a good return if that's what your whole thing is. And it's not like I don't break it down, give logical reasoning.
Yeah, you say it on YouTube, but you on my stream, you have come in and sold that dream many times.
What did I say? I never go into your chat. Look, I never go into your chat to say, yeah, you know, everyone in your chat, you're okay. I'd call your chat shit all the time. What are you talking about? I ain't selling that dream to them. They ain't even capable of it. Even if they're like, they're just not capable of it.
I mean, and look, we just
Your chat, come on, let's be real, Brady. You know your chat are not capable. Even if it was possible, they're not capable.
Of course they're not
So
capable.
why would I say that?
My point is that to deny that there are players who do buy into the FGC dream of being able to do it professionally. You are telling me right now that no player buys into the FGC dream of being a professional fighting game player and doing it for a living. No one buys into that. Nobody.
I guarantee you people buy into this exact dream in every sort of thing, in anything.
Okay, but I'm
That's
talking about-
just human nature.
That is true.
That's just human nature. People are going to buy into that
that's
in
not incorrect.
anything.
That is
But my
true. I
point
mean,
is,
that's all
you
for
can
the
you
game.
can you can buy into the dream of being a successful actor, and if you are, you make a lot of money. If you buy into the dream of being a successful fighting game player, you're still broke as fuck. Even succeeding in a fighting game, you are still broke. Fighting
You're talking about a demographic of people that are either like late teens, mostly up to like mid 20s as a majority. They're going to be broke anyway. They're kids. Let them do what the fuck they want to do. Who cares? Like you're talking to them like they're fucking your age, and that's a disconnect.
the most success. You're missing the point. The most successful like actors in the world.
How old
are
is Sonic Fox?
very rich.
How old is Sonic Fox? It doesn't matter. Like, what? Yeah, the successful actors, blah blah blah. How old is Sonic Fox? Sonic Fox is basically still a kid. Really?
Yeah, I don't know how.
Is he like 25 or 26? Something?
Yeah, he's still a kid basically. So like, it doesn't fucking matter. Sonic's got still plenty of time to do something else. Your message is just
No, I understand.
Yeah,
that. But see, again,
you're talking to a bunch of kids to not tell them to like,
don't
just
don't tell
if
me
you
that.
want-
don't tell me people don't bring up FX as an example as a way that they can make some money and be successful. And you and I both know that's not realistic, but they still buy into that.
Well, you got an example in FX because it's FX winning everything. They don't know the all ins and outs of what's going on.
No, I mean it is the FGC dream. People,
But who's selling it? That was my original point. Who is selling it? I mean, you can't give me one name.
The FGC in general sells it, and it has been sold before.
Yeah, all you can say is that at least I personally can't think of like a person, and I'm not saying that as in like nobody said it. I'm talking about like as far as what the data and literal posts you can see from different games or companies where they're like promoting their tour or something. You could say that that's it.
But my point is
realistically, right?
Again, but again, you know what I'm saying? If you want to, you're right. If you want to be an NFL player, hey, it's a risk. It's a gamble. Most of you are going to fail. You're right, 100%. If you want to be an actor, most of you are going to fail. You're right. And that in everything in life.
Fighting games are not movies, and they're not NFL.
That is my point. Fighting games are one of the few things that even if you are insanely successful, you're still living in poverty.
I've got a super chat here that you and Foxy can answer. I'll let Foxy answer it first. John D has donated $5 and said, "Why do organizations highlight the amount of the prize money that could be won if they're not giving the people the impression that money can be made?"
Yeah, that's my point too. I mean, that I'm just saying that is.
They're highlighting prize money, but they ain't saying this is you set forever.
Yeah, they're not saying that.
You need to do.
You're missing the point. Okay, let me elaborate now. I got you.
They want you to come to their tournament. It's very simple. They want you to come to their tournament. They're a business, aren't they?
Yeah. What happens is you put out this kind of money, and people do buy into this. I'm going to be a pro fighting game player. I'm going to win this money here. I'll win this money here next year. The way they think that money's always going to be there to be won, and that is not the reality. So they do sell that there's money to be made. You can support yourself by winning this tournament or that tournament, and it's just simply not true. It's just because they're using.
People don't do this in other games now as well. I was watching. Peekaboo was saying the same shit. Best World of Warcraft PvP player of all time, and he was saying the same thing that we're saying. Don't bother trying to do this. It ain't worth it. Blah blah blah.
Punk literally just told somebody. Did not Punk just literally tell somebody off gaming wins? Let's compare bank accounts. Is that not what he said?
Yeah, but Punk is the exception, not the rule.
Did not Punk say he dropped out of high school and we can compare bank accounts to people? True or false?
I don't fucking know because I weren't there. I ain't watching every word Punk says, but I do know that Punk is the rule, the exception, not the rule.
Okay, my point is, but again,
and anyone can see that. Anyone can see that. And if you're too stupid to see that, you deserve the shit that's going to happen to you. They're not savable. They're not savable at that point.
That Punk clip, I'm just saying. I didn't fully watch the clip, but I got context on that.
No, I know he said you should never do it.
Yeah, he said that, but that was just that
when he dropped out of high school.
I'm just saying that was just one part of the clip. He said more, and I think advised against it.
The two are not
parts of the clip because they just took that and posted it. But he was like, "Y'all didn't watch the whole thing." But yeah, like.
But there are many. My point is, there are many people that take the same gamble that Punk did, but are not as successful. True or false?
I don't know. There's no guaranteed evidence.
So Foxy does not know if anybody has taken the same chance that Punk did and didn't pay off. You don't think so? I understand.
I don't know. You don't know. You can't give me any examples. You cannot give me a single example. So like.
But again.
It's like the burden of evidence is on you here. You need to prove that people have done that.
No one in the history of gaming has dropped out of high school to continue playing games.
You need to give evidence that this dream is being sold. You need one person to vouch for you. Like you haven't got one person, and you keep saying, "Yeah, I've been in it for 30 years." Why
is there a pro series?
What? Why is there a pro series?
Yeah, paying out this kind of money. What's it for?
Fuck knows, because they ain't paying out money, are they?
Why is there a pro series?
It's pro series by name, not by fucking nature.
You don't think that is kind of promoting the illusion that there's money to be made and maybe you can make a good amount of money playing fighting games and that people buy into that delusion?
So you're saying that people are so stupid.
Yes.
Just the word pro And
Yes.
that goes back to my previous point. If you're that stupid, you deserve the shit to happen to you. It doesn't matter.
I mean, the point is the
you're,
FG
you're either naive or you're stupid, and
again.
not everyone is gifted the great fortune of moderate to minimal intelligence. Right? So
again, you could be widely successful in the FGC and still broke. And I'll give a great example. If you look at the Pro Series, let's take NRS, and I could take it some other ones as well. Let's take the NRS Pro Series. There's 5 demigod events. You win all 5 of them, right? So you won $25,000. Then you go to the finale. You don't win that one. Let's say you get 5th because you can't always win. You got $10,000. So you made $35,000 with tax. You made somewhere around $24,000. You were insanely you were insanely successful. Win after win after win after win. You're streaming.
You're saying,
but you're not making any money.
So why is this the same in other things in life? Why is this such a big problem for you for it to be fighting games when it's literally the same in the other things that are bigger than fighting games?
Because people take the chance in fighting games, believing if they are successful, they can do it and be able to do it for a living. And many people don't. Unfortunately, look, Mike Hollow.
People do that in sports as well, like you said, acting, all that shit.
But in sports,
it's just the nature of the world.
If you are successful, if you make it to the NFL, you are making money.
No, not NFL is one sport. That's one sport.
In the
doesn't
NBA,
apply to kickboxing, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, like all of these other sports.
Okay, anyone who listens to Andrew Tate knows there's no money in that. I got it. Believe me, I understand that. But my point is,
Tom, I've got a question here for you.
Who listens
Music, music's another massive one like that.
True.
I've got a question from T-Word. Thank you for the $5. He said, so because normal people see pro players making money, that's the pro players selling it. Make it make sense, Tom, but you guys are all great.
Okay, I will make it make sense. Again, there are plenty of people who have, again, used the monetary value of you can, if you are wild, people do believe if you are sick, there are people, many of them, more so than you would like to admit, that do believe if you are successful in fight. PL, you were around during the MLG and Tekken 6 phase. How many people wanted to get a sponsor, thought they were going to live the good life? I want to.
Everybody, like,
they didn't want to. No, they didn't want that.
Look at again. I don't want to put any of these people on blast.
Yeah, I think everybody.
There are several occasions
competes wants a sponsor. So even if during the era, of course they want a sponsor, so then they can go to the.
There are. I mean, look. Do we not know stories in the FGC history of people that took a risk, went somewhere, couldn't get back home?
Like Gamer Blake.
Thought they were going to win.
Came bringing up the Gamer Blake story.
Gamer Blake. No, Gamer Blake is
modern
just
history. That is ancient history. That shit.
Gamer Blake is just 1 in a million of those stories throughout FGC history. Just 1 in a million.
Can I just ask F0xy a question? When you were saying earlier, I don't know if you were saying it as a matter of fact or if you were just saying if it's happening. But if there are a large pool of people that are really, for a lack of a better word, stupid in the scene and naive, maybe there's not a specific person selling a dream, but if they have this idea, Tom, if they have this idea, don't you think it's good to speak to them and tell them to not do certain things?
I think people are just driven by their passion. They're not looking at. Some people might not be looking at I want to become rich or whatever after this. They're just like, this is what I feel like I'm drawn to do right now. That I feel like doing.
I'll give a great example.
Literally.
Because a lot of people will fall out of it just out of love.
I'll get a great example. The twins, the Chilean twins, when they first started coming to NA, and they won Combo Breaker and won something else, whatever, and then Evo, and they were on Twitter saying, "How am I supposed to be able to, pay bills or whatever?"
Yeah, that's not new. That's not new.
Okay, but are you telling me that they were too stupid that they actually?
No. You're saying that they weren't saying about paying bills. They're 16. First off, they were talking about how we meant to be able to travel to these tournaments because it's expensive as fuck traveling from Chile. So, and that was that was being said in 20.
Okay,
the first
so are you telling me that they are you telling me that they are so stupid that they did not know they could not make their money back traveling to these tournaments if they won?
They didn't pay for their shit in the first place.
Okay, then why did they tweet and say, how is someone supposed to do this when you can't even make your money back?
Again, you're ignoring what I said. It's either stupidity or naivety. They're kids. They're naive.
Exactly. They're naive, but yet they still bought into that you could at least even make your money back going to tournaments.
Yeah, but they're kids, innit? They're not fucking going on 50, trying to sort their shit out. Let them do what they want to do.
But many people,
They're kids, Brady. They're kids. Let them do what they want to do at that age. The Chilean twins can do that.
But as they begin to get older, a lot of people.
Yeah, and they can deal with shit as it goes along, innit?
By the way, I never
He's breaking up.
said
you're breaking up.
all people do this, but a lot of people buy into this. They do. They buy into it.
I've got a question here for
read John Diaz. Yeah.
I've got a question here for F0xy. I think it's John Diaz has donated $5. How is it so many people think all they have to do is win a tournament and then start up a Twitch or YouTube channel? Who gives them that impression?
Fuck knows. You can go look at you can see plenty of tournament winners that got shit fucking Twitch channels.
So
and plenty of those that have never seen a tournament in their life.
Somebody other than me is in this chat saying, yes, people do get that impression. But F0xy says nobody gives them that impression. They just wake up one day and have that impression, and it's not implied or ever passed down. Well, where do they get it from?
Stupidity,
it's the culture.
Naivety.
It is the culture.
Okay, actually, no, that is actually the question I've been asking. Where did they get it from, Brady? Who? You're just turning this around and now asking my question to me. Who did this?
It's the FGC
Who did it, Brady?
dream, man.
Oh, dear.
To do it for a living. It's the FGC dream. I mean, we got people in here acknowledging, yes, people do think you can win a tournament, start a Twitch channel, YouTube, make some money. People do think that. And then we got people just doing coaching on Metafy to pay their bills because, hey, it didn't work out with the stream and the tournament, so now they're doing that to make a little extra cash. How did they get in that situation? Who fooled them into thinking this? F0xy says nobody. They just woke up one day and thought, I could do this. And there was never a narrative. There was never anything pushed behind the scenes.
Who is selling this? Brady, what you're saying is someone specifically. There has to be specifics here, otherwise your whole point falls apart. Someone specifically telling people. Someone specifically is telling people that you could make fucking movie actor amounts of money in fighting games. No one's ever told anyone that.
Your super chats are on point. Hold on, because they honestly, like, some of the super chats I'm seeing that Mike is about to read probably like in this argument. So go ahead.
All right, yeah. Let me get through them before you two chime in again. I've got this one, $5. It's natural with how competitive it can be for someone to see content creators or winning tournaments to think they can make money off of it. That would go back to the culture argument, I guess. Larry, think of the $5. Are we willfully forgetting that this dream is being sold to push the sales? It's a matter of the house always wins. And
there it is.
T-word, thank you for the $5. I mean, should we not hold tournaments then because they're too stupid to realize it's probably not going to work out? Come on, Tom.
When somebody wins Evo and all the tweets are, somebody has just been made a millionaire playing Street Fighter. What do you think that promotes? Don't do it, kids. That's what you think it promotes.
Well, what do you have to say to this, F0xy?
What, somebody just became a millionaire? They did fucking become a millionaire, didn't it? That Uma guy, that wasn't Evo. It was the Uma guy. He did win $1 million. He literally did win $1 million. So what do you want to say? You could be the whole premise is like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, innit? You get the golden ticket. Everyone ain't getting the golden ticket. That's kind of obvious. If anything.
I mean, again, I like this super chat here. Read it from again. Are we willfully forgetting that this dream is being sold to push the sales? It's just a matter that the house always wins. The dream is
being done to push the sales
because F0xy,
we are negligible.
Because F0xy, you are saying that all these people are who feel this way or think this way that we all know exist. You're saying, well, I don't know where they got that from. They just woke up one day and feel that way. That's unreal. That's.
We know we never called ourselves pros. We just said competitive gaming. We also didn't even say FGC. It was just team. So it's like it's the buzzwords used in marketing. So if anything, you can really zone in on those.
Yeah.
Larry, thank you for the $5. What sells better than if you're good enough at your hobby, then you can make money out of it? Go on, that's floor's yours, guys.
Say it again.
What sells better than if you're good enough at your hobby that you can make money at it?
I need to know who said it though.
It's
is the whole
someone called
point.
Larry.
No. I'm saying like who is selling that?
Oh, who's selling it?
It's implied when you're putting up how much money is on the line. What the Pro Series, they're like $250,000 on the line. What is that implying?
It's not implying anything. It's implying that they're $250,000.
It's implying nothing.
It's not even an implication. It is directly telling you what's up.
Hey guys, I'm going to pay you $300,000 a year, but I'm not implying that you can do this for a living. But I'm going to pay you $300,000 a year.
Well,
Now,
they don't.
I mean,
don't
it
say
seems
anything.
like
Yeah,
I'm
I-
implying
I-
that
I-
you
I-
can
I-
do a
I-
living.
I-
You both are right, but it's like, okay, yeah, they put in their marketing. Hey, you can.
I mean,
win this
Foxy.
money.
I mean, Foxy.
But they also
Foxy,
don't say,
Foxy
hey,
is,
you can fucking
Foxy is not
raise a
willing to
family
meet in the
with this
middle.
shit and make a living, and it keeps coming. Like it's just like a poker
There
term.
is
You
no
win
middle.
World Series this year, you got to win it next year, but it depends on whatever they're paying out that year. Sorry,
Foxy is saying there is no implication.
it's
ever.
all about what you want to do.
You can
Like
do this-
clearly, you don't
you
want
can
to
do this
invest
as
everything. You got to have
as a profession instead of a hobby.
Yeah.
Foxy is saying there is zero implication.
You're also
Now, you may-
there's another
you
thing
may-
going on here, right? You're implying that people have no like autonomy. They're not. They're only thinking in this one box. They're not
Dude,
necessarily only
We
thinking this
just
in one
did a
box.
video that said Tom and Mike Hollow make quote unquote hella money being negative off Mortal Kombat. Does that not imply that you can make hella money? So Foxy asked me for one person.
So
you
Tweedy's
lose.
your answer then.
You
So that's,
lose.
is that your answer?
You
Yeah?
lose.
Is that your answer then? Is that your answer then? Tweedy.
Fine, this man Foxy said ask me
Oh,
for
Tweedy's,
one person who said you
Tweedy,
can make
is
hella
Tweedy
money.
your answer?
You lose, brother. Now it's other than Tweety. Now
Oh, Tweedy's your answer then. Is that no? I'm asking you. Is Tweedy your answer?
Who's
came
shifting
in
the
with
goalpost
this?
now? Pat?
What goalpost?
No,
I'm
you
asking.
only
Is
asked
Tweedy
me for
your
one.
answer?
You didn't ask me for
Jesus,
two.
you're fucking stupid. Is Tweedy your answer?
Again. Now Foxy says now I need two.
No,
First he asked
no,
me
I
for
didn't.
one.
I literally
You had to
didn't.
name one person.
Reverse the tape. I did not say that. See, this is what you do. You just fucking
Chat,
put words
now
in people's
Foxy-
mouths.
Now Foxy, hold on. Now Foxy Grandpa, hold on.
Literally
Chat,
didn't.
Foxy
Right, everyone
Grandpa
in the
just
chat.
said he did
No,
not say
fuck that. Fuck
that I
that.
could
Chat.
not name
Did
one
I
person.
just say? Did I just say that? Did I just say now you need to? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Stay within the fucking conversation. Stay within the conversation. Stay within the reality of what is being said. Otherwise, there's no point in talking to you.
Give me two.
If every point, you took you like that long to think of one person who might have said, "Oh yeah, Brady and Hollow are making hella money." I don't agree. I don't agree with Tweedy there. I don't agree with Tweedy either.
Foxy Grandpa. Oh my God.
All right, let me say this.
Shut up for a second.
So you
When I give a
we-
name and you say name somebody, oh my God.
I think you're delayed, Tommy. I think you're delayed by like 10
Say this.
seconds.
When you say a name, again, oh my God.
wait, what do you say?
Okay, right. So all right, okay. So let's say it is Tweedy. Let's just say for your sake of argument, it's Tweedy. Who the fuck's listening to Tweedy? Who the fuck? Tweedy doesn't have this influence.
I mean, it's still somebody though. He did still
Yeah.
tell people that I'm making riches off
It's
of
a
Mortal
seed
Kombat,
being
which is not
planted.
true.
Look,
Yeah, he's
all
still
right,
somebody,
okay,
to be fair.
Okay. I'm saying I'm going down your route now. So let's say that's true. Who the fuck is listening to Tweedy for life advice? No one.
Wouldn't that account for,
Tom's not
for
on
most
the
gamers in that
screen.
sphere
He
though?
can't answer you.
Wait, Tom, no, wait, I think he's talking.
Yeah.
Okay,
We couldn't hear you.
stop for a second. This just shows you're right, Foxy. People are stupid because even this chat doesn't understand English. Foxy Grandpa literally said to me when I said, "Hey, you asked me to name one person. I gave you one example," and then Foxy
Yeah, after
said,
how long?
Stop, dude. Do you know how conversations work? Thank you. So listen. So he said, "Can you name one person?" When I said, "Hey, I at least gave you one," Foxy said, "Well, give me one more." And then I said,
No,
"Okay,
I didn't.
so now
No,
you're
I
asking me
didn't.
for two."
No, I
And then
didn't.
Foxy
No, I
says,
didn't. No, I
Let
didn't.
me-
No,
let-
no, we ain't
let me
going.
know-
No,
let me know when
no,
I
I
can
ain't letting you go any
let me know
further
when
than
I
that
can-
because I did not say that. I did not say that. You ain't going past that point. I didn't say that.
Okay.
Go back and check the tapes. Now you cannot prove that. You literally cannot prove
me
that. So
finish.
don't fucking say
Let me
I
finish.
said XYZ when I
Let me
didn't. When we
finish.
can check the tapes. So you're lying
know-
right now. You are lying. No, tell me
Let-
that you know you are
let me-
lying
let
for
me-
that.
let me
Tell me
stop.
you know you're lying for that. Because if in this situation one of us is a liar and me ain't that liar. So tell me you just made that shit up because you did. Check the tapes. Tell me now. You made that shit up. I didn't say
You
that.
asked me to
So-
name someone else.
Tell
You
me.
asked me
Tell
to
me.
name someone else.
No, I didn't. No, I
You
didn't.
asked me to name someone else.
No, I didn't.
You asked
No,
me
I
to name
didn't.
someone else.
No. All right, mate, you're just fucking taking the piss now. Like,
You said, is that your answer?
I didn't, Mike. Okay, Mike PL.
Sir,
Did I
your
say
name's
what he
someone
just
else.
said?
All right.
Your name's
I
someone else.
think. All right. Let me say this. Let me say this for both of y'all. Foxy, keep in mind, Tom has a delay, okay, in his mic. So I don't know what's going on with the internet. So he has a delay. So whatever he heard you say, him responding to it is late. So whatever you might have been talking about could have seemed like you were making it seem like whatever. We can check the tapes or whatever, rewind or whatever. I mean, Mike's on YouTube.
Well, that's what I
You
thought
can
I heard him
fucking
say.
use the replay shit, and it'll do that. Unlike
Oh, that's
other
convenient.
platforms.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying.
Yeah, all right.
like,
Let's just iron it out. Let's just iron it
Yeah.
out, right? So
like Tom,
Foxy
you say what you gotta
didn't.
say, then Foxy, you say what
Hold
you
on, hold
gotta
on.
say.
Chat,
Oh, okay,
again,
so
again.
Mike, did I
Wait,
say,
guys, let's
did I-
just
did I
control the
ask for person number 2? Did I ask
Yeah,
for
no,
person
I
number
made it-
Foxy didn't ask. He didn't ask for number 2, but we have picked out Tweedy, who was somebody of, I would say, of equal influence to a lot of other MK YouTubers outside of the really big ones, and he was basically selling. He did essentially sell a dream, and I had to actually put up how much my videos were making just to tell people that he's chatting shit to you. So what do you say to that, Foxy?
Which I said earlier. People, who the fuck is listening to Tweedy for life advice?
He's got
But-
a following. You can't say who the fuck. There's a plenty of the fucks.
Okay, so no, wait a minute.
True Underdog Gaming has
I
a
need to
following.
say
People
something
ain't
now that
listening
I'm
to him for life
I need
advice.
to say
They're
something
still
here.
humans.
Because- Hold on. First, Foxy came in here and was taking the piss that I couldn't name one person. Then I said, hold on, Mike Hollow, who's no fool, had to make a video addressing I don't make hella money making YouTube videos. And I had to make a video saying I don't make hella money making YouTube videos. And it has, both Mike Hollow and myself have been accused of grifting and making videos about Mortal Kombat that are negative to make money. True or false?
I've seen one 3D video talking about you and Mike making money, but again, that's not the same argument as going to a tournament. You and Mike aren't tournament winners, so your point is a bit separate there again.
Was
You're
that-
saying-
once upon a time? That was once upon a
Hold
time,
on,
guys.
Mike.
Mike, you're washed, all right?
But Mike, but Mike, is it not insinuated that you could make hella money making negative videos or whatever for Mortal Kombat? Is that not
They do
insinuated?
be calling y'all grifters.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just iron this out. Tweedy was
So-
talking about what kind of content we produce, but I think you guys are talking about actual fighting game players, right? I'm no longer competing in any circuit, so even though Tweedy was chatting shit, I don't think it doesn't move this conversation forward because we're talking about people like Foxy, for example, or Sonic Fox that go to compete. I don't really fall into that bracket anymore.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to say is probably what Tweety's. I mean, it's all under the same umbrella, basically.
Yeah. So I guess in the context, to be fair to Foxy, in the context of this conversation, Tweedy doesn't count because Tweedy is talking about content creation. If I'm not mistaken, you guys are talking about tournaments, right? Someone can answer.
Yeah, I'm not in
I'm-
this.
I'm
not
saying
gonna
the
guess
whole
reference.
FGC.
That's fair.
I'm saying the whole FGC, the whole whether it is true or not,
Tom, your Wi-Fi is
the
treacherous, bro.
FGC dream is that is sold. The model that many
That
people follow.
sounds like your FGC dream, if anything, because I don't know anyone else that
I'm
is
all the way upstairs
like
right
this
now.
dream applies to.
Wait, while he's sorting out his intro, let me just get through these super chats. I think some of them were for Foxy. Masterpiece, thank you for the $5. I think Tom is 1000% right when he says fighting games need to be a hobby. Game developers don't invest into their own scene for a reason. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for the $5, Masterpiece. Newzen, thank you for the $5. Yes, it's being sold to push sales, but that still doesn't mean every player is to blame. Foxy being a beast doesn't mean I want to compete. True.
Yeah,
True.
it's back to like. Oh, go ahead.
This is the last one. Sorry. Dave, bro, thank you for the $10. Here's your donation. Hope you become a pro YouTuber. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Pio.
No, I was just saying, like, it brings me back because, like, we can sit here and talk about what's not going on in FGC, but we can start creating or putting energy towards what it needs to get it to that level if people want to be there in the future. Because, like, again, I hit the thing and the tournament.
Okay.
Okay, so pretty much like say you got the NFL or NBA, right? Clearly, there's some dream you can make millions and trillions of dollars playing those games. Yeah, there's still games, even though sports, but they have a whole line to get to that point. You don't just say, well, I'm fresh out of elementary school. Let me go fucking sign up for the NBA major. There's nothing like that. You have to go through the whole infrastructure. You got to be good in high school. There's Dennis Rodman who just showed up and said, fuck it. But still, the other people, they have to go through and progressively get there. But we don't have that progression right here to get them to right here. It's just here and here, like locals and then majors, when you should have like, the whole regional where people, like, for example, when they have a pro tour, right, especially in Capcom events, they still allow internationals to come over. It's not like a straight up regional major tournament. So it's not like you can't even develop the scene there. Like, yeah, you could be like, well, we got these people here as guests and they can play against them and get better. But only so many people are going to be able to play against the international because one, they're human and all the other stuff, time constraints. So it's better for there to be a way for the best players in the region and everyone to be able to find other players, because everybody ain't about to get into basketball or anything because there's money into it. The people who usually get to that level is because they love it and they live and breathe it every day.
Yes, that's true. That's actually true.
So,
and that's
What
the
you don't
same for
realize is
anything.
There are MK players.
That's the same for anything.
Creators. There are MK streamers and tournament players who claim that off streaming and YouTube and tournaments, they make six figures. I'm not going to put anyone on blast, but there are people who make that claim, and they're wrong. It's a lie.
Okay.
It's a lie.
Is this then like? Is this
No,
matter of like,
I
how much does
understand.
somebody need to make? How much does somebody need to make for it to be like worth it in your opinion? Then Brady.
No, hold on. I'm not sure, but to your point, Foxy, I understand what you have a point in also that, hey, just because somebody is stupid doesn't mean that they're being sold that dream. It wasn't very hard to sell it to them. I understand your point, but most people in the world are more weak-minded than strong-minded.
That's not our fault that they are a part of George Bush's No Child Left Behind program. That's
you are dealing with younger people who are they're not making 100K. I can tell you that right now. Tell them to send their bank statements to Mike Hollow. Not happening.
Yeah, but the thing
I can tell you right now.
First off, 100K is at what?
But looks, people
like
are
very finite percent of
people.
More people, man. They don't know how to think.
1%. I think it's like, yeah.
Sorry,
and what PL said is a problem, because what happens is people literally get out of high school or their own. How is this still happening?
Man, what
if you wanted to be realistic about it, you can take maybe a couple of years to get into like a good situation for yourself. No matter where you are in life, it's not that much of an ask. So, what does it matter that much in the end if that was the case? Like, acting like people can't turn their shit around at any point. And that's not me saying, go ahead and just give up everything.
Yeah.
Do what you gotta do to enjoy life, but also take care of responsibility. That's the best
way to look at it.
My stance on it is, I think it would be good if there were people that have been in the scene for a long time, maybe like the twins that you guys were talking about. Yeah, they're kids and they're naive, but I don't think there's anything wrong with giving them the tools necessary to not make the mistakes that some other players might have made, thinking that they could just go about winning everything and live off of that. I don't know if there's a particular person selling the dream itself, but I know that people get in their heads that I'm going to be a YouTuber and I'm going to be a streamer, maybe watching Kais and that. And I think it's good. I don't think you should just let kids be kids sometimes. I think you should probably like tell them.
That's no different for a kid wanting to be a footballer.
Literally no, of course. I'm not saying it's different. I think with Tom's argument is that the FGC is at the bottom of the pool. So with football, it's the same premise, but the payoff is pretty insane. And even if you're playing for like your locals, you're still getting at least like my friends have told me, they're playing for the under something and they're still getting decent pay. Whereas in the FGC, even at the top, his argument is there's nothing there. It's like a barren wasteland. So even though it applies to everything, because we're at the bottom of the pool, it's the biggest waste of time out of anything. Like you do fighting, Foxy. Like you know as somebody
it's also a fucking waste of time.
exactly, you know, as somebody that has done martial arts, like my trainer told me myself, never get into this professionally, Mike. You're gonna be broke. And the payoff is, you know, as you know, you get fucked up and you go home with bruises and whatever, and then you get nothing for it. In the FGC, it's kind of in the same pool where, even though you can make the argument for anything in life, if I aspire to be a racing driver, I might not get to Formula One, but even as a go-karting racer, I can tell you, because I know people that do it, they still get paid really well, even though they're at the bottom of their pool. But at the bottom of our pool, at the top of our pool, it's basically a barren wasteland. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, Tom's come back.
Yeah, that's fair.
Is this better now? I'm trying to find a better way to do this. Is this better?
Yeah, you sound fine now.
Okay, so basically what I'm saying is, listen, I have seen, look, I'm a lot older than almost everybody, and I have seen it time and time again, from one pro league to the next. People who have bought into that dream. And you may say it's not there anymore, but it is still there. That narrative is still there. There are many, many people today that believe if they are consistently the best player in the world, that they can actually monetize this. And it's just simply not true. Fighting games, it's different than sports.
This is being caught in the past, Brady. It's being caught in the past because that was how it was like 10 years ago.
No. People still believe you can do it. And it's basically the fighting games, what's different. And while you're right, Foxy, sports, everything is the same way. But the difference is you can be the worst player in the NBA and still make a good living. You can be the whatever. It's not the same way. In fighting,
gaming's more dynamic than that, though. Gaming's more dynamic, right? So
in fighting,
it's not
just fighting games.
The result.
League with investors and sponsors in it either.
In fighting games, you can get to the top of the mountain and be there consistently, and there's no payoff. Most people don't know that because most people think like, hey, and again, I'm not saying all, but most people are more weak-minded than strong-minded. If the world was filled with strong-minded people, that's the majority of the world, a lot of things would be solved. That is not the majority of people out there. These strong-willed, strong-minded people, that is not the majority of people out there. People are stupid because they smoke cigarettes and get lung cancer, but they do it anyway. And they say, well, how many people tried to say, I didn't know that it was going to give me. Big Tobacco got to lie to people and say, oh, was it? And pretend like it wasn't going to give you cancer for years. Yes, people are fucking stupid. If there's a guy that sued McDonald's for making him fat and said, I didn't know that the calorie content was that high. Yes, Foxy, people are fucking stupid. And the judge ruled in his favor. He didn't say, well, because you're dumb. No. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, people are naive. Yes, people are dumb. Many, many, many people do believe that if you get to the very pinnacle of the fighting game mountain, that you can be. Now, if the judge was Foxy Grandpa, Foxy would say, hey, mate, you ate at McDonald's and you wondered why you were fat. You lose, case dismissed. But the judge said, guess what? The calorie content wasn't listed. So you win. Now, Foxy would say that's a dumb argument. But in the court of law, what Foxy considers a dumb argument still won. So again, my point is, in real life, it doesn't work as well as we try to argue it on paper. People are that naive. There are many young people that buy into this and think they're going to monetize it. If I'm just the best, if I win this tournament, if I do this, if I do that, that is still out there. And unfortunately, in fighting games, even if you get to the top of the mountaintop, there's still
this is archaic thinking, though. It's not how it is in the modern era of gaming. It is. That's not how it is now.
No, we got people. You got Sonic Fox. You got Sonic Fox still saying, by the way, I'm still a free agent.
People don't want to be Sonic Fox. They don't want to be Sonic Fox. They want to be Kai Cenat. There's a difference. Kai Cenat isn't a good gamer or anything.
You got more than Sonic Fox listing their resume and saying, I'm still not sponsored or still a free agent. What?
Yeah, because this is within our little bubble.
Okay,
this is within our little bubble.
My point is they don't understand how sponsorships work. Sponsors can't make any money off of you, and there's no money in MK. That's why you're not sponsored, and you're not going to be sponsored because you're a walking loss monetarily. Yet they are still under the delusion that somebody should sponsor them and will sponsor them and waste money. Are they stupid people? No, they simply are buying into that dream that their results are enough to get sponsored, and they'll be back competing at tournaments again. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask. Why do people say, hey, I'm still not sponsored? Hey, if you know you're not going to win any money and you know there's a loss in fighting games and you wouldn't even expect to be sponsored, you know you're a loss, but you're still advertising to be sponsored so that you can go to tournaments to win some money. People do it all the time. I see it all the time on people. Hey, I'm a free agent. Hey, I'm a free agent. Yes, you're a free agent because there's no fucking money in it. And being a sponsor in almost every situation is a loss. Yet they are still naive enough
Not
to
in it for
think.
money though. Then these people ain't in fighting games for money. It's like PL said, they're in this thing because they love doing it.
F0xy, can I ask you a question? Do you think that there's a decent or a reasonable amount of money, a reasonable amount of people in the MK scene making good money?
I think the ones that would be like the extreme exception. And then it also depends on what's your definition of good money. People that can live off of it, there's probably enough of them.
No, it's because
If you're asking for like, are they going to buy a Bugatti? Probably none.
So
like,
that's what I wanted to ask you. What is your ideal? Because you were at the pinnacle of the MK scene and you've got a thriving YouTube channel. What is your ideal of a reasonable amount of people making bank every month?
Let me think. I think the ones that have like, it's probably just like super, just within fighting games, super, maybe max.
Just specifically
Maybe
for tournament, MK tournaments.
Oh, for tournament, none, no one.
Okay, no, it's just because I was sent over
Not
a
even
couple.
Sonic.
To be fair, these tweets are from 2023, but in the tweet you're saying that you said to this person, you speak as if there aren't a reasonable amount of people making bank every month that never enter the Mortal Kombat tournament.
Yeah, they're the ones that are on YouTube and shit, like the supers and shit.
Yeah, so you're talking about YouTubers there.
And
You're
at
not
that
talking
point in
about
time,
tournament
yeah,
players.
and that was 2023. 2023, yeah, people were definitely making a shitload of money in 2023
Just on YouTube or in tournament or both?
on YouTube.
Okay.
Guaranteed. There's no way they weren't. That was MK1 release.
Yes, 0.001% of people were.
Yeah, they were.
Okay, so when you say there are plenty of people making bank, 0.001% doesn't classify as plenty.
Plenty of people out of the MK heads. There's a lot more than there was before.
Mike, we have a different definition. I don't qualify as 0.001% as plenty of people because I understand what you mean, Foxy. You are implying reasonable intelligence that people should know that implies to the 0.001%, but it doesn't. When you say plenty of people are out here making bank, as in your tweet, you would say, are people that naive?
In 2023, there was a lot of people making a lot of money on these things.
There was a lot of people making a lot of money. No, 0.01%.
In the MK community, in the context of the MK community, it was.
Okay. And I would say out of fighting game streamers, 0.01% of fighting game YouTubers are making plenty of money.
All right, okay. And how many of them are trying to live from that?
My point is, you said plenty. Plenty, it's kind of short for plentiful.
He said reasonable. He said reasonable.
Reasonable. 1% is not reasonable, Mike.
No, it's not.
So when you say
a reasonable amount.
All
right, so there's people that have like 50 viewer streams that are definitely make more than my stream makes. So it varies
that.
again.
There are not plenty of people out there in the FGC making bank from streaming, from you doing YouTube fighting.
In 2025.
I would not, even in 23. I don't think in 23.
No, in 2023 there definitely was because in 2023 you had Street Fighter 6, you had MK1, and then not long after you had Tekken 8. There was definitely a lot of people making a lot of money on YouTube.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't give a fuck what year it is. Just know if you get into streaming, YouTubing, or anything like that, 1% of you will make bank. 1%. Foxy said plenty in that year, but I'm telling you, it was actually 1%. When you say plenty, it implies that, Mike, off the top of your head.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about what was said in 2023 when you could objectively see there was more interest in all of these things.
Chat, let me ask
true.
You,
it's
chat,
a cycle of all of this shit. It's peaks and valleys. Nothing's gonna fucking stay all the way up there, is it?
Let's guess the chat.
Yeah, I wasn't sticking it to you, Foxy. I was basically seeing if you had the same position.
Put the tweet on the screen, please, so the chat can see. I want it on the screen, so the people watching it. So let me just say this right now: Brian F would tell you he's not exactly. So, chat. Let me ask you this: when F0xy says plenty of people were making bank in 2023 of fighting game YouTube videos, would you say plenty of people were making in bank, or 1% or less were making bank? I just want the chat response. Plenty of people in 2023 were making bank off YouTubing fighting games, or
Well, it depends what you mean
1%
plenty.
or less?
Well, actually, no, it depends what I mean plenty by. Depends what I mean by plenty, not what you define as plenty. It depends what I define it, because I'm the one that wrote the tweet. Like, at
I
that point in
understand.
time, I could think of
I
at least
understand that.
30, 40 people that were doing bits on YouTube.
I
There's a
understand
lot. There's a lot of people in that context. If you're talking about the context of the entire planet Earth, then obviously not.
I understand it, but
If in the context of our bubble, that is a lot of people compared to zero, like it would have been before.
I understand, but I understand what you're saying. You are saying use some common logic here. When I say plenty, that doesn't mean, half of the people or even a good amount. I understand what you were saying. You were using to apply some common logic. But no,
Well, I can tell you guys, I don't mind being open with how much I made in December, because I was one of the people that was really vocal on MK, and my videos were getting a lot of views. So I'll tell you how much I made. Obviously, I wasn't streaming, so streamers might be in a different pool to me. But yeah, continue your conversation. I'll just bring up my ad revenue and tell you guys.
What I'm saying is that you say, well, this is what I meant as plenty. The fact is, 1% or less were making money streaming fighting games of the YouTube of YouTubers.
All right, and what percentage of people are? All right, okay, so let's go with the 1%. All right, that's fair. But what percentage of people were trying to?
I'd say
What percentage of people was that their goal?
I would say a good amount of people try to make money.
What's a good amount of people then
on YouTube? I mean, I just say plenty is not a word that I would use to describe anything when referring to 1% or less. That's all that I'm saying. And it could be reasonable to assume that a not strong-minded and a somewhat naive person could see that and see that as there are plenty of people, as in a good amount of them, making bank off fighting games in 2023. When in reality,
this isn't 2023 though. We're not actually talking about 23.
And I'm telling you, even when you made that comment in 23, less than 1% were doing it. This is what I'm here to tell you, chat. Even when someone says at this point there were plenty of people doing it, plenty means less than 1%. So that just means
you're comparing that to the one. I say, is it 1%, less than 1% of the 100% of the people that are trying to make a livelihood out of it? Let's say that. Is that what it is? Because I don't think it is. If that was the case, because there's not really that many people trying to follow this dream that you're talking about.
That's like saying there are not that many people on OnlyFans trying to make money. They're all trying to make money.
No, there's not. It's not at all, actually, because I guarantee you there's more people on that than there are in
there is, but I mean,
YouTube.
I mean, there's a good amount of people, millions of people, I would say, that try to be a pro YouTuber.
Okay, this doesn't make any sense. It says I made £5, so I'm probably doing it wrong. I'll get back to you guys. Yeah, you can continue your conversation.
John Diaz, he made a thing. He said, so can we agree Tom's advice is not bad, but F0xy's point, this is where he and I disagree, is that it's self-evident that most people by default know there's no money in the FGC. That's his point, but he's wrong. Again, he literally in things said plenty of people are making bank. What was that in response to, by the way, Mike? What was that comment in response to?
Sorry, let me read his super chat. John Diaz, thank you for $5. So we can all agree Tom's advice is not bad, but F0xy's point is that it's self-evident that most people by default just know there's no money in the FGC. He's basically saying you're both right. F0xy's saying he's saying that F0xy is saying that people know there's nothing there, no one's being told this, and you're pointing out that there's nothing there.
Yeah, there is nothing there, but I disagree that most people think it's self-evident. I do believe people really believe if they are successful players and then they can transition that into YouTubing and streaming and make some money. And that just simply isn't the case. And again, even when F0xy says plenty of people, I understand how he defines it. He's saying out of the
First off,
out
we
of the
need to
people
draw
that
this conversation away from 2023 as well.
but I'm saying even then, less than 1%. I'm just saying I do not agree with the term plenty. You're saying
How many people do MK YouTube and try like with the intent to, because at this point it can't be quantified from either side unless we know how many people try to live off of MK YouTube. Is that like if it was, it could be 100% of the people are successful if that was the case, or it could be 0%. We don't know because we don't know who's actually trying to do that.
How many
This
people
actually requires some sort of guaranteed number to know.
How many people try to make money? I would say anyone that is uploading like multiple videos a week is someone that would like to be making money off YouTube. And I think there are a lot of people.
I don't think that's true as well. There's plenty of people like that on YouTube.
I think there are
I
plenty
keep
of
saying this. There's plenty of people on YouTube that
I think
do
there are
that
plenty
shit
of
that
I think
aren't. It's not their objective.
I think there are plenty of people that try, but very few succeed. Many try, less than 1% succeed.
That's with everything, though. Actually,
Exactly.
Literally.
I
Literally.
wouldn't say plenty of people were succeeding in that year because plenty of them weren't. 1% of them were.
like there's like I forget the percentage, but there's not that many YouTube channels with 100K and more.
There's nothing wrong with passion, but I think there are way too many people that the lines get blurred, and they get all in and invested to it. All I need is like some videos to catch on, or maybe to do well, win some money here or there, or something. Any big break that they look for. I do believe many people think that way. Many people in the world are stupid and naive. I mean,
they do tell people, you gotta keep uploading every day, be consistent, have a personality, and all this other stuff.
And sometimes you can do all that, and it doesn't work out.
Yeah, because on Twitter they did used to say
people
like,
boring as fuck. That's the issue for that.
Yeah, they did say
that's not having good Twitter, just boring people.
Winning, do this, that, and the third. But like, yeah, I mean, but also there are people who are boring as fuck and are popular.
I mean, there is still no money to be.
It's subjective.
I mean, let me go to Sonic Fox's channel right now. Here's Sonic Fox. Sonic Fox is, here he is in the game right now. Sonic Fox has 342,000 subscribers. I'm looking at his videos now. Let's look at his newest videos. For example, now Sonic Fox when the game was out was making, God knows how many people. 9K watch, 16K, 10K, 1.8K, 14K. The Sonic Revengement has a lot of that's the Score Esports. I'm looking at first channel. I'm not looking at so these do not equate to big money. These do not equate for big, and Sonic Fox is in that 1%, and yet a lot of these videos don't equal big money. If he puts enough of these videos, sure, like if he puts like maybe 3 or 4 of them up every day, here we go, 1.8K, 9K, 16K, 10K, 14K, 14K, 20K, 23K, 9.4K. This is not that much money in views. So if someone like Sonic Fox is uploading and these are their views, then I can promise you most
puts like no effort into that YouTube channel,
I understand
zero.
that, but he still has 342,000 subscribers is my point. I mean, I don't think people realize that putting their match videos up and things like that. I mean, I do think a lot of people believe that if they become a known name, people
that is for my point. People don't care how good you are at the game. They don't.
But yet
we're past that point, and that's what I'm saying. That your whole point is, oh yeah, people are selling the stream where you can be good at the game, blah blah blah. But my point is, people don't care how good you are. It's not actually important.
To be good on YouTube is really just about watch time and storytelling. So you got a good story,
Twitch as well.
Like watching that shit. This with everything. Like you watch. Like if we really want to do a comparison, we can compare a fighting game player, the probably most successful fighting game player on YouTube is not fighting game content though. I'm talking about F0xy. F0xy went from DOA while playing DOA doing YouTube content because he studied animation and all that stuff. F0xy is like the blueprint on storytelling.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, but that's not in fighting games.
Right.
My point is, even in fighting games, you can be at the pinnacle of success and not be able to do it for a living. There are very few things in the world. And I shouldn't say very few. I don't want to use my words. Like I just got on FOxy for saying plenty.
Well, I was just saying that was just winning. Like somebody could make a channel where they just play fighting games, but
I would say
storytelling and all that stuff, framing it the right way to where it's like, yeah, you're playing the game, but why are we watching you play the game?
I would say, let's even lowball and say there's 30% of people that truly are naive enough to believe that if they become a known name and stream and do YouTube videos, they can make a living doing it. That's still too high. That's a large number. 30%? That's a large number of people. I mean, why? And that dream, they didn't wake up one day and feel that way. That dream, the FGC dream, it is perpetuated. That narrative is there. It 100% is there. These people just don't wake up and say, "Oh, I'm dumb. I think I'm going to make some money putting money on YouTube." No, it is hinted to. And the Tweety thing, the Tweety thing is not to say that Tweety is the one pushing the narrative. He's not. But my point is, the first thing he went to was Tom and Mike Hollow are making hella money being negative. And if I was doing it for the money, I would be negative like they are. There are many people who imply that myself and Mike Hollow, we are only being negative for views for money on YouTube, which implies that there's any money to be. If they knew there was no money to be made, then they would know that our opinion is authentic and we're not doing it for any other ulterior motive. It is suggested that myself, Mike Hollow, and maybe some others do this because we don't really believe it, but we can make money off of being negative. Is that not basically implied, Mike?
Yeah, that is what Tweety is implying. He's basically saying that he said that I'm making riches from talking shit on Mortal Kombat.
But it's not just Tweety. You have this. He is not. There are many people that have accused you of this. Correct? That you are making money. You and I are not legitimate.
Let's say this is true. There can't be many people. If we're using your logic, it can't be that many people. Mike isn't that big of a known person.
But it is still implied that the reason why we are doing it, that the incentive is money.
Okay. Let's say it is implied, and all this is true. Mike's reach ain't big enough to impact people's lives like that on such a drastic decision.
And yet, it's still
people
implied.
ain't looking at Mike's channel going, "Fucking hell, Mike Hollow's made bank. I'm gonna copy exactly what he's doing and fuck all my shit up, trying to be exactly that and only that." That's not realistic to think.
It is still implied. Constantly.
Getting there though.
It is still implied. It is still implied that my point of view or Mike's or someone like us we are just farming negative views for money. If there's no money to be made, then why would anyone sell the narrative that you can farm negative views for money if they know there's no money to be made? If it is true, and most people know there is no money to be made, nobody would ever say somebody is farming negative views for views.
Okay, there's also another point. Mike, what do you reckon the age range of your audience is? Do you know? Does YouTube tell you that?
Yeah, the age range of my audience is I think it's between 24 and 30. Let me just double check on the app. Analytics.
That's like closest to your age.
Yeah, so the majority of people that watch 18 to 24 make up 22.8%, and then 25 to 34 make up 50%, and then the rest is 35 to 44.
So the only people that could be like, let's say that the stream is real. There's people out there preaching, yeah, fuck it, drop all your shit and do this. The only ones you should really be bothered about that are being told that would be the kids. And even then, the kids it don't matter if you tell them that, because they're still in an age where they can change and do other shit. Like Madzin. Remember Madzin? He was doing that. He put everything into it, and then he went and did something else. And then I think he went and did something else after that. You're not ended. True. Your life path doesn't end. My point is one thing. If you don't want it to, like, it's not.
It is hinted at. It is hinted at multiple times. It is hinted at. And even though, like I said, look, Punk is a hero to a lot of people. Punk is a great player. I know he says I dropped out of high school and I wouldn't recommend doing it, but he's not the first person. There are many people before Punk that have tried it. Punk is obviously an anomaly. He's a great player. Very few people will ever have Punk's talent and ability. But think of all the people before Punk who dropped out of high school to pursue the same dream. And
okay, I can show everyone. I can show everyone what was going on around that time.
And failed.
Let me see. There's no sensitive data here. So just so people can get an understanding of what was going on. But when did you say? You said December 2023, right?
Yeah.
I was.
All right. So I'll share my screen so people can see. Full transparency.
Dittle wants to join the call, Mike.
Am I allowed to share? I
Okay.
don't know if I'm allowed to show my Google AdSense page. Okay, I'll just tell people. In December, so Dittle wants to join.
Yeah.
Tell him to message me on X and I'll give him the link. Yeah, Dittle, if you
sorry,
can hear me, just message me on X and I'll send you the link. So I don't know why I tell F0xy that. In December, I made £9.32. But we won't count that because I think they moved it over to January. In January, from the December videos, I made £483.59. So that £483.59 is, those were two of the biggest videos that have ever been on my channel. And then a bunch, I've uploaded like maybe 30 times. You know, like, and that video was, it has about 200,000 views and its watch time is very, very high. So it was going to make a lot of money. I don't know if I'm a good metric though, because I was a very, very small YouTuber at the time. I mean, I'm still small. So I don't know. Maybe if you take that and then apply it to the people that F0xy's talking about, maybe they're making like they made 1,000 or 2,000. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we're going to live in fantasy world and we don't believe that it is never implied ever in the modern era that you can make some money off streaming, YouTubing fighting games, or being successful in tournaments.
The dream that you're talking about, it exists, but not from fighting games. The dream that people tell you is the one of the Kai Cenat type. That's what the kids want to be. They ain't trying to be fucking Sonic Fox. They're not.
I mean, the fighting game is small.
They don't even know who Sonic Fox is.
I'm not trying to talk in the grand scheme of the world. I'm talking in the FGC. People still chase it. Even though that dream is not possible, they still chase it all the time. Most people.
Data bus. I wasn't streaming back then, so no super chats. It was just £483. Now I can tell you, I mean, the streams do really, really well. The streams make all the difference. But videos themselves, if you're like looking to be a YouTuber, I just do it because it's fun, you know. And I'm lucky enough that I have a community that donates as much as you guys do. But
and that's what it comes down to for all these people, because they're doing it because they love doing it. It's like what Pierre was saying. They're doing it because they love doing it.
Of course, but I mean,
and it can't be successful. It can't be successful if they don't truly. So.
People try all the time, though.
All right, we've got Dittle. Dittle, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make one quick statement because I got shit to do. But okay, so what up, y'all? What up, y'all? So Tom keeps saying that, you know, there's this narrative that's pushed that you can make money, that you can do all this. Dude, I've been in the FGC now for like 6 years, and like I stream the game almost every single day. I make content. I've never once, I mean, literally never once heard anyone tell me that there was money within fighting games ever. So I don't know where this narrative is being pushed, where like people are like, you know, like you can make a living, you can do this, you can do that. I've never heard it once ever.
It has been pushed. It has been pushed for
by who?
It has been pushed by a very long time. And
by who?
It's still around.
But by who? Who has it been pushed by? That's my question. Because I've been around and I've not heard it once.
I've been around a lot longer and I've heard it many times.
By who? By who? That's all I'm asking. Yeah. Because again, like, and I'm genuinely curious because, like I said, I've known you a long time, Tom. I've known PL a long time. I've known F0xy a long time. I've never heard this once by anyone.
I mean, and again, like I said, the same thing with these pro leagues and selling the dream that you can win some money playing fighting games.
But you can win some money. You can. But what my argument is that, like,
at what expense? At what expense?
I mean, that's with anything that you compete in. That's not, you know, that's not necessarily.
What I'm saying is more people than you are willing to acknowledge.
My question to you is,
don't realize that fighting games are, if it wasn't the case, then when I tweeted it, why did it take off so much? Why weren't people like, what do you want about, Tom?
Because you know what you're doing, Tom. You know I love you, Tom, but you know what you're doing, bro.
Hold on. There, someone in the chat said something. He said, "Is the community not a good answer?" I'm sorry but that's
yeah, it is the community. Yeah.
My question to you, Tom, is just who, right? Because you know I've known you a long time. Tom, I got a lot of love for you.
The FGC as a whole.
Who's the FGC as a whole?
And there are many OGs that backed me up and they said that's absolutely right. It's absolutely right. It's absolutely right. Many OGs backed me up, and it is there's so many. I mean, God, it's so unfortunate how many people actually do buy into this narrative that you can do this for a living, you know, get a name big enough, monetize YouTubing and Twitch and streaming and coaching. And I mean, what are people coaching for? Because they're passionate. You got people who are coaching for money, who a lot of them dread every single minute of trying to coach some beginner who has no idea what they're
That's
doing.
not true,
But they're
Tom.
doing it for
I
money.
coach like I coach every other day, bro. And that shit is, bro, I don't, dude.
There are also a lot of people
I don't
that
know
are also,
who you're talking
there are
about.
also
man.
a lot of people that that do it just for money. They're trying to make some money off
it's
of it.
money. But here's the thing, Tom. I think that the big divide here is that, number one, again, I want to reiterate that I've never heard anyone say
I
this.
agree, Alexis. I agree. It is.
I've never heard anyone say, what's a scam? Coaching?
I think the coaching thing is just it's so nobody should ever charge for coaching. That's fucking stupid. I mean,
what?
I'm sorry, man. That's stupid.
What?
That's
I'm not even going to get into that argument, man. But
I just don't. It's just difference of opinions. I just don't.
Okay, my thing is, and before I go, because like I said, I don't want to like take over.
Sure.
This is your guys' call. I just want to make a statement. And I appreciate you letting me on, by the way, Mike.
That's all good, bro.
I've been in the FGC now for like 6 years. Been competing for a few years now. I've never once heard anyone say this, but if we're going to take what you say is true, wouldn't you agree that that person is just very gullible and stupid?
I think
if they didn't make the research for themselves,
I think most people in the world fall into more weak-minded than strong-minded.
And why bother trying to save him, Brady?
I mean,
because you know what he's doing. You know, Tom,
why bother trying to save him? That's the point. I don't get it.
I mean,
what is it that you're saying that Tom's trying to do?
Tom for the last. Okay, first of all, I've known Tom. Okay, PO and F0xy have definitely known Tom longer, but I've known Tom a long fucking time now, dude.
Yeah.
Tom, dude, like if there's a chance to hate on Mortal Kombat, Tom's gonna hate on Mortal Kombat, dog. Whether it be through any, and now it's about money. That's just the way it is.
Wait. Why you say I'm gonna hate on Mortal Kombat just to hate on Mortal Kombat?
Because you that's what I mean. That's how you've been for the last couple of years, bro.
What if that's actually my opinion and it's not hating?
I mean, have you carried the same opinion for, I would say, now 7 years?
I think most people didn't enjoy MK11, and I think most people don't like MK1. Not all, but most.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying that your opinion is wrong. That's your opinion, right?
Okay.
But at this point, the only reason I'm bringing this up is because 4 months ago, no, actually it was like 6 months ago, you said that you were done making content for Mortal Kombat. You were done with all this, right? But you're still around shitting on every single thing that everyone does. Like just like the other day, like whenever you were shitting on the numbers for tournament entrances. Why? What's the point in shitting on it?
Dittle, because you shit on people all the time and saying, back when there was 200-man tournaments in MK9, and I was and I was only here's the thing. Here's Dittle. F0xy would say, "Are you so naive, mate, that you don't know I was taking a piss at you? You think I'm just..." Again, there's naivety everywhere. Even Dittle here comes on the show to expose it. Yes, I was taking a piss at people like you, who have oftentimes have tried to make comments that some of these tournaments were meaningless because there were only 200 and 300 people there. Although now making it seem like these tournaments are great with the same 200 and 300 numbers that you said were meaningless because of how small they were back then. And I'm just saying that I want you to have that same fire in saying that those tournaments are equally as worthless. And only now you're saying, well, because it's my time in the game I like, I have 200 and 300 people. That's pretty good, actually, huh? No,
but no one ever said that.
MK11 tournaments are like 5 times the size of MK9 and double the size of MKX. And MK1 is like way less than that. But who the fuck cares? This goes back to my point. Who cares? This ain't about how good you are anymore. You're getting it confused. You're actually lost. It's not about how good you are anymore. People don't care about how good you are. People want to be entertained. And that's what it is. It doesn't matter if it's fighting games or whatnot. But
so if you are allowed to take the piss out of people and it's okay, why am I not then? Why am I a hater? So when you take the piss out of me, are you a Tom Brady hater?
I'm a massive Tom Brady hater. Like I wake up and just fucking hate. As soon as I wake up, eyes open. What can I do today? The hate on Brady. That's it.
But Dittle, do you not think that Tom's criticisms of Mortal Kombat are fair?
Sure, for sure. A lot of them are for sure. But my problem is that he's going into other things because again, the game right now is getting more love than I think that the game has ever gotten, even since release. I think we can all agree on that. And now he's moving on to there's no money in fight. Like in my original statement, who said these things? Because again, I've been in the scene a long fucking time. I've
Dog.
never heard this. Never. If you
You
can name
mortal-
me a person, then I'll believe you.
You Mortal Kombat players are so stupid. Mike Hollow did a video addressing the accusation that the world has a massive conspiracy to keep Mortal Kombat down. Do you know how stupid you fucking people are
What
to
does that have to
think
do with
that
what I
planet
said?
Earth? That just shows you MK players are fucking stupid. So what I mean is, that's why I make these arguments, because you guys say the dumbest shit. And then I have to bring you back to reality. And Dittle says, "Oh, why you got to bring us back down to reality and hate on us?" No,
But who said
just
these
saying-
things? That's all I'm asking. Who? Because
I
again,
don't
if you
think,
can bring me any credible source, I'll believe you.
Didn't
don't-
Sonic
I
Fox?
don't- I don't
didn't-
think-
Didn't Sonic
hold
Fox
on
say,
one
"We are
second,
so
Tom.
back"?
I don't think it comes down to one. I think the culture around content creation and tournaments is just like that. People see people winning. I don't know if there's a particular person doing it, but then that does go back to, like, I guess it's their responsibility.
You know
But
what,
then
Mike
it's
Hollow?
also okay to, like, tell children, don't do this, because even though you might try your hand at go-kart or football, but the payoff for that, even if you don't make it to the top, is still really high. Whereas if you come over here, even if you do get to the top, you're still at the bottom.
Mike, do me a favor. Since I'm this big hater for Dittle said how many years now?
Tom, I mean, if we're being honest, bro, it's like we're talking 10 plus, dog.
10 plus. Mike, go
10
to my
plus.
YouTube channel and scroll down to the very first video and look up. And
See, here's the thing, Tom. You deleted a lot of videos. Too. Tom, I've known you too long for you to pull this.
Let's go.
You've deleted a shit ton of videos, Tom.
And
Of you hating on
I
MK11.
deleted all the MK out. No, the MK11.
MKX. Tom, you can go back 10 years and find an Ice Clone musical that was made on you just hating on MK9.
I made
and MKX.
Again, not true. Like, see, this is what I mean. You see what I mean by people? Thank God Diddle's here, because Dittle is just the walking narrative that I say. So the
Dude,
actual,
I don't care about all this, man. I want to go back to my original.
hold on.
Hold on.
So what do I mean by narratives? So the video I made in MKX was one video about the ice clone in which there was a bug. And I made
Look at that knee.
Stop.
Look at that knee.
Look at that knee. That was actually.
It wasn't one video.
Stop. You're talking about multiple videos. But go to
I'm
the
talking
very
about
bottom.
multiple videos, hundreds of streams where you would set up
hold
the PSN menu complaining about the ice clone.
No, that's not. I didn't. Again,
I was there, Tom.
I mean, I do remember being in your stream, me and Slayer coming in there and asking for Anarchy when you had the Tekken 6 soundtrack on.
Okay.
And you were not there. You were telling people you ain't coming back to the stream. You're just going to let us sit in the menu.
Do I get to respond? You see what Dittle did? But what Dittle did was equate three things: Tom raging on ice clone, sitting in the menu, meta clone, lie. What happened was,
It's not a lie.
let me finish. There was one video I did that was a bug called "The Ice Clone is not functioning properly," and it was a bug about the It was a bug about the EX Ice Clone. Revolver remixed that into a heavy metal video to make it seem like it was. Hold on.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this real quick, since you have to step away. Why is there literally a line in that song that says "Welcome to Part 2 of the Ice Clone is not functioning properly"?
Good job.
If there was only one video, when there's literally multiple parts.
Let me finish. So what happened was it was a bug. It was a bug.
Yes, clearly.
Hold on. Then they fixed the bug, and then I made another video.
So it was multiple videos.
Hold on. Yes, listen.
But you just said it was one video. You see how this doesn't add up, Tom?
Hold on. I made a video.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I made a video saying it was not functioning properly. There was no rage. There was no yelling. It wasn't functioning properly. It was a bug, and I used that term because I did it to some elevator music. I wanted to be entertaining. Hey, welcome to the ice clone is not functioning properly. I wanted to do it to get some laughs, to be entertaining, and I just highlighted the bug. Then when they fixed the bug, I said, welcome to the ice clone it was after patch is functioning properly. And I went over how the bug was fixed and some uses for it. Now it is remembered as me raging and crying about the clone. Never happened. The video about look at that knee, that was when people were saying how safe Sub-Zero is standing behind the clone. And I wanted to show an example where even when I'm right behind the clone, I did it back too. And I had Jax do his knee right through it and punish me. And I said, look at that knee. See, people remember looking at that knee as it was something where Tom was raging about the clone, but it was actually me showing, and it was the way I said it. It had nothing to do with me crying and complaining. The uninstalling was me trolling my stream. So my stream had this thing where they were going to try to get to me. Yeah. So my stream had this thing where they were going to try to get to me by whenever I played somebody, they would have them, if they beat me the first game, the stream would try to get them to not play me anymore and then troll me and say, Tom, how many games do you need? So I thought about this one night, and I say, how can I be irritate the piss out of my stream the same way they try to do it to me? And I said, I got it. The next time somebody says, Tom, how many games do you need, as a joke to piss me off, I'm going to piss them off by saying, you know what, chat, you're right. How many games do I need? None. And uninstall the game. And that's where it was me trolling my chat for trolling me.
But Tom, you see how this comes off as hate, though, right?
No, it's not hate. It's
okay. Well, let's move on to the next game.
Okay,
then.
so nowhere in there was I raging about the ice clone and doing any of this stuff. Now, Mike, if you bring back my videos, you'll see a lot of positive Mortal Kombat 11 content. Now, Dittle tells me that I was hating for a decade.
You deleted hundreds of videos, Tom.
Okay, so then why am I seeing any positive ones then? I should let's bring these up and let's read through them.
Hundreds of videos, Tom.
Let's read through them one by one, Mike.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. They look pretty. Hold on. It looks like I'm advocating for buying Ultimate. Keep going. Keep going up.
Tom. Can I make one statement, please?
Keep going down. There is a video where I said Sub-Zero is awesome in MK11. Go find that video, please.
Tom, you commentated with me for 2 years straight. You remember this?
Go find that video, Mike. Find the thumbnail, please.
I got to make this statement. I'm sorry, Tom. You commentated with me for 2 years, yes, and in that 2 years, you refused to call Sub-Zero Sub-Zero, and you only referred to him as the Blue Ninja because you refused to accept that was Sub-Zero.
He is the Blue Ninja.
So why are you saying Sub-Zero is awesome in MK11 when you for 2 years
is he not?
You wouldn't even say the name Sub-Zero?
It's a joke. It's a Blue Ninja. He wasn't Sub-Zero to me. Keep going down.
So, what?
It looks like this is a lot of positive content. It looks like there's a lot of positive content on here. This all looks like positive content to me.
What about the hundreds of videos that you deleted that was hating on the game?
I don't take down my MK hate videos. I make sure my MK11 is there. I make sure.
You're not going to lie to me, brother. I've known you too long.
I mean, this does not look like hating content to me. This looks like a lot of positive content to me. So to say that I am fair when I have hope for the game and I'm giving NRS credit, I am very fair. And I talk about the positive things. However, when NRS was done with the game and the game was going to stay the way it was, I realized it was done and then I went negative. So I am very fair. I am very positive and very negative.
That's not true because you deleted hundreds of negative videos.
Oh no, my negative ones are all there. And even MK1, I didn't look at early MK1. I was very positive on MK1 early.
Tom, there was
guys, video. What I don't understand here is that even if Tom was being negative, like if they brought out a new Saints Row game that was in the same fashion as the other one, there'll be 10 more years of me saying that the game is shit. It doesn't really mean that what I'm saying is invalid.
See, that's the difference with you. You'll actually admit that. You'll say, yeah, I was negative, so what? Tom will never admit that. He'll be like, I was the most positive dude out there.
But is negative the right word to use? Am I not being accurate?
It depends.
But Mike, can I actually be accurate in saying there's plenty of positive videos on here as well, are there not?
Yeah, from what I can see, there's a lot of tutorials.
So would it be more accurate to say I was very positive and negative when it called for an MK11? But notice how Dittle leaves out. Dittle doesn't say, Tom, you had a shit ton of positive videos and a shit ton of negative videos.
A shit ton is crazy when it's compared to like the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of negative videos that you deleted, Tom.
You see how they leave out.
You deleted them, Tom.
They leave out. These all look pretty positive.
Anyways, I'm sorry. I have to go soon. But back to my original statement, the original statement that I made. All I want to know is from one credible source, or even like Mike said, like a multiple, like more of a community thing. Who said ever that there is a life to be made from monetary value within fighting games?
How often?
Who said that?
You have no idea. You have no idea. You have no idea how often it is implied or how often that's
implied by who?
Okay, well, we agree to disagree. You believe that nobody believes.
It's not that nobody believes. No one has ever told me. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, nobody. And the people in the chat who brought up, hey, people, why would they say this? Why would they say that? You guys just think, hey, they're just idiots. They woke up one day and they believed it. It was never implied. It was never, the dream was never sold to them.
If someone was like, yo, Dittle, come play competitive ping pong, I would never say, yo, dude, there's probably tons of money in that. I would never believe that.
I can promise you it is a dream. I can promise you.
Sure, Tom, sure. Sure, I have a dream to fuck 15 porn stars. That doesn't mean it's gonna fucking happen.
All right,
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
dude, like it's like I have a dream to have a 7-inch dick. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just those things, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's never gonna happen.
all right. Well, you just came on here and misremembered half of the shit you say, but you told me. But you definitely remember no one sells the dream. It is what it is.
No, in all seriousness, Tom, and I'm being 100% serious now, all trolling aside, I've never heard anyone say that. And like I said, I've been in the scene within 6 years, and I would tell you, because like I said, I have a lot of love for everyone in this call. Like I love PO, I love F0xy.
Well, why am I hating on MK? What
I know you didn't just say you wanted a 7-inch peen. Come on, man.
Dittle, what purpose would I have to hate? What chat? Okay. What purpose would I have to just be a hater on Mortal Kombat? Why would I hate on it for no reason?
You want me to be honest with you?
Yeah.
Because like you feel like everyone in the community hates you,
Well, I wouldn't
so
say
you
I
want to
feel
give
like
it back,
I would say a lot of them do. The vast majority.
and you want to give it back. That's all
No.
it comes down to.
No, I don't really care about that.
You
Not
do,
at all.
Tom, brother. Listen. I'm not gonna get. That's a whole other story.
Am I not? Is my criticism of the game not honest?
Sure. I mean, if it's your opinion, brother, it's your opinion. All
Okay.
I'm saying is what you're saying about like that people like spread this narrative that you can make tons of money within fighting games. That's never happened. No one is. I've never heard anyone say that ever.
Oh man, it is
Not even the top fighting game players.
the narrative. There are many people who have fell victim to that narrative, and I'm sure there are people.
But
on Twitter
who? From who?
Oh,
From
it's just perpetuated in general.
To make a generalized statement like that, you can't do that. Like it just comes up false.
It is again. It has been implied multiple times that
From who?
that I make negative videos, not because I feel that way, because there's money in it, and that's why I do it. It is implied.
Okay,
people
but that's
imply-
hold on though. That's actually there is more money in controversy always. You know that.
No, there's no
everyone
money.
that's ever anyone that's ever made content, you will make more views on controversial
Dog,
statements.
When it comes to
than good.
controversy in Mortal Kombat as a YouTuber, there's no money in it. None.
I mean, you can definitely make some money. That's just,
No, you can't make money making negative videos about Mortal Kombat. No.
you can't make any money really.
No, you can't. No real fucking money doing that shit.
Well,
There's
okay,
no
what is real money, Tom?
There's no money in it. Maybe
Tom,
$100 here or there. There's no money in it.
That's just completely
something.
untrue. Mike Hollow just told you that he made 400 quid off one video.
That's nothing.
How's
No,
that?
hold on. That's not off
What is that?
one
How
video,
much-
off
how much
30
of that
videos.
is in-
Yeah, not off one video. Not off one.
That
video.
was
still
off
a good
30.
chunk of money. That's still a good chunk of money for making for doing what. And I'm assuming Mike loves to do this. You know, like that's a good chunk of money for someone that's like a growing channel too. That's good
Jimmy
work.
will tell you that this narrative has been implied for a long time. And Jimmy, like myself, many people have come to him for money to get to a tournament, or I went to a tournament and I spent my money. I thought I was going to be able to win some money. I didn't. I need help. I can't pay my bills. They've come to Jimmy for things like this. They come
Tom,
to
if
me
you
for
do
things
that,
like
you're
this.
just an idiot, bro. If you spend all your money, your
Literally,
bill money, like
literally.
what? Like
You deserve
if
it. You actually
yeah,
deserve it at that point.
like no one has ever, dude. If I go to a tournament tomorrow, I'm not going there like banking my rent money on to win first place.
It happens more often than
Then that person is fucking stupid, Tom. That doesn't speak for the generalized public.
This man asked me for one name. When I'm telling you, it's a million people. It's a million.
It's
It's just the narrative right now. It's a narrative right now.
It's not.
And
Tom.
many people have fallen victim to this. I'm not saying everyone does. I'm not even saying most people do. But that narrative dream is still sold
By who?
by the FGC in general.
Who is that?
Who is the FGC? Oh my
Yes. I want names, Tom, because you're not going to be able to give me a name. A while ago, you tried to say
His name
Sonic
was
Fox.
Tweety.
And Sonic Fox.
His name was Tweety. That is the only name he came up
No,
with.
well, my point is my point is Mike even made a video. Mike didn't say, what is he on about? Nobody's going to believe that you can make money doing this. Even Mike and I addressed it like, hey, you can't make any money doing this. So all of you guys out there who actually believe that people like me or Mike or anybody can make money being negative or even positive in a lot of ways, no.
You can absolutely. You can make money.
Oh my God, you can't. Make
Maybe
money.
not a substantial. You're not like Fox said earlier. You're not driving a fucking Bugatti, But Tom, I make videos and I stream. I make money off streaming. Like I make a decent amount of money off streaming and making videos. Like it, you can absolutely. Maybe not like you say like driving a fucking Ferrari or making 300K. Like maybe probably not, man. But
well,
like
I mean, again, what happened to Jimmy? Where, Mike?
He's fixing his mic.
Okay. And it's not even about a Tweety thing. Tweety is just one. There are many people who have said that we are not being honest about our opinion, that we're just being negative to get views on YouTube for money. Many people.
Tweety has also said the opposite, though. He's also said
it's not
that he doesn't go to tournaments because it's not lucrative. So that he's given opposite.
Hold on. See, this is now you guys are focusing on Tweety. It has been many people who have accused me, especially, of making these negative YouTube videos to pay my rent or whatever. If there's no money to be made, and everyone knows this, why would
that's not the same? That's not the same message. That's not the same message as what you were saying.
But if there's no money to be made, why would that even be in it? Why would anyone actually?
Not the same message as what you were saying, though.
Why would
there is some to be made?
Why would anyone actually believe that I make negative YouTube videos to pay my rent if there's no money to be made?
I don't think anyone believes that. So I know exactly why you make.
Mike Hollow's chat just said who. Mike Hollow's chat is implying that nobody ever implied that I make these negative YouTube videos for views so that I can be sad and pathetic and pay my rent. And that this is naive.
Okay, hold on though, Tom. Hold on. No one said to pay your rent. Everyone knows why you make negative YouTube videos. And again, it goes back to the fact that you think the entire FGC like has this agenda against you.
No, I actually believe that the game is in trouble and it needs to be better, and that the community
you very well may believe that, Tom, but I don't think that you would put forth the energy to do that right now in your life unless you had some sort of other agenda.
I don't make content at all anymore. I don't.
Tom,
you're here right now.
you're making content right now.
Okay, you hear that?
You've been doing more than.
Okay, all right, fine.
A lot.
I'm not doing it. You think I'm doing this because I think the FGC hates me? Are you high?
First of all, I know you believe that.
I mean, this isn't him making content, though. This, just to be fair, he's just appearing on a podcast. It's not the same.
You're committing a lot of time to saying this, though. Is that not fair to say? You are committing a lot of time.
Yeah, but like wanting to talk about something and actually going out and making content. Because Tom could have just restreamed this on his channel, right? And he's got more subscribers than me. He could have just restreamed it. He just wants to talk about it.
I'm telling you, Mike, it comes down to the fact that he thinks like the entire FGC hates him, which is crazy because like, here's the thing. Like I was friends with Tom when it wasn't even popular to be friends with Tom. And he'll tell you that like, Tom, you have a lot of people that still fucking that love you, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like,
there's a handful.
But like you focus on so much of the people that like shit on you, and it's crazy because dude, like everyone gets like people that shit on.
That is the majority though. But my point, that's not why I do it, because I want to see Mortal Kombat be successful again.
Tom, MK11 was as successful as any other Mortal Kombat, and you hated on it all the time.
Because MK11 kind of sold, like we all knew what it could be, and they just left it in a very shambles state, and it never lived up to its potential, and it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way at the end of MK11. And then when MK1 came out, it didn't do itself any favors, and a lot of people, the custom variation system, terrible idea. The last patch was horrible. And then in MK1, it just, a lot of things just did not go right. And still the cameo system, I think, is just still not a good idea. I think a big problem is these lack of any legacy. I think it's hurt them now when it hasn't hurt them in the past. And I think using these gimmicky systems is a big fucking problem. And I don't think people like it anymore. And they're tired of these gimmicky systems. And I'm not speaking this to hate on the game. I'm speaking it because it's objectively true. And the reason why I'll say things is sometimes you get these dumbass people on Twitter. Oh, who says this game is dead? Hey, cuz when you got to say who says this game is dead, or you got commentators at majors who have said this, I'm not going to call anyone's name out, who says this game is dead, you're saying the game is dead, because games that are alive don't need people to remind them that they're not dead.
And I say that about every fucking game and every community.
No one says Tekken 7. No one says Street Fighter 6 is dead.
Oh, brother, what, man? Come on, Tom.
Nobody credible believes Street Fighter 6.
No one credible believes MK1 is dead, bro. There's tournaments every single day for MK1, every single day.
Dude, you guys are getting.
So a lot of this is semantics as well, because like a dead game would be like one of them anime Discord fighters.
Yeah. Like, first of all, I don't care if the next 4 Mortal Kombats were shitty as fuck. It would still release millions of copies, bro. Like, it's it just will. You
Yeah,
know what
but
I'm
is
saying?
MK1 doing well against Mortal Kombat's like general? Like, if you were to measure it against other Mortal Kombat games, how is it trending?
About the same as MK9 and MKX, I would say. MK11 was like the peak in my opinion.
I don't think it will sell even 9 million.
I don't think
If we're talking
the
about
same way.
sales, then probably not. But then again, I mean, there's a lot that goes into that, though. There's a lot that goes into that. And here's the thing: I'm not defending MK1. I think MK1 was terrible on release. Terrible. I think it's made a lot of good strides, obviously,
It's
but
better than it was. I
yeah,
think that's fair.
that's besides the point. My entire original point of even coming on here was I think Tom and please, like, you know, just let me make this one statement, then I, like I said, I got to go. But Tom, like he said earlier, you know, like he'll retaliate against people that say these things on Twitter and stuff, and that's all it comes down to. Like, I don't think Tom genuinely cares like at all that he thinks that people push this narrative that there's money within the scene. He's just trying to make a point. That's all it is. Like, Tom, you do not give a fuck if you think there's people out there that believe they can make money off fighting games. It's just because you think that people like have an agenda against you. That's all it is.
These people come to me every day.
Who?
Child support.
Who?
I'm not going to put them on blast. All
Because
right?
they don't exist, Tom.
People.
No, I mean, to be fair to Tom, that I was saying to F0xy earlier, or the chat, that I've had people reach out to me about doing this full time, and I've said to them, like, please don't do that. That's not a good idea.
Sure.
Not content creation. Going to tournaments. So I don't know I don't know how widespread it is. I know that it does happen, and I know a lot of them that have said those things to me are young. I don't know if it's more of just a general culture in like the content creation and tournament gaming space where people see Austin Ash or even F0xy or Sonic Fox on the world stage and think, yeah, I'm going to do that. And, you know, I don't know
Obviously,
how...
people are going to want to do things that they like. They're going to want to find and make that
Do you see what Rewind said? He said it's an illusion, and it is an illusion. For something to be an illusion, it means some people out there see it as such, but that's not real.
Yeah, but
And-
some people are fucking idiots, Tom.
And all my post was there are some people who buy into this, and it's not real. It's an illusion.
But these some people are lost souls. You got to let them go. Fuck them. Like, at that point, like, who cares? If they're stupid enough for that,
Go ahead, Jimmy.
they're not going to be smart enough to save themselves with your good advice. They're fucked regardless at that point.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
What's up, guys? What's up there, Mr. Foxy? What's up, Dittle? What's up, PL? What's
Hello,
up?
hello.
Jimmy, you have had this conversation many
What
times
up?
over the years where people think there's money in fighting games, and you've had to correct them. True or false?
Now, listen, I've been removed from the MK scene, but I will say,
I didn't say it was the real white Rewind.
No, Foxy included. Over the years, you know, we had conversations going back to, I believe it was MKX, when, you know, NRS threw you guys a couple of nickels with the DLC downloads. There's a time all of you have pushed, Bill included, PL included, this imaginary FGC growth thing where players are going to somehow, you know, we spend time just trying to get 1 to 8 paid a decent amount of money. But
Wait,
for
you
some
said
reason,
I'm
this
including the
has
what?
always pushed that it's going to get better. Or we're going to get 1 to 16. Oh, 1 to 24. Everybody's going to get paid. You just got to wait it out. And it goes.
I ain't pushed that.
No, you didn't touch it on that aspect.
I was just going to tournaments and engage with it. Because remember when you made the Cantaloupe videos, I don't know whatever they told you, but y'all was acting like I thought I was holier than thou and shit. I ain't never tell nobody like, yeah, it's getting bigger and stuff. I've criticized everything in the FGC from the top to bottom. Like, even right now, online tournaments, I feel like, why are you doing online tournaments if you're not charging entry fee? Why are tournaments charging you $200 to walk through the door? Why are there last minute tournaments? They're all right. For example, at Frosty Frostings, they decide, oh, we're going to add Virtua Fighter there. They give you a month notice, right? And it's literally the last month that you can register, and they're still making you pay late registration costs. But you're going to announce the game with 1 month remaining to register, and then you make people who are showing up for Virtua Fighter only pay $145 late registration. No.
Let me roll back a little. Did you say people pay online registration fees?
No, I'm saying that they should.
Oh, okay. But the problem is everybody's a broke motherfucker, so they don't want to pay for that.
Damn right.
There was a time though during the pandemic, I know people would pay for Bums tournaments because he was charging entry fee, and Yipes was also charging entry fee, and people would pay it.
And that's a rare breed because I remember VSM days, we bumped the price from $5 to $15, and half the motherfuckers just stopped showing up.
And that's before. Well, that's why Obama was in office. So at that point, they were just being broke because, dude, okay, we were talking about MLG a lot, or not me, but everybody else. Dude, you know what the venue fee was? It was tied to the entry fee. You didn't pay entry fee and the venue fee. You paid $50. You walk in, and you get access to Doritos, Dr. Pepper, Hot Pockets and shit.
That's true.
Hella setups. Everything.
I just want to say one thing, Mike, because I see some comments in the chat about this, and all those things. Well, Tom does this, makes content because whatever. I've had many conversations with Mike on stream where I said, I'm done. I'm not going to talk anymore. And people will go to Mike and say, you got to bring Tom back. He shouldn't be silenced. His voice is needed. I am convinced to come back. And when I do, it's, why you back then, Tom? I thought you were done. So
because people like you, man, and you refuse to accept that people like you. Like you're a good talker. No. You're a good talker. Like
here's the FGC. Tom, I said, look, man, I understand. Tom, why are you here for that? Okay.
Why do you care?
No worries.
Why
guys.
do you care?
No worries, guys.
Why do you care? Really? Why do you care? Why do you care?
Because
like, what the fuck? Why do you care? There's no reason to care.
I don't care. But my point is, I'm like, look, I don't make these things to be overly negative. And if it's just kind of like a dull hammer and I'm just being too negative and it's not seen as me telling the truth, no worries. I've beat it too hard and I'll just go and hope for the best in the next game.
But you have to admit that you do care too much about what people think. Though.
You definitely care too much.
I really don't care.
Yesterday, I got on stream and someone called me a white Mark Henry, bro.
I will literally.
People shit on you no matter what.
Who doesn't care what people think?
I will literally leave. I will literally leave all MK content right now and not care and not come back, and it will not bother me. And what people say won't bother me. So what happens is when I do that, people will say, "Why did Tom go? Why did Tom go? Why did he care what we said? So what we said he was this. So bring him back. He's needed." And then I come back. "Why are you here, Tom?" "Oh, thought you were done." So I'm like, I'm not.
It's because you feed into it, though, Tom.
No, I'm just.
Oh, you totally feed into it.
Are we gonna have?
I get similar sort of things, right? I get similar sort of things. Not obviously the same comments, but people will give me shit, and I'd say, "Yeah, go fuck yourself and move on about like shit." I don't.
Dittle
it doesn't matter.
Dittle literally came on here.
I will say this. You may not care, but as it happens, it might be annoying reading it. So it might give the impression to the people that you do care. Because, like, see me, I read somebody say 13-0. If I ignore it, then they're like, "Oh yeah, he's blah blah blah." If I address it, it's blah, like it's a double-edged sword. So it's like
I listen to people when they want to hear me come back. But when I come back, you got the Diddles of the world who say, "Oh, Tom, you're not back because you really care. You're back because you think everybody hates you and you want to stick it to them." And I'm like, "Okay, hold
on a second. Like, dude, I wouldn't want nothing more than you to like make content. I love watching your streams and shit, but like, we're not gonna sit here and say that like you poke the bear." For lack of a better term, like you definitely.
I read things that are stupid. When you have people saying that the world has a conspiracy against Mortal Kombat just to keep it down for no reason, that's completely false. So when I respond to that and show evidence of the contrary, it's seen as me being hating, and it's like, no, you guys are fucking stupid. That is not what's going on here. That is not hating. That is just me responding to a stupid fucking comment. I'm not trying to stick it to anybody. I'm just being real here. Like, that is ludicrous. And you see that as me trying to stick it to people. And that is the narrative that is.
But I would say for the vast majority of people just want to play Mortal Kombat and have fun, bro. And when they see people just like, obviously this like shitting on like tournament entries, prize pools, like shit like that, like it just kind of comes off as like,
Dittle, how many times have you insinuated that me not liking Sub-Zero is because I'm salty that I'm not winning?
I mean,
actually, all y'all have said that to not just him.
Oh, yeah.
And the real truth is, the real truth is, I just don't like him because he's modeled too much after Injustice 2 Sub-Zero. He was designed by Nick Nicastro, who made the Injustice 2 Sub-Zero, and there's way too much of that. And I just hate anything Injustice in Mortal Kombat. I hate it.
No,
I don't want to see anything resembling an Injustice character in a Mortal Kombat game. Like, what are you doing? That's my opinion on it. Not really good, bad, indifferent. I just don't like that. I don't like that design. I don't want to see anything based off Injustice in this game.
Yeah,
And
but me and
so-
you give each other shit. I mean, that's
I
just like
know.
me and you just giving each other shit.
But like
though.
you
That,
said,
you know.
people are naive, Dittle. They believe
Oh,
it.
I agree, bro. But like
Yeah,
again, I think that's the problem is that
No,
you're
I'm just voicing my opinion. But the narrative is that I'm overly negative and I'm just like, no, people are
You gotta keep in
sometimes.
mind, there's a lot of people who are parasocial, so they might like,
Yeah.
you know.
Also, one more.
Tom,
Pardon?
don't you think that you should just focus on the people that want you here? Because there's a lot of people that do want you here.
There are a handful.
Yeah, it's like
Tom,
80 to
therapy
20%. Do like the comments that are negative to the comments that are positive.
I mean, I will say this, like, come back. I mean, like, I don't know that I enjoy making content like that on my channel anymore. I don't know. There's nothing else to say, really. But I do want to hit one thing very quickly. And Jimmy, you and I talk about this a lot. There are people in the FGC who the FGC does have a control over some people because their monetary career depends on FGC money, being league commentators, run tournaments. And because their money is dependent on the FGC, they have to get along to move along. Threat of being canceled, XYZ. So the FGC still uses money to make people move to their will all the time.
Who's scared of being
is the
canceled in the
FG
fighting game? Yeah.
who is these people and who is the FGC in this contract?
Anybody that's out there, I mean, like I said, Foxy, back in your quote unquote prime, you were pushing it.
Pushing what?
You were pushing this. This is going to be a career. If you remember, we spoke about I don't know if you did the electrician stuff where I think you were working in, well, I don't want to tell people what you do. But you were saying, well, I got to start making a backup plan in case this doesn't work. But that mentality, while you have that, I need a second thing just in case, at that moment, you were gun-ho, full-blown esports.
Okay. So you're talking about using me as an example, right? I'm capable of doing anything I want. As long as I want to do it, I will do it, and I will do it to a good quality. It doesn't really. I don't think it's that big of a deal. And if somebody in the FGC also went down that path, they probably have to have that same quality about them. Otherwise, it would fail. Yeah, but not
as much.
But not everyone is as strong-willed and strong-minded.
Like Bill said,
Foxy, you know this.
Not everybody's, and I hate to say it because it sounds condescending, but not everybody's the fucking brightest light bulb. So if they hear Foxy Grandpa with all your aspirations and your skill to do it, and you're out there saying, we can all do this, they're not getting brainwashed by you with the malicious intent, but they are going, well, if he could do it, and some of it's their own personal arrogance. Well, if Foxy could do it, shit, I could do it. And
what's the gain, though?
I mean, there are people
that's one element of it.
The game is this: people will let their lives go. I've been doing this shit for 40 years. Okay, now it's a pit stop for me, and I obviously made career changes. But at a certain point, you got to look at your life and go, okay, yes, I could do this as recreational, competitive, side money, whatever. But when people are getting that narrative pushed that you just got to wait, the bus is coming for you, but you didn't put in enough time yet. Those people, reality is this: you work X amount of years, you want to retire by 65. I don't care what part of the world you're from. But if you spend 10 years chasing this dream and you're getting no reward monetarily, not, yes, you meet friends and you make acquaintances and all that. That's nice. People have stopped working to literally sit on a game for 16 to 20 hours a day in hopes that, they'll be the next ESL or MKX champion or whatever it is. It's a horrible message to push, is the way I look at it. Because
our message being pushed, though.
And
That isn't a message.
It was
That's not a
pushed.
message.
People have changed their
this
mind. Jimmy, you
esports
were
dream.
there when MK9 esports and the shout out to esports, and you were seen as the hater, remember? And
Oh,
and
Who's pushing the dream though? Because
It
like
was
you said,
pushed-
Foxy,
it was pushed- it was
Foxy was
pushed-
just playing. Foxy's
it was
just playing
pushed-
the game, doing
it
his
was
hobby.
pushed for quite a while by a lot of people, Jimmy. You know that. Even MK9,
King of the Hut.
esports and the whatever. Remember?
Now, here's the thing, guys. Keep in mind, because I kind of left the scene around MKX time, Injustice. But I mean, I remember watching 16-bit and Pig of the Hut telling people that, you know, this is the way to go. It's the future. Now I see different Pig of the Hut tweeting out recently that, you know, Evo medals mean nothing. It's about Emmys. And that's nice that he learned that lesson. But that
Pig was never in it like that. Pig was never in it like that. You can't really use him as an example.
I mean, the guy stalked me because he hated
I don't know, man. The stock market posts, dude. Come on, dog.
stock market posts. He was in
Pig was
it.
Pig was a big part of the community, but he weren't in it saying this is all he was going to do. That was never a Pig message.
He didn't see
It's not
again.
fair to say about
I
him.
didn't say
No,
he
he
said
never
this
said
is all he's going to do, but he pushes the narrative that the younger guys will be the ones reaping the rewards. He's not going to be. He's just a top dog, but the other players will reap the rewards in the future. And that's a horrible message to push because look where the scene went. You know, you got people chasing a dream. Yes, the Chilean kids are good. You know, where do they go? What sponsors even are there?
Yeah, but I've been
I don't
saying this
think they
point
have the
repeatedly
delusion,
in this
though.
call that it's not about being good anymore. It's not.
I mean, look, I'm just gonna look. I'll just tell you this: my FGC, my view on it. I did this since I was like 16 years old. I'm old. I met Jimmy when I was 18 in East Brunswick Mall Arcade at MK4. I have wasted so much of my life. And
Don't say wasted. You had fun, bro.
No, it was if there was one thing I could do, I would never play fighting games. If I could,
You had fun, dog.
No. If I could take one thing back, it would be to never play a fighting game. That's the first thing I would do. If God gave me one thing to take back, I would say, let me see my life without this. Because I spent my whole life, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 30, 35, 38, 39, 40, traveling around, worrying about making top 8 and trying to win. And I just kept coming back because, you know, what got me back in is you can't do it now, Tom. You won't do it now, Tom. And yes, it's a dumb reason. But for me, I was like, man, I did this my whole life. And every time I'm done, the majority say it doesn't count. What a waste of my life.
See,
And
but
I
it
just-
all goes back to that. You
Hold on.
care too much about
Hold
what
on, let
people
me- hold
think.
on, let me-
What people are
Because yes,
saying,
you know
though,
why?
like-
Because it's easy to say. It's easy to say why care when you haven't spent your life doing it. But for me, I gave my life to Mortal Kombat, literally. So when you say I hate on it, brother, I sacrificed for Mortal Kombat in ways no human will ever give their life to it. So
Okay.
hold on. So I'm dumb or not? Shut up,
Tom, bro.
No, what I'm telling you is, but for me, it was like, why, even now, I'm like, I did all this, spent all this money, spent all this time in my life trying to go to tournaments, place top in tournaments, win tournaments, prove I was top, this, that, and it doesn't count. All of you agree, it doesn't count, and it doesn't. And I'm like, wow, the vast majority of what I spent my life doing is worthless.
It's not
And
worthless
it's
to you.
meaningless.
That's your brother. If it means something to you, what does it like, bro? Like I made top 8 at ECT, right? A lot of people are like, "Oh, nobody came." I'm like, I don't give a fuck, bro. I got the medal right here. Who cares?
But I am known as
cares?
one of the biggest fighting game frauds in the history of fighting games, and I'm like,
By
wow.
who?
By
Who
the
cares?
majority.
I'm
by
also
the-
a fraud. Eo's a fraud. We're all frauds in this call. You've not
Well,
noticed
okay,
that. You're not
my-
the only one.
Well, my point is,
I literally haven't missed the top 8 for 6 years.
My
Like,
point
as
is,
long as Dittle's been in the community, I've not missed the top 8.
My
I'm a
point is-
fraud.
my point
They
is, I would
literally call
take
me
it
a
back.
fraud daily. Like, it doesn't matter.
My point is, I would take it back. I mean, what a waste of my life playing fighting games.
But you're saying it's
Who
because
cares?
of what people
waste
say,
of
though,
my
right?
life.
You're
What a
saying it's
waste
just
of my life.
because people don't think that what
There's
you
no
did mattered.
There's no, Peyton Manning cares if he makes the Hall of
Man.
Fame. If Peyton Manning didn't make the Hall of Fame and somebody said, "Hey, Peyton, why do you care what people think?" He would be upset about it. I mean,
So it
the
all
FGC
goes back to what people think. Then that's what we said earlier.
Look,
At the end
You
of the
said you
Yeah,
think.
true.
fuck
At the
what
end of the
people
day-
think.
at the end of
If
the day,
you like
we-
doing some shit,
at the-
this is
at the
what
end
I'm
of the
saying,
day,
man. Like there
we do
aren't too many things in the world. I'm not saying this on some. I'm not saying this on some sad shit, but like I've tested a lot of different shit, And playing fighting games is the best shit. The fact that I can basically fight and not have to worry about getting hurt or nothing, and then you can have that same intensity. Fuck where the money's at. The shit is fun as hell. But like, I don't think giving up, and if you're being as extreme, I don't think giving up all the times and shit we had with the House of Goons or just everything is like the only issue with fighting games today. And I'm saying this as somebody who's been like pretty much hella slandered and all that stuff for somebody shit that not matter. Mine is one of them, I guess, right? But
yeah, for me,
let me just say this real quick. Like, I don't give a fuck about what people think because they can say whatever they want to say when they look at the screen. They sit next to me, they still can get bodied. And then, like, everybody that's not fucking stupid knows what's going on. They still going to show up and play and have a good time and shit. It's about what you want to do while you're alive. Because at the end of the day, you can make as much money as you want. When you die, guess what? That's worthless too. That's as worthless as the results that you say is worthless.
That's true. But my point is, for me, the main reason why look, if we want to lie and say that us competing in tournament and winning, yes, it means something to us. But to say none of that is for validation, that's wrong. Because the only thing you have in winning a tournament is proving.
Not everyone's like that, though. Not everyone's like that.
I mean, when you compete, you
want
for that
validation.
Why do you want to win the Super Bowl? That validation that you're the best, true or false?
Validation from other people isn't necessary.
I don't know about the Super Bowl. I am an Englishman.
That's
I don't.
But I mean, for me, but for me, it's not about winning.
Validation and competition are not the same thing.
The way I look at it is, I did all this for all these years, and I don't even like talking about what I did anymore because at the end of the day, if I talk about it in the FGC, will be seen as some guy who's delusional, who is just nothing counted, fraudulent, and this crazy old man thinks he was good. What an idiot. And I'm like, I did all that.
It's from the energy you put back, brother. You know this. Mike knows this. PL knows this. Everyone in here knows this.
I'm not doing it. My point is, if it was just something I could take back, I would. It's the worst.
What I'm saying, brother, is like people poke fun at you because you give them energy back. That's all it is. It's nothing more than that. It is
the narrative. It is the narrative.
It's not a narrative.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm just saying that doesn't bother. I don't care about that anymore. But if I could take one thing back, I would, because it was just a waste of time. I see my time playing fighting games as a waste of time. And if there's anything I could take back and undo, it would be I would never play a fighting game. Never.
Like Diablo?
Maybe for fun.
I don't believe that, Tom. I'm sorry. I just don't believe that.
I mean, I can actually agree with Tom in this, and for me, Bill knows I left the FGC in like 98 and I came back in PL's prime. And between 2011 until, whatever it was, 15, 16, 17, if I could go back, I would undo it. I wouldn't, and it's fucked up because the only reason I came back to the scene is to beat the shit out of somebody in real life. And the fact that I came back and I made peace with the guy and, he tried to get me into the scene again and I hooked up with VSM, unbeknownst that I would hook up with Bill, putting bounties on PL, shit like that I did over the years. I put $50,000 of my own money into pop prizes throughout events in that time. It ain't about the money because, the money comes and goes. But that time, when I was doing the On Blast show and I was doing fucking 12-hour, 8-hour, 9-hour episodes, and I'm sure Mike feels it now with his 6 hours, do one with Carrie Tagawa for 9.5 hours. But
I did one with Fate for 9 hours, so.
Yeah, that was crazy.
So those 9-hour marks, but it's like I've gotten labeled the angry man that yells at clouds, because people don't like the way I say what I feel. I've never told somebody in the community, no, what you feel is wrong. If you don't like Mortal Kombat, you got your reason, and I don't care if you continue to bash it. Like you said, Dittle, ignore it. But at this point, when I look back at these, 12, 13 years, there was no benefit. I remember, One of my big things is when Foxy and the Condiment Brothers, in Test Your Might era, people were shitting on the Europeans. And I kept telling these guys, yo, come here, come to Evo. And they did. And they didn't do so well, but Foxy, you kind of got hurt. So but it's like I tried to bring the community together, but you guys seem to think, and I hate to use the conspiracy word Illuminati, but there is these Illuminati groups in the FGC, especially in the MKC. When I came back, it was Storms and Shock and Phil. They were the guys that had the little private chats on Test Your Might and told people who you push and who you don't. And
what do you mean by push though? Because again, I've been competing now for a long time. I mean, when you say like the word Illuminati chats and shit, like there definitely are like private discords where people lab and play together. But like as far as like what do you mean by push?
All right, so 16-bit got in a little chat and they rigged brackets at an event.
Oh.
Got
yeah, okay, that makes sense though, because like let's say that's true. 16-bit rigged every bracket in existence ever. If somebody is good enough to win in a tournament, they're just going to win it anyway. Like you can't stop. You can't stop me from doing what I'm doing, no matter how good you are, like, no matter who you're friends with.
But see, Foxy,
you can't stack the brackets.
You're thinking big, Foxy, about winning. 16-bit's goal wasn't to win. Yes, it was in the long game. It was to make sure all the other Katana players get knocked out, and he's the Katana that's the closest to the finals.
Yeah, but if I wanted to play Katana and 16-bit wanted to play Katana, I'm still going to be the better Katana. Anything you're going to do to stop me. It's one of those things, Ain't any way you're going to stop me.
You weren't on the table at that point. I guarantee you, if you were on the table.
Okay, then let's say if Rio or PL wanted to play Katana in MK9, then. Say Rio or PL want to play Katana. There ain't anything 16-bit's going to do to stop them from being a better Katana, other than just being the better Katana. That's.
I mean,
still paired in the
doesn't make any sense to me.
But you're still paired in the brackets.
Yeah,
okay, you can pad a bracket all you want. As soon as you match up with the person you're trying to stop, then it's on.
Willpower and Jesus Christ and Jedi midichlorians.
I see a lot of people in the chat,
but it's still cheating.
Hold on, I see a lot of people in the chat saying, "Who cares what people think?" Validation. Let me just tell you right now. For me, at least in my era where I came up, when you're traveling to play a fighting game, you're not playing it for money. What are you doing? Play to prove to yourself? Okay, I already knew I was that good. I didn't need to travel to know I was that good. Why am I traveling
to compete, bro?
Okay,
just to compete.
And what do I get? That validation of knowing that what I know is already true.
You were the best that day. You were the best
because you're the best. Yeah, you competed.
Okay,
it's
that's called validation. That's called validation.
Validation to yourself.
The difference between validating yourself to yourself and to everyone else.
Not playing fight games because it's a waste of time, tournaments and blah blah blah. So I decided, I don't know, my brain was like, why don't you look up how much chess pays out? Dude, chess pays out millions of dollars. Where the hell they get their money from? They get their shit from tournament entry fees, commissions, like corporate sponsorships and donations. You know what the entry fee is to a tournament for chess?
What is it?
Look, we need that Pokemon clip. If you're a broke boy, just say so. Who wants to pay $350 to play chess?
No, hell no.
Oh, yeah, exactly. But it's also millions of people signing up for those tournaments.
Yeah, but that's where the money comes from.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad enough I gotta go to video.
So, but hold on, should we like not fucking tell people to play chess? Because, like all the same arguments of FGC shit. I mean, like the same thing with poker. You can't guarantee, you're going to win because you're still kind of guessing. I'm just saying, like, I was just thinking that there are other things we can apply this argument to. That
and they still make money.
My point is just do whatever the fuck you want to,
have fun, bro. Have fun, dog.
I mean, at the end of the day, playing fighting games in tournament, validation is one of the few things that you have.
No, it's not. But again, like I said, there's a difference between validation to yourself and saying I did my best and I did good.
People brag about getting top 8 all the time and put people in their play. Where are your top places? They do it all the time.
I was playing so that everyone else lost. I was there for just destruction. People have different motives. I was a gatekeeper. That was my primary objective.
I did it I did it for a long time, and I always wanted to prove that I could still compete until obviously old and whatever. And for me, I look at it as a big L because I wasted a lot of time, and then it's all been rewritten as fantasy. An illusion.
Okay, well, let me ask you this: if right now, if everyone's like Tom Brady is like easily top 3 player all time, he's one of the greatest, would you think differently?
What I think
Yeah.
differently.
There was a
Yeah,
pause.
yeah.
Well, let me
What
tell
you
you this.
think differently?
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Something that meant a lot to me. Jimmy, do you remember me? I went to Summer Jam for MK11, and I got like fifth or whatever it is. It was only a regional. It was like 80, 90 people at it. A region, not big. And Jimmy, in the car on the way back, he said, "Hey, no one else will tell you this." He said, "But there is," and this coming from a guy with MK1. He said, "There is no one else that has ever placed top 8 at a major or regional
In every Mortal Kombat version.
in every Mortal Kombat game up until one. This is the 11." He said, "No one has done it in every Mortal Kombat game in the era of the game's relevance, but they didn't have to go back to a game 20 years old and do it. You were the only one that was top in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then even though a regional, you did it in 11. No one else but you. So if that doesn't put me on the MK Mount Rushmore, not NRS Mount Rushmore, MK, it does. But I'm not.
12.
But I'm not even in consideration for it.
Who cares though? Who cares?
Well, I spent a few $100,000 doing this, so I would like to know that investment went for something.
Is that? But is that okay? If that's your primary motive for being good at something, that's on you. And I think that's the thing with that is that's very unhealthy, right? Because you start putting your
for me, it's just the hindsight of it, of like what an idiot I was. Like, what was I thinking?
Because, dude, when I got into competing, I was like, dude, I love to do this. I love because, like PL said, you could play a team game, but there's nothing like competing one-on-one against someone else, especially offline when your hearts are pumping. Dude, it's that adrenaline rush you get. That's why I love doing it.
Yeah, no, I know, but I mean, I've had that before. But
Yeah, hell yeah. You know what I'm saying?
But for me, I just look at it like I'm not like whatever about it anymore. To me, I just look at it like what a waste of time. I was.
Yeah, it's just very insecure. That's what that is.
No, I mean, I'm very secure in it, but I mean, it's been rewritten to me just being delusional.
The statement itself is insecurity.
I will say this, Foxy, because I mean, I know everyone's just listening to him saying it's insecurity and stuff, but y'all wasn't around during this time. Like when I first came to the scene around 2004, 2005, this literally what has happened to me was going on with him at the time. They were like, "No, you're not good at Mortal Kombat. You didn't do X, Y, and Z, and blah blah blah." And they were arguing on Shoryuken with like all the at the time Chicago testers that were playing, like MK4, MK3. They had this guy Lex, and I forgot who the other. Do you say Shie or something? But all these players that they would put over him, and then be like, "Yeah, they're not good." And there was like
what they put him over in, though? What they put him over in? Just an opinionated list. Who cares?
No. My point is like here's the point: is that he went through similar situation. It's like, damn. I went through this shit 20 years ago. Now I'm going through this shit like on and on. It gets irritating. So at the same time, you gotta sympathize that shit is irritating or empathize.
Sure.
But at the same time, you gotta say fuck what the hell those people say, man.
Overall, I was foolish. It was a dumb thing to do. I was a fool for it. I mean, it is what it is, you know. So on the bigger things.
If you went to a super, if Sonic Fox right now, and Sonic, you can agree that Sonic is probably easily one of the most known fighting game players out, right? Within the FGC, right? If he went to a supermarket right now and talked to this old grandma and was like, "Hey, do you know who Sonic Fox is?" She'd be like, "No, I don't know who the fuck Sonic Fox is." And the grand scale, like, dude, we're doing this because we're competitors, dog.
Yeah, I mean,
like, and by the way, in 20 years, the FGC may be big enough where people might know. You know, it's a very niche community right now.
I don't care if anybody recognizes.
It's going backwards.
To be in the scene, it's just to be in the scene, and I'm only remembered as a pariah who like get the fuck out of here. So it's like, wow, I did all this.
Again, I disagree with you, Tom, because I know hundreds of people that would love to. Tom, you had 100+ viewers watching you set at a PSN menu, dog. Like, come on, brother.
Genius entertainment. I mean,
okay, well, then don't say people don't want to see you back because.
Again,
Tom, do you think there's a middle ground where like you can educate people on how to use their time and money, but also let them know that there is fun to be had here?
Yeah, I think there is. I think first of all, people need to realize a couple of things. There is no hope. There will never be hope of like the FGC making money, etc. It always must be looked at like a hobby. And I know you guys say it's common sense, but unfortunately, it's not as common as it should be. And I agree with PL. You know, there are still some people, and Jimmy, you know this, who always think, well, what if this? What if that? You know, it could be possible. We got to keep building the scene. We got to keep whatever. No, there's no chance. Because like PL brought up, why do poker and chess make money? Look what they play. If you charge You can take people right now who say they would love to make money playing a fighting game and say, I'm glad you said that. Let's all start putting in $300 so we can make money. They would say, fuck no, I'm not doing that shit.
Remember we charged higher entry fees for our DOA tournaments? Like we was
So
charging.
overall, you can't do it. The FGC is just so poverty. It's as poverty as you can get. It's like shooting dice in the alleyway on the street corner.
I don't know,
Like,
man.
it's
I
poverty.
can't agree with that because I can't agree with that because fools are like $200 entry fee, Evo. I'm in theirs. I'm not trying to hear that shit. If you can fucking fly to Vegas, get a hotel that's $200 a day,
But
and then
most
show up
most
in the
people aren't
Evo
there.
with the merch
But-
and shit. They ain't broke. They just fucking picky.
There is the middle ground. For one, people have to realize if you want your scene to grow, stop relying on sponsors to pay your way. I see so many people who are like, you can't have a tournament it's impossible for MK to have a tournament scene, for example, or any game really, if the model is why even bother going to a tournament? I'll just stream or go on YouTube. For one, that will destroy the very fabric of any kind of FGC tournament scene. Just destroy it. It will just unravel right there. The next thing is so many people who rely on sponsors to get there. That is under the auspices that you thought somehow there was some money to be made doing this, that a sponsor would pick you up, because the sponsor is not going to pick you up if there's no money in it. If there's no money in it, then
Some of these sponsors are in it for the same reason the players are in it as well. You haven't ever brought that up.
Every sponsor's in it for money.
True. Okay.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Not every sponsor.
Real sponsors.
I mean, what is a real? I mean, a sponsor is a sponsor regardless. If they're
Sponsor,
sponsoring you,
I'm a sponsor. I sent CD Junior to go win.
Oh yeah.
AI. I'm not a sponsor. I'm a guy that is.
But you sponsored him to
about
go,
the
though.
community.
This guy,
cares
Nick,
enough about the
can you
community.
bring Nick's comment up on stream?
Mm-hmm.
Nick F, can you bring his comment up on stream, Mike?
But James, that would mean that you did sponsor him to go, though. Like you were his sponsor.
I do
when I
believe
say
there's
a real sponsor, I mean like UYU,
like a
Echo
team
Fox.
award. Yeah. Like
You
a
know,
team
the
award. Yeah.
big name sponsors that actually had budgets. I mean, you look at Rick Fox, he basically lost money hand over fist.
I mean, if
That's
Rick
not just for FGC though. That's all games right now.
I know, but my point is, look, you
Which
had
then goes
Sonic.
back to
You
my
had
point.
Sonic.
It's not about being
Hold on,
good. That's
Sonic
not the
Fox.
meta now.
Hold on, you had Sonic Fox talking about making 15 grand a month. You had Theo, Scar, all on salary with Echo Fox. People wanted to get sponsored, wanted to get on salary because they believed they could do that and do this for a living and make some money. That is some serious money, making 10, 15 grand a month. You know, even 8 grand a month playing games, that's still decent money, you know?
But they never. I've never seen Sonic push that agenda of like
everybody. There was a period in the FGC where everyone was rushing to get a sponsor and trying to get a salary. There was that period. There. It is gone now, to Foxy's point, but it was there. But even some remnants of it still exist, because if people really realize, if
Boston
people
Cart
really,
used to exist. That was remnants of that as well. Like it's not.
A lot
the
of
meta,
players are
though.
getting dropped now because like
so I'm
even
talking
for
about like the
technical-
happy medium from my college. If people need to realize, you know, there is no money in it. Waiting for sponsors to sponsor you to get to a tournament, that is not a reality. There is no money in it. And if you have
Can I say one thing though? Can I say one thing? Like because you made an interesting comment a while ago, and I want to comment on this. You said that I know I've said I had to go like 14 times, but this is important. I think you said that you said when your own players can't even find a reason to go. And I know the players you're talking about, and there are a lot of players that competed, you know, through MKX, MK11, and Justice 2. You have to understand that there's still a lot of up and newcomer players that go for the love of the game. And if you look at those players that you're talking about right now, when they first started competing, they had that same interest. They didn't care about the money, but as they've gotten all the achievements and everything, there's no other reason for them to go other than the money, because they've already had the achievements, right? So could you equate that to kind of like a loss of like love to compete?
I do understand that. I do agree with that. But at the same time, that the younger people don't see that. And they're like, well, yeah, if he's saying there's no money in it, there's no money in it for me either. But it's like, this is the perspective of someone who has achieved great things and says, what does one more win really do for me, right? What does one more top 8 really do for me? You know what I'm saying? I already have that legacy. I'm already known as XYZ. I can stream and do this, be known as a good player, and I don't have to go to tournament and try to compete. Or whatever.
Okay, I've got another direction you can take this, right? So why are they not allowed to, like, let's say it's just a complete mistake, blah blah blah. Why are they not allowed to make that mistake as well? Why are people not allowed to make mistakes?
They
Because
are.
it could, let's just say hypothetically, like, don't drop out of school. Who was it? Bill Gates or something that dropped out of school? One of these omega rich people dropped out of schools.
Sure.
Some people can make mistakes into making great decisions. Not saying that it's likely or going to happen, but
can't. But
these things do happen.
I'm talking about this middle ground here, because what we see happening is people like, oh, tournaments, they want to be a competitive fighting game player, but there's no money to get to tournaments. And it's like, well, listen, if it's to that point, or you're waiting, oh, well, I'm not sponsored, I need a sponsor to go to tournaments. If you want to be a competitive fighting game player, do not do so where, I need a sponsor or whatever. If you can't afford it, then simply don't do it. So if you
I watched you compete for a T-shirt and a tub of G Fuel, dog. Like, you're not gonna tell me that like money's the big thing, man. Like,
no, but I'm just saying there are many people. There are many people that talk about growing the FGC, while at the same time saying, "Oh, I need a sponsor to do X, Y, and Z." It's like it's almost like it's realized it's a hobby, but simultaneously not realized it's a hobby. You know, it's a hobby, so you just have to realize that it's going to be anything you do in fighting games is going to come at a loss. You know, so you really have to love it. You have to love competing in fighting games like you do taking that ski trip or going bowling or going rock climbing, because you do all those. Your return on investment is the enjoyment you have. My point with Mortal Kombat is, since we agree the return on investment is enjoyment, most people say there are things that I love to do that I will spend money on that I don't get a return on investment. Mortal Kombat is not one of them.
See, that's the disagreement. Like, that's where I disagree. I think that most people look at it like that. I think that most people look at it like, I'm literally going here to have fun, and if I make top 8, fucking awesome, bro. Or I'm going here to win, not for the money, but for fun. And then you look at it as people look at it just for the money.
Well, then how come so many
the same
people
thing as
show
like
up?
professional fighting, like boxers and MMA and shit. Like, all of them ain't getting us damn salary and shit. They might be making like what you said was equal to a full salary of a McDonald's employee or something, but that's what they love to do, and then they just do that shit until.
But you hear the money
like,
argument so much more with Mortal Kombat, and I'm tournament, no money. You don't hear that as much with Street Fighter, because 5,000 people show up. Tekken, 4,000 people show up. You know, Mortal Kombat is always the talking point of, oh, no money in it, not really worth it. No, but other games, they still find a way to do it. Only Mortal Kombat. We did sell 5 million, but not really worth it to show up. Yeah. Well, if you don't like it, then it's not worth it. The problem is Mortal Kombat players don't just come out and say, you know what? I don't fucking like the game that much. I'm not going to travel and pay money for something I don't enjoy that much. Instead, they say, no, I'm saying it, but not saying it. It's just there's no money in it. Well, there's no. For an MK player, and this point has been said many times, there's just no money in it, so no point in going. Well, we already know there's no money in it. Why would you have to state the obvious? You're saying I'm not going because there's no money in it. Tell the truth. I'm not going because I don't fucking like it, and I don't get enough enjoyment to spend money to play it. That is the truth about MK1. Everyone who calls me a hater, prove me wrong. If you enjoy MK1,
Okay, I can prove you wrong
spend your money and
with
go.
my own, like by myself. Like I said, you're thinking of an old meta. This isn't the meta anymore. The meta is not tournaments. So why would people be that bothered about it, really?
And why the fuck does Street Fighter get 5,000 people to a tournament?
For one tournament.
It's an international game, even like heavily, played in Japan.
It's still not. Even so, it's still not the meta for gaming in general.
Why does Street Fighter and Tekken pull over 1,000 people at Combo Breaker, and MK is pulling 200?
Did they get that?
It's just not the meta still, though. It doesn't matter how many people.
But why is it meta for those games? Third Strike had over 1,000.
It's not meta for those games. It's not though.
What's the difference in the meta? Explain that to me.
All right, so you got your people at the top of the Street Fighter food chain in tournament, and then you got the people at the top of the Street Fighter food chain in shit like YouTube and that. And I'm pretty sure a majority of them, like even the Japanese players, are saying this. Like, yeah, fuck tournaments. We ain't about that. We're about to be trying to get our streams going and shit, and that's what they're doing. That's the meta, and it's the same in all games as well. It's not just fighting games.
But isn't that the same thing for Street Fighter?
It's the same thing for all games. It's all games right now, and that's what I'm saying. You're focusing on tournament too much. People don't care about it.
Why does Street Fighter pull more than 1,000 people on multiple occasions?
You're
but
thinking of
Mortal
it too
Kombat-
black and white. Tournament still has its place, but it's not the meta.
Well, why is it the bro?
What
Mortal
is the
It's not.
meta
It's
for
just
people that don't know?
meta now
So-
is fucking streaming and YouTube. That's the meta. It's been the meta, innit? Like you're saying,
So-
the kids don't want to be Sonic Fox. They want to be Kai Cenat.
Why is the money brought up more in MK than any other game? Why is it so much that MK's tournaments are low because there's no money in it? There needs to be more money. How many people blamed the Pro Series Season 1 low numbers on no money in it? And even when NRS bumped the pot to over $200,000, the numbers didn't increase. But it was first related to no one's going because there's no money in it.
I think a lot of people use that as an excuse, man. That's my read on it. Like, I'm not going to name any names, but like, I know a lot of people didn't want to go.
But you did. But there were people that were saying.
Oh,
like,
for sure, yeah, for sure, yeah. And I think a lot of people just didn't want to go. Period. And then they just
that's all my
that
point. That's all my point. People just didn't want to go.
Yeah.
And they said, "Oh, the money."
Yeah.
That's my point.
Because
And
200K was a huge fucking prize pool. And,
yeah, and MK. I mean, listen, it sold this many millions of the game. All people have to just say is, "I don't want to go. I don't like it enough to spend $500 to $1,000. I'm sorry." Look, other fighting game communities sell considerably less. Guilty Gear sells a fraction of Mortal Kombat, and it blows the doors off it. They have the same travel expenses, but you know what? They love their game enough to say, I will spend that $500 to $1,000 because you know what? I find this enjoyable. The Mortal Kombat community is a juggernaut of players who just don't want to say, look, dog, I ain't spending $1,000 on this game because I don't like it enough to do it. And that is the truth. And that is why we are in this negative whatever, because most people are just like, no, the money, there's no money in it. Dog, when you say there's no money in it.
When you're talking earlier about how there's more people in the field than in the stands, I think there's now just more people in the stands than in the field.
I mean, look, the point is, we just agreed that everyone knows there's no money in fighting games. That's what you just told me. You guys told me, Tom, you're wrong. Everyone knows that. Okay, let's say I agree to that point.
Sure.
Let's say I agree with you and I say, okay, you're right. These days, it's common knowledge there's no money in it. So if it's common knowledge there's no money in it, why do so many MK players say, I'm not traveling because there's no money in it? You're just stating the obvious. Nobody thought you were traveling for money in it because we just established, there's no money in it. So the real truth is...
But the player, all right, so let's see who the players that said this. Me, Rewind, Tweedy, Tekken Master, right? All the most accomplished players in the last 10 years. What more do we have to achieve? Realistically, I don't give a fuck about winning a combo breaker again, a CEO or whatever. All I have left to do is win a world finals and an Evo. Those are the only two things that could be. What more does Tekken Master have to do? Same shit. Like it doesn't. The same with Tweedy. Like what's the point at that point?
Okay, what people that like to go skiing? What do they achieve by going on their ski trip? They've already been skiing before, but they're having fun, right? What am I going to achieve going on this ski trip?
You're not. Are you competing? Are you competing in this skiing trip or not?
No, my point is you're not.
Well, then it doesn't. It's not comparable, is it? Because this is a competition.
I thought we established that it's the fun. We're going to have fun to compete at the game. So if it's
you're black and white. You're black and white in this shit. It's not just one thing. It's not. I'm just going to have a good time. Some people are going to compete as well. Some people just want to compete. Let them. Like. Just because they're wanting to compete doesn't mean that they're trying to. This is my life now. They might just want to compete because they put a lot of time in something and they do a lot.
I'm just saying it is my opinion that Mortal Kombat players use the money argument when we have established in this stream apparently that I'm wrong and they already know there's no money, but they sure use that money argument a lot to justify I'm not going to tournament. The fact.
Why do you think they do?
Only ones.
They just don't like it enough, and the return on investment does not justify what they're spending to go play it. They don't enjoy.
You also don't think that they just.
That is also a logistical problem, because if Tekken Master had a tournament in his back garden, I guarantee you he'd be going to it. No matter how much money it was, he'd be going to it. It's the same like even the tournaments in the UK. I still go to them for Mortal Kombat.
True.
Like even for this one. So that is more on the distance we have to travel than the game or the tournament itself.
But think how many players in North America that aren't you.
Rewind is the only one I can. Rewind and Tweedy are the only two that I can think of that.
Yeah, there are plenty of players in North America that don't do it for money. There's just no enjoyment.
Rewind has openly been like, yeah, game's us. And Tweedy has said like, yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna do YouTube and stream. Like they've given you their points. They ain't saying, oh yeah, like pussyfooting around it. They
No,
said directly.
Rasul, I'm just saying when I'm bringing up a point, I'm also using this to narrate that, hey, for a narrative that no one thinks there's money in FGC, a lot of Mortal Kombat players sure do bring up money all the time, and there's no reason to travel because there's no money in it. Why would they even say that if it was a given there's no money in it? They constantly bring up things as if to say if there was a little bit more money in it, we would travel. And even if there was a little bit more money in it, Street Fighter is giving out a $1 million pot, but the reality is the dream of being a millionaire from playing Street Fighter is a dream, you know? And it's the same thing for even if MK upped its money. So to say, oh, there's no money in it, you're implying, oh, there could be more money in it, there could be a future. I don't give a fuck if the payout is $1 million. It still would be a dream.
It's unfortunate that the people that said that, like, I think again have some of the people like F0xy, for instance, obviously like Tweety or F0xy's not going to travel to fucking, ECT, unless he gets at least something back out of it because he's already fucking competed for the last 15 years.
Oxy, until you
I
come
got
to a
that, but
Toledo
again,
local, you haven't won nothing. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
See you down Lewis from locals, yeah.
it's again, it's like someone telling me, hey, there's no money in this. Everybody knows it. Oh, okay, cool, man. Hey, you going to this tournament? Nah, there's no money in it. I'm not going. Okay, but
Okay,
why would
then
money
who are
be-
these
why-
players?
why-
Because I've given
why-
you
why-
the examples of prominent people that say that.
It is very people say it all the time, and Dittle even said.
And if it's somebody that realistically cannot win, then that doesn't matter in the first place. They weren't going to be winning that
But
anyway.
no, we're just
so.
talking with people defending MK1, saying if there was more money in it, people would travel. And even if there was a $1 million prize pool, to say, oh, now it's worth traveling for, it still ain't worth traveling for because it's a pipe dream that you're going to win that $1 million, even if you are one of the best players in the world.
If you're talking to me, it ain't a fucking pipe dream. Because anytime there's been a big money prize pool, I'm in there.
Okay.
Check the stats every time I'm in there. That's not a pipe dream for me.
But again, how many players are realistically have that chance? But when you say, oh, they're not saying, hey, 16 people aren't showing up because if they said, hey, the reason why only a few people show up and not just 16 is sure. If there was more money in it, I believe we could consistently get maybe the top 16 to 25 people there all the time.
I don't think it would anyway. It wouldn't because Halo is a better example. Halo's probably just as popular as MK. They have $1 million tournaments. It don't make a difference.
I mean, my point is saying if there was more money in it, to say, oh, if there was more money in it, then so many people would be showing up to try to win this money. That is basically saying that, hey, if there's more money, then there's that dream that you could be somebody who wins some of that money. But that's an oxymoron when we're just establishing that everybody knows you can't make any money. So if we know you can't make any money, then saying if more money was in it, more would travel for it. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you think you were going to win it? We know there's no money in fighting games. So why does adding more money change anything? I mean, it's like people bring up money all the time while saying we know there's no money and everybody knows it. If this is the case, this is the most I've ever seen communities who supposedly know there's no money in it bring up money all the time.
I think that was just one little time frame that you're talking about, Tom, and that's whenever the first pro comp came out and people were like kind of upset with the amount of money and said it wasn't really worth it. This doesn't happen all the time for sure, but it was that one little time frame when a lot of people were going after the prize pool. But again, that was from the people that have been competing for like the past fucking 15 years. And dude, I went to a lot of these tournaments, man, where the prize pools were like $50 for third place, like Combo Breaker 2023, right? I went to that tournament and like, dude, we still had an amazing time there, even though we only had like one fucking booth for I'm sorry, that was 2022 for MK11. So it's like, this is all relative to the person, man. Like I went there knowing I was not going to, like, if I won, I would make a fucking cheeseburger. You know what I'm saying? But I still had a great fucking time.
I get it. Do you see my point, though, where people say everyone knows there's no money in it, but people bring up money all the time, correct?
Not all the time, no.
A lot.
No, not even a lot. I don't see it. But
I see money brought up all the time. And I'm like, if everybody knows there's no money in it, why are we talking about wanting more
the game
money?
is not good. Oh, are you saying that if there was money in it, people would or wouldn't travel?
I mean, it's made out to be if there was more money in it, like a game like Street Fighter, more people would travel for it. But you and I both know. But hold on. But you and I both know also, even someone thinking that they're going to be a pro Street Fighter player and live the good life is also a pipe dream, correct? For most people, for almost everybody.
Depends, man. Because
why does that matter?
because like Fox was saying, because dude, you can make legitimate fucking money off streaming and shit right now. That could transition. It like obviously like the chances of that are happening are low, just like any other big dream that you have. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you could do it, bro. Like absolutely. But like as far as competing alone, no, there's never.
What I'm saying is you could be one of the most well-known and popular names in the FGC and be entertaining and stream and do YouTube and still make very little money. Despite the fact that
I disagree.
that's not true.
Disagree. If that's the case, you're doing something wrong.
No, it's like lightning in a bottle. You just it's something.
It's
it
not,
works.
Tom.
It is. You can.
It's not.
PL's one of the most popular and entertaining people on the FGC. Very well known.
I don't know about popular. That's I hate.
People know you. People know who you are.
And
Yeah,
that's
but
that's
if
like
PL
the sign that you see and you driving around is doing all this or whatever because they're trying to promote something. Like everyone sees it, but like they keep driving past. That I mean, like popularity is not as much different than being known.
Subjective.
very subjective. Not only that, it's like there's so much that goes into streaming to make people want to watch you, right? So like, and I do believe like if people really wanted to, it like FG.xy said, you don't have to be good at the game. Like if you look at people like Six Eric, and that dude fucking sucks, dude. But like he has huge numbers and does great as a content creator. I think he's an idiot, but like he, you know, he's smart.
I mean,
like he's smart with his. He's smart.
I would say, and I don't care. I believe I have no desire to make YouTube video. I don't have time for that shit. I certainly wouldn't want to. People don't realize people that do make a lot of money on YouTube, they think it's easy money. They work for it. They work. Yeah, they work for it. And it's just not something that I'm willing to do. Like it's like, hey, that grind is not for me, brother. For those who it is, more power to you. But even if I were to, it wouldn't matter. I mean,
that's not true, Tom.
No, hold on. No, the reality is, if I were to say, you know what, I'm supposedly someone who the FGC knows, and I'm supposedly entertaining. People say I am anyway, so I'll go ahead. I'm well spoken. I'll go ahead and I'm going to devote to the content creation life. It would go nowhere, and I would be homeless off taking that gamble. It would be a worthless fucking gamble. So even somebody who is well spoken, I think I have an entertaining side. I'm a known player. I have a very long pedigree in the FGC. It wouldn't matter. Checks a lot of boxes, but there's still no money in it for me. So
yeah, that's for you though. But like, you have a pretty lavish lifestyle right now though too, right?
It's like lightning in a bottle. To hit like a true underdog or a super status. It's so many things have to go right, and it's just not something that's anywhere near common, regardless of how popular or how entertaining you are.
That's because true, if you're really talented at something, that's not common anyways, bro. Like putting the work it takes to get good at something. Like Mike Hollow was literally making videos every fucking day, bro. People doing that's not common. People that have that grind to do that's not a common trait of people, Tom. Like that's where you're getting it mixed up.
I'm just saying,
people like putting in the grind to get good at these fighting games. That's not common.
I'm just saying you could be well known, have a tenured pedigree, be entertaining, be well spoken, supposedly be liked, and there's no future in it for you. You know, don't quit your day job. You can't do this full time. It's just the truth.
Yeah, but Tom, some people just want to fucking work it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like some people want that like easy, you know, some people don't have like FGC was saying, some people just don't have it in them to work towards something like that. And that's fine. That's their life. But like don't say that's for everybody, because some people will put the fucking
would I be accurate though, thinking that some people do mistake it for easy money and they get into it?
That's stupid. Thing. But you're downplaying it as like they just got lucky. Like, dude,
yeah,
people,
I don't mean they get lucky, but I mean, like I said, I could put out 10 videos a week. Nobody cares. And I know this, so I'm like, hey, I'm never going to take that risk, right? And so many other people are very similar. So it's like, you know, it's kind of like lightning in the bottle. And I do think that there are a lot of people who look at it like it is easy money. They do try it. It doesn't work out.
Fucking idiots.
They don't know how hard it is. And then they kind of put all their eggs in one basket. There's a lot of people just don't realize, man. It's not something that you would ever want to quit your day job over. It's something where you do it as a hobby, and if it takes off, it takes off.
Like someone said in my chat, bro, of course no one believes that, Tom. It's a passion. Like I'm not like if I had a passion for something, realistically I shouldn't quit my date. Like look at the old time wrestlers, right? They made fucking shit money until WCW came around, right? Like, and then like no one would be like, yo, go be a wrestler right now. No one would say that. But if it's their passion, then fucking go do it. It's just a passion, bro. It's just something you have fun with. And if you get paid, you get paid, brother. Like, I mean.
All I was just saying is to more people than people realize make that wrong decision. And I was just being very clear to many people who think it's the easy life or you're going to make a living. If you are one of those people, do not believe that lie that either you have sold yourself or an illusion that you created yourself because you saw it here or saw it there. It's an illusion. It's a lie. The FGC dream is nothing more than a dream. It's everyone's dream in some way to be able to do what they love for a living. But it's just not the reality here. And a lot of people in gaming are just not as common sense smart.
Okay.
But can I be honest with you? I don't think that's the reason you put that tweet out, though.
That's exactly why.
I don't think it is, Tom. I think you put it out because you wanted to like stir up some shit and like you wanted to.
No, I put it out because when Rewind announced he doesn't have a sponsor, I was like, man, that sucks. He's one of my favorite players to watch. Sucks he's not going to compete unless. And then someone said to me,
but let me ask you this. If Rewind got sponsored today, would you tweet out saying, guys, look at this. Rewind actually got a sponsor. It's, like this.
No,
great.
let me
you
finish.
won't do that, though.
Let me finish. Oh, I'd be very happy for him because.
But you wouldn't tweet it out.
If he got a sponsor, I would say I'm looking forward to seeing him compete. He's one of my favorite players. However, my point is that somebody made a comment to me on the side and said, hey, until he gets his next sponsor. And I'm like, what reality do you live in, cuz? There are no sponsorships left in MK. What kind of delusion would you even put out there that, hey, there's always the next sponsor? No, there's not the next fucking sponsor. Do you know why? Because the fucking FGC dream sponsored and making all this money, it's an illusion. And that's where I got it from. The fact that people are so delusional, they don't even know how to sponsor. What are you going to sponsor in Mortal Kombat? You're going to sponsor something and make money off it? No. But why are you going to sponsor it? You won't. Case closed. And it's unfortunate, but the fact that somebody was so stupid and delusional to think, oh, yeah, it's always the next sponsor around the corner. No, there's not always the next fucking sponsor around the corner. It just blew my mind how the stupidity of it. So yeah, I mean, I hope he does get sponsored. I would love for someone to sponsor him. Rewind is one of my absolute. Rewind is like the people's champ, man. I mean, he plays Reiko. He puts his. I mean, there's very few people identify with there. So many people.
Play Reiko.
When he was playing Reiko, like the pro circuit last year, right? There are a lot of people. People really got into that, and Rewind is. I don't know. Rewind has such a big audience, and he's. I just remember when he played all the tournaments he played in season 1. Just when he was doing Reiko, and very few people get associated with characters anymore, because they just kind of play around, whatever wins, etc. And he was just one of the players in season 1 that was more so associated with the character that he was going to play, as opposed to who's my main today, like you saw with so many players who were just trying to win. So I feel like he was such a good story in the FGC, and I was like, man, I would really like to see what he can do in this tournament as well. So when he didn't get a sponsor, I was like, well, that sucks. I mean, one less top player doesn't help the Pro Series, especially a fan favorite like that. And when somebody commented to me like, oh, well, the next sponsor will come. Are you high? No. The next sponsor is just not around the corner. What the fuck are you talking about? Mortal Kombat ain't nobody jumping to sponsor a Mortal Kombat player. How stupid can you be?
They never have been. They literally never have been.
That's why I made that comment. It was in response to that. That's why I made the comment.
Injustice is the only one that you can get sponsorship in, and even then, that's far and few between.
Yeah, I was just like, how dumb can you be? That's why.
I want to say something about the more as far as like sponsors with Mortal Kombat is infinitely harder to get a sponsor for MK because like a lot of sponsors don't even want to touch the game because of the gore and stuff. So you're already at a disadvantage for that. And then like F0xy, I'm pretty and Dittle, y'all know uploading MK shit it gets annoying as hell because you got to fucking filter all the
They got to do a bunch of bullshit to be able to work.
Yeah, and then sometimes they say, "Oh, we know what you're doing. That ain't work. You still get age restricted." Or you might have a video that's popping today, 10 years from now. They be like, "Hey, hell no, we age restricting that shit," and the video's over with. So it's like,
Yeah,
That's why the other games is a little bit easier to get sponsored, but it's still like, holds true.
I'm just saying, it is a dream that still gets sold in some ways. People bring up money all the time.
Not to spin off of MK, but we're talking about people claiming, this is going to be careers. What about the 2XKO LSD, whatever the fuck that game is that they're coming out, where the people think they're all going to roll in and make bank? Because it's a riot game, people are already assuming esports money going to be boku dollars for everybody. So,
That's true. I have heard more people talking about that.
Yeah, people
in that regard.
Anyway,
yeah,
Mike,
I mean, people are just trying
Mike,
to have fun at
say,
the end of the
I gotta
day.
head off here. Mike, I know it's late for you as well. I want to say thanks for having me on. Foxy, we always get into our little spat, but I've always respected you, always do.
Amusing.
People got to realize it's more we argue out of respect, not out of hatred.
It's like ritual at this point. We're gonna come up to some point where we're gonna just fucking each other's
100%. Thanks for having me on, all you guys that watch. Thanks
No worries,
for supporting me in the chat, and I'm sure you guys will continue, and I'll stay listening. Thanks, Mike.
All right, peace.
Take care, bro.
All right, man.
I want to say this for those that do want the scene to be at a certain level and stuff. The middle of the scene has to be nurtured, which is schools and all that stuff, like creating infrastructure, just like how it is in sports, because it's like that everywhere for everything that's cared about. Like even chess, they have chess clubs everywhere. So that's where the next level is going to come from, is because that base is like, all right, it's just like how America's like, well, the strength of our country is in the middle class. Well, guess what? The strength of fucking gaming is in the middle class too. And
Middle to lower class, actually.
Yeah. So you got to build up from the school level and up until, because we already got the top covered, but there needs to be more of a foundation in the middle to support the top.
Yeah. I think it's because most people are boring as fuck. That's literally it. Like if people were genuinely entertaining,
I'm not talking about like content shit like that will still go. Like look at Overwatch, right? Overwatch it was in every school. Probably Marvel Rivals soon is in every school, and they have Overwatch leagues for those schools, for college, for high school, and everything, and then all the way up until like the pros, right? Marvel Rivals is probably going to like usurp that unless Marvel comes in and say, no, you can't use our properties and stuff. But I mean, that's where it's going to go.
I mean, when it comes to the esports and the school thing, it's like Michelangelo is actually a coach for a college. I don't know where that goes, going forward as far as the games and money.
All right, well, I'll tell you just because I know a little bit, like players will literally get scholarships to play at a college.
Yes.
And then those colleges will compete against one another. And then like whoever wins it, they'll get like more scholarship money. So their prize money isn't just being scholarship stuff. So they'll be playing for more scholarship.
Which is understandable because you can't be paying kids millions of dollars.
Right, exactly. So that's how they get that. And then, for people who are not playing in college, then that's where the prize money comes in, like at the Evos and all that stuff.
Listen, guys, I have to actually head out of here, guys. I'm sorry to cut in the middle of that, but I just want to say, yo, guys, it's been a great talk. Mike, keep that shit up on YouTube, bro. I really enjoy your shit. Watch it all the time.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Foxy?
I was saying Dittle enjoy shit. I'm just being immature. Don't worry about it.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine.
But listen, guys, as much as it's fun talking to you guys, I'm going to head out. Later, y'all.
Take care, man.
In a bit, Dittle.
But
as far as the 2XKO LSD game, I think that's going to wind up falling more into exactly what you said, becoming more of a college-based game. I don't think it's going to, I don't think it's going to be the booming thing that the FGC silently wants to think is going to be our savior, because with all the stuff that's wrong with this community, overall, and I'm going from the top all the way to the bottom. And it ain't about people going on their dreams of chasing esports or money, but you got to look at it and you got to say, where does it go? Now, you win an Evo medal, you win some money, you make some friendships. To some people, that's worth it. To other people, it's not worth it. You know, different strokes, different folks. But for the middle player, you know, they used to call them pot monsters. How far do you go before you say is enough? You know, at what point do you get to you go, F0xy Grandpa, I don't know how he plays. I never get up that high. I'm never in his bracket. I never see him. He's on the other side. He's always in the top 8. I'm out of a 200 man, I'm usually 198. Do I keep going? You know, and that's where I think Bill was hitting with the narrative of this push, because they will see somebody like you. And they'll say, you'll get new people to, I could beat F0xy. You know, they're fucking high probably, but they'll push for that, you know. But then there's the people that are currently in here that are aspiring to be at your level that you were at. And at what point do you go, all right, listen, reality is this. If you're in the FGC for 5 years, and in 5 years you never made a top 8 in a major, either wait for the next game or leave. That would be my advice. Yes, you can. Listen, I can make a friend in a bookstore. I can make friends in a supermarket or a bar. It doesn't have to be in the FGC. Now, for me, you know, I made a lot of good friendships throughout the FGC over 40 years. But I'll be honest, I can count them on my hand. Like real friends that you could go, you know what? I fuck with this dude. And that's because of the different personalities in the scene. Obviously, I'm considered very, abrasive in my way. I rub people. I mean, I fucking clearly rubbed PL wrong for a couple of years, you know, but I think PL's a great dude. And when I saw the whole 13-0 thing, I was like, you know, enough already. It's been so long. But, you know, getting back to the point.
I'm a great dude, because there's some people out here that think I'm scum of the earth.
I know. Trust me, dude. I get my threats, my DM threats. I just don't put them in my thread. But you know, at what point would you rather? I'd rather send a message to a kid and say, listen, plain and simple. 1% of people make money. That's it. Now you can, like you guys were saying about going on to streaming and, you know, other avenues. But if you're coming into this with the idea of becoming the best Mortal Kombat player and you're going to make $1 million, first of all, NRS ain't never going to give that kind of money. Second, you know, you still got to wait until F0xy hits like his 50s. And I don't even think 40s. In your 40s, you'll slow down. But you need to recognize that, you know, as much as Bill says it and you guys are saying it don't happen, ask for names. You've been here, you know, all of you have been here long enough that you saw this push. Because you remember back in MK9 days, it was like you said, all of us just having fun. And then the sponsorship started creeping in and the money started creeping in. And then, you know, WB was walking around with a camera crew following Mustard and Ketchup and the CD brothers filming movies and everything, you know, and then the sponsorship started drying up. Then that guy Panther happened. You know, there's been so many things where it's the waves. You're riding the waves, but I don't think the waves this time are coming back, because I think a lot of these companies, especially NRS, you know, WB's looking at it and going, why the hell we're giving them money? Because let's be real.
Yeah, but you're not looking at it the right way. You're not looking at it the right way, right? It's like I'm saying, it's not the meta anymore. You're right, and it might not come back for tournament. That's not the meta. The meta isn't to be a good tournament player.
But
so the sponsorship doesn't even matter at that point. It's basically turned everything, like the sponsorship idea is basically the idea of wanting to be employed for doing what you're doing. The meta has changed to pretty much be self-employed. That's what Dittle was doing. That's what Dittle was talking about. That's what I'm saying as well. Like, if that is the way you're going to go, that is the way it's got to be, really. Unless, like, the sponsor is only really going to help you to go to a tournament, and the tournament isn't going to help you for anything anyway. That is not the meta. The meta is not. It's all online now. All online. So the tournament is irrelevant. It's just like a cherry on top.
I would agree with that. I definitely agree with that. I mean, I think the online, whether it's competing online or doing, your videos or your own content or holding, these online events, but not everyone wants to be a content creator. Some of these people
Well,
legitimately.
then they don't want to be. They don't want to, then that's fine. But you can't say, "Oh, I can't be a tournament player," and then cry about it when you can't, when it's just not the way it's going to work.
And I agree with that, because again, the tournament scene itself is not really sustainable. Even with the sponsor flying you out to an event and letting you keep the winnings, which I don't know. I don't know what.
I'll just tell you how it was back in the day. It was you get sponsored and you have to pay your prize money back after you win. If you win.
Correct.
That's how the model was. Like every Counter-Strike team in their Counter-Strike.
I was even doing that. I was even doing that in 2015.
Yeah, they all were. It depends when you negotiate whatever the percentage is you give up. You might give up 50%, all the way up to 90%, and you only give them 10% or something. You know what I'm saying? But that's how it was, and I mean, I don't see a problem with that. Like, why would if you paid especially with hotel prices now?
Yeah,
because back then it used to be $50 to $100 for a hotel. It was actually, people don't want to admit this for some reason, but like tournaments back in the day was way more affordable. Like it was way easier to book yourself for like 3 events and like not break your bank.
You didn't have combo breaker, 35 stages, 62 big screens.
Yeah. And on top of that, like people don't know this, there wasn't a major every freaking month. There was a major would be every 3 months or something. So you had time to plan and stuff, but then they started doing, well, we want this to be like a WWE pay-per-view every month, where now you got NLBC and Wednesday night fights trying to be like Raw and SmackDown every week. And then you got the majors that they lead up to. It was like that. And they just started kind of like stressing the scene in a sense, instead of making it to where a big major is not until every couple of months. So then if somebody wins, that win matter because they can actually sit on it for a while and bask in it. And then it'll be a storyline buildup, but you just throw that shit away because there's a major like next week or something.
Exactly. But see, the problem was,
now there's a major every 4 months.
Right. I was going to say there's a major now like every 2 months.
Or more likely, there was 4 tournaments last tour.
Because a lot of tournaments died. It used to be like, all right, you go to TFC in October or November or something, and there's NEC coming up, and then right after that, there's Frosty Faustings. And then there will be like the Winter Brawl, and then it will be final round in March, and then in April you have Texas Showdown. Then in May it was Combo Breaker, June CEO, July would be Evo or another tournament. Sometimes Evo would be like in the beginning of September, end of August, and sometimes it's in July. So depends on where they're coming from.
Well, that's like, I don't know about in the UK as far as how many tournaments, but so far we lost on the East Coast, Civil War, NEC, Winter Brawl, Summer Jam, and Final Round. Those are all gone. Then you have on the West Coast.
KIT's gone too.
KIT's gone. Then you got NCR, SCR, Northwest Majors.
Damn.
Canada Cup, Toriukin.
Yeah, all those are gone.
I don't know what was down south. There was something in like either Arizona or one of them. It wasn't not Texas Showdown. He's still around. But there's one more event down there. Pack those in with the 4 or 5 events there are left. You had an event every month. Every month you had an event. So you kind of also had the option of pick and choosing and saying, oh, fuck, I'm in Ohio. I'll go to Seasons Beatings. I'm not going to NCR.
Yeah.
And it was more devastation. There you go. Somebody said that. But it's even with all those events, there was no money involved. That's where, again, it was the passion. It was the bragging, right?
That's why it was so annoying when people say to me, oh, why were you ducking and dodging tournaments? I'm like, all right, y'all are all on the East Coast going to your tournaments over there, but y'all want me from Ohio to fly around the country and stuff and go to everything. I'm like, for what? That's what my whole thing was back then. And like, but I will say, like, now, yes, there's great guaranteed payouts and all that stuff, but I mean, inflation is fucking everybody right now. So like,
And the Headlock Gaming just said CEO was great last year, type of tournament that makes you want to throw a chair. You know, but
oh, he's talking about dialogue on the okay.
Yeah, but CEO and Combo Breaker, you know, where the other events were grassroots.
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna dip. I got some folks to attend to. All right.
No
Appreciate
worries,
it.
Fox.
And
Thanks for
see
jumping
you
on.
guys in a bit. Thanks for having me, Mike. Yeah,
No worries, bro.
James,
Take care.
and Brady, if you're still listening. All right, see you in a bit. Yeah.
See you in a bit, bro.
So, you know, with those two events, they grew exponentially. Just like I look at Frosty Faustings, whatever it is. You know, it went from a nothing to a major in, like, I want to say 2 years. You know, it like literally was just this quiet little guilty gear thing. And then, like, within 2 years, all of a sudden, it's almost as equal to Combo Breaker or CEO. And you really got those three tournaments: Texas Showdown and Evo. And I think that's it. What else is there?
No, we ain't got shit over here. We got
Is
versus
fighting
fighting.
going?
That's all we just got versus fighting. So one major. As
Would
far as
you
I'm
count
aware.
Evo France?
I didn't count those.
Well,
I'm
I mean,
counting the US.
for Europe, yeah, I guess, but in the UK, it's just versus fighting. There's we used to have Super versus battle. That was really, really cool. That was the best tournament actually in London, but that's it really. There's Brussels Challenge. There's something that happens in Ireland as well, I think. But yeah, it's very few and far between. There's not much going on out here.
And you got to ask yourself, why are they all drying up? I mean, people want to blame COVID, but COVID didn't cause this. Turnout did.
Yeah.
Turnout did. And that's where, when Brady was saying people are chasing the money, yeah, because a lot of those events weren't putting out man crazy money. You might get DOA for money, or, you know, maybe a Street Fighter, but it wasn't enough, you know, to get a guy from England to fly all the way to Texas, you know, for a $5,000 pot prize split between three people. You know, and the fact of the matter is, the money's dried up. The money is, the root of all evil, because it makes competitiveness become not as important when you know there's money involved. You know, and if I was to see, like, whatever, a $50,000 pot in England, I wouldn't get off my fucking ass, because I know goddamn F0xy's going to be there. I ain't winning. You know, people have disillusioned versions of them. You know, you ever see like those videos where it's like how I thought I was, and then the reality shot next to it? You know, these guys in their illusion are one button press killing people, and then in the real fucking, in the reality, they're getting bodied 0-2. You know, but again, it's what Bill was saying as far as the push of the money. You know, these guys are saying they didn't hear about it. And like I said, the F0xy, whether he was intentionally trying to or not, I can quote unquote remember him telling me, this is going to be the thing. He didn't say for him, but he gave a very strong, this is the future. Pig of the Hut did it to me, 16-bit before he got the job at NRS did it to me. A lot of people have told me this. And I'm the one that's always told people, don't quit your day job. Now, the reality is this. If you spend, like my last 13 years that I came back to the FGC, I didn't profit. I'm not here for profit. Even with the OBS show, I didn't profit from it. I was monetized, but, the fact that I pulled cigarettes out, drank wine, scratched my balls on the show 100 times, they were like, yeah, sorry, we're not monetizing this. So... And I knew that going in. It wasn't like, oh, crap, next time I won't do that. I didn't do it for the money. When I did the On Blast show, and this is what I thought yesterday, just on a side note, when I saw Ernesto, you, and Technical together, to me, I feel like I've passed my torch to 3 people. And I hope for the best with you guys. All I can tell you is this. when you open your doors to exposing shit, it's going to flow in, ebb and flow, but it comes in one day like a tidal wave. You'll get 10 girls in the FGC. These guys touch me inappropriately. The one key thing I tell everybody, I don't know what it is in England. I think it's 611, but 911 for us, for the cops. Tell them call fucking 911.
That's 999 out here.
999. There you go. You say 999 because
Oh, shit.
what can I do as a talk show person besides call the guy out and hope the event's banned?
Well, I mean, I'm sure you saw what's happening on Twitter today. This situation's kind of, I wouldn't say getting out of hand, but there's other communities paying attention. I'm sure you saw Emma on Twitter tagging people and then calling people out. So this whole like calling out these like pedos and whatever, it looks like it's turned into a much bigger situation now. And I put up that picture of Vegeta crying, saying the Smash and Strive community are punching air right now. I didn't realize how much it was going to catch on. So
I'm going to say something that's really sad. And the fact of the matter is this: when people tell me Evo medals mean something to them, I say, you do know for 20 years, Evo was ran by a guy that was a pedophile that got fired. Why would you want anything to do with that? Think about that. You know, just because Sony bought him out and, you know, chocolate chip, $9 chocolate chip kid cookie girl, Pokemon, is involved in it, that doesn't change the fact that for 20 years, not only did he do it, the people around him that are now involved in it knew and shut their mouths. What kind of quality of a person would you want to hang out with, knowing that not only did they cover up, but they fucking played dumb to it? And they'll say, "Oh, I didn't know." For 20 years, you know how I know? I don't know how old you are. I don't know if you remember news groups. Do you remember news groups on the internet?
well, like forums.
It was a newsreader called alt.games. If you look up, in fact, I'm going to give you Detective Tool 101 for you right now. If you go to Google and type in alt.games.mk or alt.games SF for Street Fighter, you go into those news groups. In those news groups, you will see all of our conversations from the 90s.
What's it? Alt.games.
Alt.game. If you type in news group, alt is the server, but these are basically news group servers. So before we had HTML and web pages, the way we did in the FGC back in the late 80s and the early 90s was we would go to these groups, and that's where we would talk our shit and compare notes. So
I don't know if it exists anymore.
It still does. It is out there. You got to dig.
You have to say, I'll go digging for it.
I'll hit you on it. If you go in there, I'm going back to 98, 99.
Oh, shit, I'm gonna find some. So I'm gonna find nastiness.
Wait. They're bringing up Mr. Wizard and his allegations back then on the news groups. So that tells you right there. Every nerd in my generation that was on those news groups in the Street Fighter community that's still relevant today was on those news groups, and either they saw it and laughed about it or saw it and said, "Not my problem." I mean, think about it. And you're going back to 98.
Interesting.
You know? So, my point is,
I'm just gonna get technicals on the phone. Give me 1 second. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, I'm sure I think he has news groups in his pocket. He hasn't needed it yet. I love the videos he does. The whole detective spin, I like that.
Yeah, that's solid.
Everybody wanted me to do these cantaloupe shits that I did for forever, and I was like, dude, nah, I made them special. It was a one-time thing. You do it. Mr. Brady,
You come back, Tom.
Yeah, because I heard a few things that Jimmy said, which was my whole point. This is what it brings us back to. We have a lot of people on here today, and a lot of it, to Jimmy even referenced, at one time we felt that way, but everybody knows we didn't. But you sold that dream when you at one time felt that way. It's very much like saying, hey, we thought it might have been the future, didn't work out. Everybody knows now. But everybody knowing now, quote unquote, that's a relatively new thing.
Yeah.
For like 25 years, people did sell that dream. And you could say, well, that was the first 25 years. What about the last 5? Those 25 years got people 40 years old, broke and in trouble because they were sold that dream and it didn't work out. I
I'll tell
understand, hey, if someone's 18 now, they know better. But you got a lot of people who were 18 then and they didn't know any better. And they were sold that lie from pro league to pro league to pro league. And now they're older. Yeah, kids that are younger, they know that. But my point is a cautionary tale. Let that learn from those people, because you have a lot of people now who are saying, hey, we did feel that way. We don't feel that way anymore. But there was like 25 years where people felt that way. And it's only because they have seen the heartbreaks and the failures. They say everybody knows that now. But for the large portion of the FGC, that pipe dream was sold. So yeah, if you want to say it's not sold anymore in the last 5 years, fine. But you don't think it did harm selling it for the first 25 or 30 years?
Let me tell you something. So after MLG Columbus, it's when when Rio and CD Jr. got picked up by VVV. And again, a sponsor that came in, and they were all giddy. They're getting sponsors, and I turned around. And by the way, another guy that was accused of being a pedophile and coach for VVV. But they signed the contract. First, I told them to bring me the contract. Don't sign nothing unless you let me look at it, because they were younger.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at the contract and I tell them no, because they had a clause in it that if another team was to pick them up, that other team had to pay VVV $10,000 for breaking the contract early. And I said, you shouldn't have to pay anything, because they have a right to work contract, which basically says the team can cut you for anything, and you're stuck with us. So you basically were locked in, and they weren't locked in. So I told them to go rewrite it, and they did. But they went upstairs to the freaking hotel room. They came back. They showed me the contract. I read it. He reduced it to $1,000 instead of $10,000 for leaving early. And I started to tell Junior, why the fuck did you sign it? Blah blah blah. And CD Junior, young CD Junior, said to me, and it in reality, because of the closeness of my relationship with Junior at the time, it broke my heart for him to say to me, "You're just jealous because you're not going to be rolling in the money like we are."
He said that.
And I was like, I let it go, but honestly, it was that moment where Obi-Wan realized that fucking Vader was actually becoming Vader. And I was like, wow, this is what I get, and again, now over the years we patched things up, obviously, but it broke my heart because I thought I was mentoring him in a way to not think that this money, this do-re-mi. Listen, let me tell you something. People call me a grifter. I got to be the dumbest motherfucking grifter in the world to be 40 years in here and haven't made shit.
Yeah. And let me educate everyone here, because what I heard tonight is, Tom, you're wrong, because at least in the last 5 to 6 years, no one says that anymore. You don't think it damaged the FGC for it being sold for the first 25 years? That's a quarter century, cuz. I mean, and there's no denying it was sold. I saw countless pro leagues selling this dream of being a pro, getting a salary for, whatever, 5-year contract. They cut it in a year and a half. People would bank like, well, I'm going to be I'm guaranteed to get this money for 5 years, year and a half, gone. Well, I don't have a job. I don't have whatever. I was doing this as a career. I've seen this thing happen countless times, over and over and over again. So I guess if it doesn't happen anymore, but it happens so many times over the years, and it's just so easy to just say, oh, well, I mean, bad news to those people. But the FGC is stuck in its poverty because those people now, if people knew this back then and they all lived their lives and they had this nice responsible life and they all had money, now they'd be 40 and 50 and they would all have plenty of money to dump back in the FGC that they love, and the younger players would flourish. But a lot of those people were sold the FGC dream. They did nothing, tried to be a pro, it didn't work out. Now they're all broke, and now the people that would have money are all brokies because they're 40 and 50, lived the dream, it didn't work out, and there's
But
no money to put back into the FGC.
Now they became in positions where they're in the positions to make money, because it's not, oh, I love the scene. Don't believe TOs love the scene. Don't believe the bullshit speeches they all hand you. And I'm talking major TOs. They're chasing money to say, for all the fucking time I spend here, can I at least get a little bit of a knot before I walk away? And that's what you see with a lot of the TOs that have dipped. You know, it's they made a little bit. It's kind of like you can lose $1 million or you can lose 500,000. Either way, you lose it.
Everyone remembers MKX.
500,000.
Everyone remembers MKX. The Yomi house. Do you think they were honor students all living at Yomi for a year? What do you think they did that for? For the chance to make some money.
Yep.
Be living the pro life, the money they were going to make at ESL.
We're going to build the New York Yankees.
They didn't even play in ESL though. They didn't play in one. They went to all the majors though.
They did the online because ESL was online. They tried.
No, they did
Guys.
one online major in and during season 3.
But in general, they were going to the tournament life. They were going to make money. Yomi was going to pay them salary, and actually, it was Pig that was telling him, "There's no money in this, guys. You guys are crazy."
Guys, I'm gonna get you guys out here now because it's getting up to 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, appreciate it, Mike. Thanks for
I'm
the
just gonna talk to the. I'm gonna talk to the chat. We've been almost 7 hours we've been here, and I've got work tomorrow.
Come on, break it for 3 hours. Break it to 10.
No, I got work in the morning. I gotta go gym as well. So I'm gonna chat to the stream chat. I'll get you guys out here for now, but I appreciate you guys obviously.
Yeah, man. Good talk. Have your rest of your night, man. Get that sleep.
Yeah, it's been a good talk, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
I'll give you some tools.
Yeah.
Wayback Time Machine. Do you know Wayback Time Machine?
I do, yeah. Show it when I wake up in the morning. I'll message you.
Yeah.
All right, bro.
All right,
Take care, man.
Peace out.
Take care. All right, guys. Dave, bro, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it, man. Guys, thank you for all of your donations today. Let me just make sure I got to all of I got to all of them. I believe so. Yeah, it's almost 3 a.m. here. I gotta be up for work. But you know, we have fun doing these things, man. I had a lot of fun doing this. I had a lot of fun having all the guys in here at once. I know there was like a queue of people waiting to jump in, but the conversation was flowing so well. I didn't want to interrupt these guys. Also, didn't want to have too many people on at once because then everyone starts shouting over each other. So when it got to 6 people, I was like, let me stop it there for the stream's quality. So I apologize if anybody was waiting to jump in. There'll be a next time, obviously. Tomorrow I'll be streaming the State of Play PlayStation. It's going to be at 10 o'clock UK time, so I don't know what time that is. I know a lot of you are in America. So I'll be streaming again. Thursday, there'll be no stream because it's my dad's birthday, so we're taking him out to eat. And Friday, I'm not sure yet. We'll see. Maybe we'll play another Korean dating simulator because I know a lot of people have been asking for that. So yeah, no, I appreciate you guys rocking with the content. It does mean a lot. Thank you for all of the support, and I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow for the State of Play, or see if there's any good games that they show off. Take care, guys. Peace.